saying, "Oh, I'm in here and I'm a civilian and I'm injured. Please rush in now." Them setting bombs on all the doors, police storming in every door, blowing up the entire building and everyone within 500 yards of it.
That's the problem, because all this time waiting and speculating and wondering, they could be setting that exact scenario up.
Well, I mean, they could have had that set up already. It's a bad thing. You don't know this was the last attack. They might have had people that were working already.
So I mean, they've got a real quandary on their hands.
Your hands get kind of tied in those situations because you can't trust the social media coming out because, I mean, they're savvy enough to use social media against them. They'll send out a text like, "Oh, I'm trapped in the back in this building right inside this door," and then they got a bomb on that door. Because these people are willing to die. I mean, they went into this knowing they were not going to come out alive, the gunmen. I mean,
yeah, those people don't care if they live through this or not, so they're willing to sacrifice everyone in the building, including themselves.
Well, it's fighting against bullshit, because anything that they do to cause harm is more of a win for them. So no matter how it's.
So that's the police's quandary. Do they go in now before shooting starts? Do they wait until shooting starts, or do they wait until there's an explosion? There's no one left to save. That's the moral dilemma they have.
Unfortunately, it's a lose-lose
answer. But do they get droppings in Russia anymore? So I'm down with just fucking putting a firm foot down and saying when it happens, it gets dealt with, and then there's going to be people to say sorry to. But what stops it from happening again? Whipping it around and letting them.
Nothing stops it from happening.
Exploit your tactics.
Nothing stops it from happening again. Fear doesn't, because these people aren't afraid. They don't care if you come down with an iron hand and kill all of them, as long as they killed people first.
And I'm not just saying that it's a bravado fear thing, but I'm just saying logically, if they're looking for soft targets, you're going to keep looking for soft targets.
That's the key. Every target is a soft target as long as they can kill it before the authorities kill them. The only way to deal with it is for there to be citizens in the crowd that can fight back.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. That would be the ultimate answer, yes. So that the individual has the immediate ability to do what's necessary, and that would be the ultimate hard target.
They can stop the big groups from becoming big, powerful groups. They can, kill a couple of them and then throw their system off, or their coordination off at least.
Be completely like right now, that's what I was concerned about, is that they're going to see how the Paris police react to this.
Yeah, this is a case study, absolutely.
Or whatever, then they're going to figure out everything about this so that the next time they can be more effective. And then they have no reason to do the same thing again. They can do whatever they want.
But that's the thing. This isn't the first time this has happened in Paris, because they know, hey, there's no guns here. The civilian population are vulnerable and easy to exploit. So they just keep trying it there.
Beyond that, it's that fucking European mindset of like, we're so horrible to each other that we're never going to be horrible to anybody ever again. So we always have to be nice about it, and that's what's spreading over here with that whole like crap, that mindset.
Yeah, like my dad calls it the United States of gun control over there.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying they invented it because of their warped like shit. So how do you fix that? There's no way to fix that. I think you just prevent it from happening here, and then let them learn it through their own experience.
There's a reason why here, whenever you see a shooting here, it's not at places like restaurants or nightclubs, etc., where people gather in mass. It's always got to be a school or something like that, or a workplace where they know there's no firearms, because they have to hit a soft target. So we need to get rid of those fucking things.
Well, it's well said, and I wonder if there's a way to bring that to the national attention without being douchey about it. But seriously, that wouldn't happen in a restaurant or something here. It couldn't.
They couldn't walk in and hold everybody. Two guys with rifles couldn't walk in and hold 500 people in a restaurant hostage, because all it would take is two guys in that crowd with guns to pick them off as soon as their backs are turned.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to suggest that
or they'll just run out of ammo.
But look at the guys in what was it, Paris, on the train. It doesn't take an American. We don't need to have a gun. We have a mindset, because we're free, that we're not going to allow two people to come in and hurt people. You know what I'm saying? So even if they didn't have guns, they're going to pick up whatever and deal with it.
Yeah.
See, the thing is,
I would rather have a gun, though.
If you don't have signs that say you can't have firearms, and you don't have a society that prevents the citizenry from having firearms, that's literally like putting a watchdog in front of a building, a guard dog. A criminal's not going to walk into a place knowing full well that there may be concealed carriers in there. He's going to pick a soft target. He's going to pick a place that has a sign that says no firearms allowed. If you can get that mentality through the thick skulls of Europeans over there and say, look, if you quit deliberately, vocally disarming your entire populace, they're going to have to wonder more, and they're going to be less likely to pick these targets because they're not going to know who's going to be armed and who's not. And right now they don't have that. They have a luxury of knowing nobody here has a gun. This is going to be a cakewalk.
All right, so I know I'm jumping in kind of late, but what exactly happened over there? I was kind of seeing it in the chat.
There's 7 terrorist attacks that were all simultaneously coordinated by an unknown group, which will probably be ISIS. And there are 40 people dead, 60 people wounded, and the figures of who are being held hostage has been low as 100 and as high as 1,500 at a concert in the middle of Paris somewhere.
The most recent number I'm seeing right now is saying that one organization that spoke to a local authority was told off the record that as many as 77 people are dead, but they don't.
Yeah, that number's still going to climb, absolutely.
They in the gun channels chat now that it's up to 100, but it just literally ended. They went in and did whatever they needed to do to the hostages, or the hostage takers, I guess, and then
so they did go in.
Just reporting it now because it's.
So I guess there goes their whole. Look how good Europe is when they enter the country.
So do you think that the people in Europe will look at this and demand their firearms back?
No.
Well, not automatically, but what Yankee said there is gold. If we could, try to figure out a subtle yet effective way to express this doesn't happen in free places in the United States, it can only happen, like Yankee said. If there was some way to get that through to them, at least it would give them the ability to know.
That's easy to do.
Well, unfortunately, what they're going to do is another thing that makes the terrorists win is they'll just continue to surrender more and more freedom until they live in a nation where to walk into a coffee shop you're patted down by security forces and everything else, just like you do in the Middle East, in Beirut and places like that. And when they do that, the terrorists have already won because now what are they fighting against us for? We're not a free nation anymore.
The easiest way to illustrate our point of what's going on in the United States and how what just happened over there doesn't happen here on that scale is just show them the footage. Get these video clips of like Hillary and Obama going out there saying mass shootings happen every 8 days, and then say where's the proof, and then show what's going on right now in Paris and say where did that happen in the United States? Oh wait, it never has.
Well, we couldn't say it because it wouldn't be politically correct enough. But yeah, to suggest that what we have is mass killings isn't mass killings.
Right. That's nothing compared to what's going on right now.
We have amateurs fucking around, and we have people that are overreactionary and are coddling each other, and we allow that. They have actual mass destruction by fuckers who can walk over there.
Yeah. I mean, when's the last time you heard of an organized terroristic attack on a massive scale? 9/11. Since then, when is something like that even remotely? That's a huge scale thing, but I mean, on a scale like what's happening in Paris right now, there was no 7 individual attacks all happening simultaneously in one place. That has not happened here.
The challenge every time you hear "Pray for Paris," you have to do 10 push-ups. You'll get in good shape tonight.
See, my dad's a pretty cynical guy, so every time he sees something that says, like, pray for Paris, he wants to answer it with hashtag, how's that gun control working for you, Europe? I'm like, you can't do that.
Well, he can.
He will. He's 80. He doesn't care what people think, but,
Every time you hear pray for Paris, you reload 10 more rounds.
Now I'm out of empty brass.
I just sized a bunch of them today.
I have a bunch if you want to come over and reload for me. You got to bring all your stuff, though, because I don't have any machines.
Just mail me the brass.
Oh, and while I'm thinking of it, G-Webs, thank you so much for that patch. That was fucking amazing.
Right on. It's been a frustrating week not knowing if you even got it or not.
I know. Sorry, I've been out of town. That was the first thing I did when I got home.
Literally got your house like the day you left or whatever, like hours after you left.
Yeah, that was annoying. But Yeah, so I got something from the Second Amendment Foundation, which was that first picture. They sent me a little certificate because I'm a life member now, and a couple of stickers and patches and stuff. And then I got that, so I opened those two things right away. And when I pulled out the little Smeggy patch, I just fucking started dying laughing. I was like, this is so cool. So you literally made my day.
Right on.
Yeah. And I think it'd be cool, on the daily patch giveaway if, people start ordering them. I think that'd be badass.
Well, yeah, and that's what I commented on. Is the Instagram was like, I don't know why anyone would want it, but then again, Yankee sold 5 million patches, so I get at least one person with it. I think that's the right scale.
Now there's the possibility to collect the entire collection of Gun Channel's participants, or whatever.
No, that's cool.
Damn it! Now I got to do that.
And then I could have a conversation, offline with all you guys with your patches. Okay, that's silence. Different topic.
If we ever do a Gun Channels meetup, everyone has to wear their own patch, like a name tag.
That's awesome. Yeah, because we really don't know what each other looks like or anything like that.
That's kind of true, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, heck, if Smeggy and G-Webs would be in the same area, I wouldn't know what you guys, or who is who until you guys started to talk.
Are you kidding? It's got to be Smeggy and Dano.
Well, even if they talk, we wouldn't know who's who.
Oh, see, it's too bad that Dano has shown his face before, because I was going to say, if me and Dano were in the same room and we both started talking, you wouldn't know which one.
You should get Dano to use your little snowman at the same time.
The thing is we don't know if you look like Dano or not. You could be doppelgangers.
Oh, they're saying that the U.S. killed Jihadi John, and that this is revenge. How can they have organized this much shit?
That was a very weak possibility. There's no way. This was way too organized and choreographed to happen the day that we bombed Jihadi John. It's impossible.
I'm 100% convinced that Hillary will blame someone else besides the ISIS or the fuck.
Oh, she'll blame us.
Of course. It's going to be a YouTube video.
Actually, the thing that I was joking with earlier today was there's no possible way Hillary can use this for political gain, but she probably had to use an extra pint of facial glue to pull back all the folds and wrinkles, but she'll still wear her power hair and show up on TV somehow.
Yeah.
She's like the political version of Kim Kardashian right now.
I actually kind of wonder what she's tweeting, but I don't want to go to her Twitter account.
So Colion Noir tweeted her twit about the Second Amendment is for the militia only, or the military only, or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I was like, wow, is that real? So I went over I looked through Twitter, which is annoying anyway, so I don't go there that often. Found her damn channel or whatever it's called on Twitter, and I scrolled down to look for it through the feed or whatever, and I wasn't smart enough to look at the date on the one that was reposted or whatever by Colion Noir. So I was just scrolling, thinking it would be somewhere towards the top. What a fucking list of crap, dude. If you ever want to just go scroll through her bullshit crap, every single thing on there is just the, I can't even, you know what I'm saying, but it is just horrible, the amount of crap that she's willing to spew, to whore out her fucking vote.
See, I've been joking about this for a while, but we were talking earlier today about how Trump was bashing Ben Carson, and my gag behind that is way to go, Don. You just basically shit on the one guy that could have been a really great Veep for you, because he's very outspoken and kind of brash, and Carson's very quiet and reserved. So it's that's a good sense of balance, but instead he attacks this guy, right? But it's reading her thing is just nothing but mindless drivel that your blind voters are going to go for. So, like, the only way you can combat that is you have to tell voters, look, whoever you vote for, it's your choice, it's your opinion, but please make an educated opinion on this. Look at the states these people come from and look at the condition of the state they're leaving behind before you vote for them. Because if you look at the last president and the state he came from, it's a goddamn war zone. And it's like, now you want him to lead the entire country? The gag is if Trump is actually serious about running for president, he's crapping on the wrong people. And then on top of that, if he really doesn't stand a chance, and if America really, really insists on voting for a woman, then the only possibility of getting elected that the Republican Party has is if they ask very nicely and very politely for Laura Bush to run against Hillary Clinton. And then Laura Bush goes on TV and she says, "Hi, I'm Laura Bush, and I know my husband was a little bit strange for you guys, but I'm running for president of the United States, and I have to ask you all one simple question. Do you want to vote for me, who was a librarian and a public school teacher and a public servant, or do you want to vote for this cunt who was a lawyer who was responsible for the impeachment of Richard Nixon?"
See, I was going to say her campaign slogan could just be hashtag I'm not a cunt.
Right, exactly. But she has to use the word cunt, because that's pretty much how you describe Hillary Clinton right now. And I asked my dad and my mom very nicely and very politely not to vote in this or the next presidential election, because I don't want their mindless and senseless and pointless and, useless vote negating mine, because they just vote Democrat because they just don't like the Republican Party. And I asked them, I'm like, what's your beef? And they don't have an answer. And I'm like, look, do you like entrepreneurs? Yeah. Do you like school teachers? Yeah. Do you like doctors? Yeah. Do you like lawyers? No. I'm like, then why are you voting for the party of lawyers?
Well, because maybe they like unions, they like collective bargaining, they like fair wages, they like things like that. So that's why they probably don't like the Republican Party.
My dad just he got screwed by his union. So to be honest, if that doesn't hold any water to him, but he just blindly votes against it because he just thinks that,
well, maybe your parents are mindless sheep, but I think most people have a good reason why they prefer the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and you're going to have to show them a good reason why they would ever vote differently. They're not just voting out of ignorance.
Most people I know that aren't gun people just don't even think about politics. They vote for whatever feels good or whatever the last message they saw that made them feel good.
Yeah, they vote for they have a reason that things they like. Like they say, okay, I see the Republicans say this all the time, I like it or I don't like it. Or I see the Democrats say this all the time, I like it or I don't like it. They got a reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them to open their minds to the idea of you really don't have to vote for the lesser of two evils system. Because every election that I've been involved in, I've only been in 4 elections, but I can tell the older I get that every election and every generation during the current election, you can tell that they're slowly getting sick and tired of the lesser of two evils system. And it's just a matter of time, and hopefully it'll be in our lifetime, that we can say, hey, look, we got a third-party guy in there. It doesn't have to be this way. Because, several generations ago, there wasn't just Republicans and Democrats. There was a progressive party that wasn't an evil word. Right now, progressive is tied to liberalism, which isn't exactly fair. But back then, progressives weren't liberals. Progressives were conservatives at the time. Look at Teddy Roosevelt. He ran under as a progressive. But there was other parties, and they got elected. So why are we all content and happy with the lesser of two evils now? We don't have to be. And I'm trying to get them to understand that. I'm like, you can keep voting for a third party, and the more and more this happens, and the more chunk of the pie that the third party will get, it's less that the two evils will have and the less power they will hold over the rest of us.
Yeah, I saw something, I forget what, country or what, this is actually a voting system, but you rank, your top 3 people or whatever, and so the person you put number 1 gets, 3 points, the next guy gets 2, and the next person gets 1. And, everyone does that, And what that does is you would basically have, okay, all the Republicans will have their dude number one, all the Democrats have their dude, but they might both agree on like a libertarian type person as their number two. So when you add all that up, you'd actually get that third party would end up winning because all sides.
Because every time a Republican and a Democrat both vote, the Republican gets 3 points, the Democrat gets 3 points, and the independent that they both agreed on gets 4. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, if everybody went with their second choice, a third party would be a shoe-in.
Yep,
Yeah, it would.
absolutely.
See, and we haven't identified what that third party is. We're just saying that it's a third party.
We have some friends. We have some friends that are German that we have dinner with occasionally, and they just laugh at us for our two-party system. They just think it's the most ridiculous thing they've ever seen in their life.
It is. I mean, I'm not saying that like British Parliament is better, but it's better than what we've got because they say, look, we might not get as much done, but we have a multifaceted system, so there's more voices that can be heard. And eventually you have to convince one group to accept the ideals of the other group to actually get laws passed. But that's a good thing because if you have to bicker to pass laws, that means number one, it's harder to get laws passed that may not sit well with the public, and number two, it keeps a lot of the crap laws out. So these guys are just pushing things that they can finally get a consensus on. Whereas the other side is just like, well, we've got two parties. One wants it. This guy's going to deny it. There's no in between. If we had 8 parties, 8 prominent parties in this country, I think a lot more would get done because you don't have to pick one
I'd
or the
rather
other.
have going back to what you're saying about Europe, or the Parliament over in England not getting as much stuff done. Our Congress is made to be deadlocked. It's not supposed to get shit done.
If it's inefficient, though, nothing gets done. If you have a lot of infighting,
when shit does get done, we turn into the massive government we had. If they would have left it alone a long time ago,
right?
We just
if you have a lot of infighting, government's smaller because it's harder to get things through.
Right.
And
we're free.
Right, and the people will choose. So, I mean, if you have 8 voices saying 8 different things, and then you put it to a public vote, put your faith in the people, because those people put you in office in the first place. So let them figure out what's supposed to be passed and what's not. You just present the ideas, and we'll decide if we want them or not. That's the way it's supposed to be.
My dog just gave me a look. I think we need to make some sort of a machine that'll pick a lazy dog up and flip it over. Because he looked at me like, what the fuck? Like, because he had to get up and lay down on his other side.
I gotta do that to my dog because he's got arthritic hips.
One of like a big spatula that could come up and like flip him every hour or so.
I have a little Maltese. I don't have that problem.
I got schnauzers, but they're a bit overweight, so they need a little bit of coaxing.
He just looked at me like,
My Maltese likes to be petted.
this is your fault.
I blame you.
So the numbers now on the Paris attack are at least 140 killed. When was the last time we had 140 people in this country killed with small arms?
Exactly.
Well, no, but that's not good, Yankee. We can't go.
Where did you see that? Oh,
Yankee, where'd you
I
see
saw
that
100,
stuff?
so 140 is
Fox
not
News.
far off.
It's on the
Fox
news
News.
right now. It's coming
Yeah.
through Reuters, yeah.
Wow.
The Paris authorities have actually reported that there are at least 140 dead.
I can buy
That's
that.
on stuff too.
wait, no. Please say at least 140 were, executed by terrorist gunmen
Oh, yeah.
inside the concert hall, and at least 40 others dead in several. And so, no, it's 140 in the concert, and then 40 others outside. So it's 180.
Right.
But I'm saying we wouldn't be doing ourselves any service to go along with some delusion that one AK or even a couple of AKs could hurt that many people and kill them all.
Well, I think right now they're saying the bombs only killed about 24 people. So.
Well, I'm just saying I'm not going to go running around saying they.
Well, see, I will. I will gladly, because they always want to talk about how effective small arms are in our country of killing us. They're not that effective in this country because we can fight back, so they have to choose soft targets. In that country...
Well, I say they're not effective because they're not effective. The reason the military doesn't use a handgun at all is because they're pointless, and you don't use a rifle unless you're defending yourself. You don't go with force with guns.
And in that country where no one can fight back, even something like an AK can allow a small group of people to kill this many people because they're helpless fucking sheep.
Well, that's the thing. They had them in a room and they just probably slaughtered them, I imagine.
Yep.
The last time in the United States a group of people were killed by small arms in a siege by another, I guess, aggressive group, only half that number died, and that was in
Sorry
Waco.
about that, again.
Oh shit, here's an idea. What if the UN offers a permit or a tag, some kind of international permit? So if you're affected personally by this kind of situation, like if one of those people was your family, or if you're not able to, you can tag someone to act on your behalf and they'll get the UN ticket, and then those people have open reign. It's like a hunting permit for them. No. That's not. I'm just saying that way. It's not like
Hey, I'm
we're
out.
going over there and clearing house, but we're giving the people that have skin in the game a clear shot to go do something about it.
Or they could just allow open carry.
No, I'm saying to be able to go back and do something in retaliation or revenge.
Like a terrorist hunting permit?
No, well, not terrorists. Not always terrorists. Anybody who acts internationally like a douchebag, then you get a revenge pass from the UN.
We did that, though. I mean, that happened in New York, and then we used our revenge pass and told the UN to go fuck themselves, and then we started attacking. But that's not the clear purpose that we did it for, but we did it anyway. It's like, you can't declare war on a people that have no nation. That's the problem with ISIS. See, the one thing that I've noticed during the whole Arab Spring movement was the one thing that all the nations have in common that these ISIS folks come from is they all fly a flag with very similar colors and very similar logos and just symbols. And you can't declare war on the entire north of Africa and the Middle East because they come from all of those places. And it's just not digestible to the rest of the world to do that.
Right, and because, I mean, I'll be on the other side of some people out there is a lot of them, it really is just a small group. So you can't say it's the country's fault.
Right, and the biggest problem right now is you've got all these refugees coming into Europe, right? And Europe has like a safe harbor act or something where they say, look, if you make it to Germany, we'll take you in. If you make it to, X country, we'll let you in or whatever, right? They're running out of space, first of all, because they're going to take all these people in, and there's no place to put them. And then on top of that, the biggest problem is you've got the world's biggest, scariest Trojan horse operation known to man happening right now. You have millions of refugees who are legitimate people who are fearing for their lives coming to Europe. And in those people are terrorists that look exactly like refugees. How do you stop that? You can't. The only way you can stop that is let no one in.
Right.
And they're not going to do that.
That's what people were saying in Europe was, this is a big security risk, and those people were all labeled like bigots or whatever, like, and then this happens. It's like, well,
I'd wager all those people involved in this attack tonight were refugees, people in the refugee pack. I'm not saying it was the refugees, it was people implanted with the groups of refugees that came in.
That's
They all
probably
look
how
the
they got
same.
in. Yeah.
Call me racist, but they all look the same.
Well, I mean, think about this. If a bunch of us would go into the Middle East, we'd all look the same to them.
You mean if we all came in as like refugees?
No, if we all went over there.
Just like Caucasians, you mean?
Yeah. All Caucasians went over there, we're all going to look the same to them.
Absolutely.
So whenever a bunch of people from the Middle East went into Europe, they all look the same, so they're like, oh, come on in, open arms and shit, and they don't.
Hey, we ought to try that. You know what? We ought to try that. We ought to send every single incarcerated life sentence person to Saudi Arabia and just say, look, they're political refugees. Take them. Send them all. We'll send a couple of good guys too, like the Red Cross with them or something as escorts or whatever. But we'll send them all and then just see how they react. They're going to be like, fuck no, not allowed.
Pretty much.
You know what they'll do, though? They'll just kill them all.
They'll just behead them all. Exactly.
Right. It's because we're civilized and they're not.
When's the last time you heard of a
Well,
terrorist
they
attack?
expect us
at
to
the
kill
Kaaba?
their criminals for them. Like, oh, we don't want to have to do it, so we'll send them over there.
Yep. Exactly.
When's the last time you've heard of a terrorist attack at the Kaaba in Mecca? Food for thought. End of terrorism right there.
Well, and that's the thing. They are definitely relying on us to be better people than they are better human beings. Because, yeah, there's a couple of 4 or 5 things we could do that would piss them off ultimately, and we'd piss off every fucking person with that religion, right? We
Cruise
don't-
missile on the little black box in Mecca, for instance. I mean, if they're as religious as they say they are, that would be the ultimate insult to them. Unfortunately, you would insult everybody else who practices that religion who claim to be peaceful, which that's a big no-no.
Well, what's going to happen is this kind of shit's going to keep happening, and then eventually people are just going to go do their own shit, and then they're going to have what they wanted, which is total chaos in the world. And there's as many people from, I'm going to say our side, because we're the good side and they're the fucking bad side. There's going to be just as many people get frustrated and go over there to do suicide bombings and crazy shit, because they've left them no other option. They've killed their entire family or their way of living or what they see to be the future.
So when does the world outlaw religion then?
You know,
When does the world finally say, hey, you know what? Let's stop killing in the name of God or your God by outlawing God?
No, you don't. That's not even logic, dude. There's a whole shit ton of religions, and there's like 1 or 2 that are assholes.
And the other thing, as far as religion goes, it makes for a good excuse for them doing it, but there are other reasons why they're doing it. They just put that up as like the soundbite.
Yeah, like here's our justification for our fucking wanting to do evil.
Right, but I mean, there's a whole political and socio-economical type shit going on. Oh, I miss my cat in the live chat.
Wow. Meow.
No.
You guys ever
Yo.
read the story, I think it was called Left Behind?
Nah.
I read that book, someone lent it to me, and I had nothing to do one day, and the next thing I know, I went through all, 800 pages of it. I thought as a story, it was really cool, but, I mean, that's how I look at religious texts, too. I read them, and I'm like, it's a really cool story. But I read this thing about Left Behind, right? And supposedly, I'm not trying to preach or anything, but supposedly the Antichrist is supposedly a guy who, maybe a woman, but a person who unifies the world by basically outlawing religion. He just unifies the people because they're the ones that are, quote, left behind. And now he's the Antichrist for doing so. But wars aren't fought after that. People aren't killing in God's name after that.
Goes for so long, and then God kills the planet or some shit. Like that's only for a certain amount of time, right? And then something bad
Left
happens.
Behind is a story about what happens to the world after the rapture, basically.
Yeah, but I mean I don't know. The end of the rapture, isn't it? Then the world gets destroyed after the peace.
No, because the way that it's supposed to happen is what's left behind destroys the world. The world implodes on itself because the people can't be civilized. But then there's this theory of the Antichrist.
The concept that once the religious people leave, then instead of it falling apart, it stays and just hangs out. And chills.
Right, because the Antichrist unifies the world, and you know what? They just keep going on, and they defy whoever took away everybody else.
That's
So,
folly.
so is that going to be Putin or
There's people that like red, and there's people that like blue, and change everybody's mind to like purple. So we're never going to unify the whole world, I don't think.
And there are people that like 9mm and people that like 40. So
Well,
I mean,
you just
Exactly. So
basically
unless you
described
educate
politics. You just quantified politics. There are people who like red, and there are people who like blue, but the majority of the people want purple.
No, they'll settle with purple for sure. Most people don't give a shit enough to be fine with purple because they like blue better, but purple works.
Mhm.
But politics is just figuring out how to make the purple. What shade of purple, I guess.
Yeah, because royal purple does have a nasty aftertaste, I guess.
Possibly.
Did we solve anything? Slash and burn Mexico. Slash and burn Mexico and build a wall in
I
Costa
can't believe
Rica.
you're selling.
Yeah,
I can't believe G-Webs is selling all those AKs.
Why?
well, they're his property. He wants to make a trip, and
But they're good
Fund
AKs.
I know, but they are just things, and I already know that I'm probably going to be bidding on 2 of them.
Well, here's the deal. You're selling, what, 11 weapons?
12.
12. Okay.
And
Do
Obama
you
got
have
told
to
by
sell
this-
all 12 to make your trip, or will like 5 or 6 of them be able to fund
No,
it?
first I was just picking 12 because I just picked fucking 12 that I thought I would move, right? But
Right.
now Mr. fucking Bloomberg is telling Obama, whispering in his ear, and trying to get Obama to go out and change it so that 12 guns makes you a manufacturer. So fuck it, I'm definitely doing 12. In fact, I have a couple of pistols out there.
Let's get it.
Free, so whatever I want, any number of them.
That I read that article the other day of the, you know, they're basically going after people that are selling privately and trying to say, well, these people are making it like a business, so therefore they're skirting the, you know, FFL type shit, and they just picked an arbitrary number.
But
Yeah,
the thing
and
is
here's the
how are
thing,
they
I can-
skirting it?
Just
Well,
take
yeah.
the last 2 months of my life, or whatever, 3 months of my life. I just did a crowdsourcing for, how much did that AK cards? It's like 13. How much? It was like over 10, wasn't it? Shit, gotta go look. But anyway, I just did a shit ton of money on that Kickstarter thing, and this is only $4,000. So this isn't even as much as I brought in on Kickstarter. So anybody that wants to tell me that 12 guns is, I'm not rich. I don't have any fucking money. I just happen to have some guns. But anybody that's going to suggest that my 12 guns, which is like Hillary, you know, Obama's suggesting it's a number that's a violent, some criminal number, that's going to affect my income. I'm poor, and that's not going to affect my fucking income. $4,000 is like, you know,
Pay
it's
the
like a-
bills
not even
kind of
a
money.
car, it's like a motorcycle. That's like telling somebody you can't own a motorcycle. That's too much value of property to own.
You can't buy that 20-year-old car. No.
And I've got 25 22s that cost altogether like $1,200. So fuck them if they think that some quantity is any way to validate or condemn.
Well, that's because the government is trying to quantify intent, and that's impossible.
And G-Webs, your auction starts tomorrow, correct? For them?
Well, 3 of them are already up there. Let's see. Let me find my page right.
You know, Foos is going to want the direct links now.
Here, I got this.
No, he already has them. They're already up there.
Wants them right
They're all
now.
up there. I probably spent all day doing it. So 3 of them are up there today. 3 of them go up tomorrow. 3 of them go up on Sunday, and then 3 of them go up on Monday. So I did 3 on 4 days, and then so today the AMD, the the 2 SKSs and the AMD are up there now. Saturday I'll start the Romanian and the 2, I guess the AR-180 and the PAR, and then Sunday will be the Vepers, and then Monday will be the Segas, and then they'll all end 1 week after that, like 7 days after. So then they'll end like on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Is there any reason you staggered the ending dates? Or the starting and ending dates?
They're
Everybody
all.
said to stagger them. I was going to do them all at once, but everybody said to stagger them, or I got more input to stagger them than do them all at once. I only got like 2 people that said do them all at once, so I just figured 3 a day for 4
I was
days.
just wondering if there's some sort of advantage to
days.
doing it that way.
I don't know. I've never sold more than 1 gun at a time before, so I don't know if there's a strategy. Maybe I'm hurting myself. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But
I don't know.
like an experiment, right? So,
Yeah, I think it'll be fine either way.
I know I'm going after that par 3 just because I think it's freaking cool. Pump action AK.
it is. I definitely would hate to see it go. Well, I don't say I'd hate. I mean, it's not my property anymore, but it would suck to see it go to like a builder who's just going to turn it into an AK. That's what people do to them, and that just means that one piece of thing won't be there anymore.
Oh, hey, G, are you going to send like a gun channels patch with each one you sell?
Am I going to do what?
Are you going to send a patch with each one you sell to kind of promote the channel and the page?
I guess I
Yo,
could.
you should.
Yeah, you ought to. Free advertising.
I mean, I haven't just because I just sold them as myself, but I could.
Go for it.
It doesn't cost nothing. Well, it costs like $4 or $5.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go after that par 3, and I'd love that AR-180, but
That AR-180. I can't believe.
Wait, you put the 180 up?
yes.
Oh my gosh.
Goes up tomorrow. I started at 7.
You would do that the day I'm going to a gun show. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
if I wanted to make money on them, I'd wait till Hillary fucking starts a panic buy. But besides doing them for the most money I can, I couldn't see any reason to wait or not. This way, if I sell them and they're all sold by Christmas time, I'll know how much money actually came in, like how many of them successfully got shipped and all that kind of shit, and then I can start planning like how much I can spend on traveling.
That last link I put internal is the 180, and I put on the external as well. I mean, I think it'd be cool just to grab it and modify some AR mags, and sit there and have those two different guns fire from the same mags.
I've always liked it because of that, because all you need to do is take a Dremel and notch like that little notch on the side.
Mm-hmm. Have a P mag that way.
No, I've just never done it. I was gonna. I just never shoot the AR-180.
Notch a beta. Not serious.
I mean,
one of those X products mags might be cool though.
I think I crammed a beta mag in it one time. I got one. I could cram it in there. It would just require making a notch on it. It's not going to hurt the mag or anything, and it doesn't stop them from putting in an AR.
Yep.
They're smarter than an AR too. The AR's got that stupid thing that goes through your gun, so that you've got to as soon as you start pushing the button, you're applying all kinds of extra stress on your finger. Where this one is just a simple seesaw. You push on one side, it lifts it out of the other side. One little spring, done. I don't know how they went with the stupid all the way through the gun thing that has 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces, and then one piece that takes 2 pieces to make.
That wasn't some sort of nanny state safety thing getting in the way to make that, was it?
No, on the Arrow 15, I'm saying. It's stupid mag release being where it is, and then going across to the other side of the gun requires you have your button, your screw, your little piece that goes through, and then...
Well, the screw's usually on the piece that goes through and the mag. So it's usually 3 pieces. Spring,
and then
screw, and then the button.
But still, this is the one piece and then a spring, so 2 out spring. Anyway, it's just such a neat gun to be, and it's the best part I like about it always is that it's the same guys, the same people, pretty much put it together for the same company, for the same contracts, for the same concept. It's just that we decided to make it all stupid aluminum, bunch of machining, and all the rest.
Yeah. Instead of existing practices that have been tried and true for 20, 30 years.
Well, but I'm guessing back then it was still kind of new for guns to be, at least for us, for guns to be made out of sheet metal, melded together.
Well, I mean, we had the grease gun.
That's true. What am I saying? Wow.
What about them Mac 11s?
We also had the Mac 11s was later and almost simultaneous, really. And then the Liberator was kind of a stamped gun. It didn't have a lot of use, but at least they knew that they could do it.
About 50
I want to
shots.
get a Mac 11
All
later
the
in
farm
life.
tools and stuff. I mean, real tools get made that way. So yeah, I don't know. We're probably just that was the military-industrial complex time, Cold War and shit. They were like, no, we got to make ours, with more labor or something, or harder.
Or it's harder to reproduce. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have that 180, but I mean the SAR. I'm gonna try to go after that SAR just because.
It probably won't go much, I don't think.
Yeah.
There's one sitting there that no one's buying.
Oh, is there another one out there?
Yeah. So if you don't buy mine, if mine goes high, there's one up there for like 350, 370.
Yeah, but
I'll bid you up, Foos. Don't worry.
You outbid me.
I'll bid on everything you bid just to make you pay more.
Yeah, there is one for 370. But I'd rather have.
Is the one for 370 762 or 556?
I'm looking 556.
Oh, okay, then they're exactly the same. I was gonna say if the other one's 760, I wouldn't be selling it if it was 762. But not 762.
Yeah, but the mags, I'd have to get some.
I'm only selling it with one mag, but if somebody I know gets it, I'll send you both mags. I have 2 mags for it.
Oh.
And they're just German. I'm pretty sure they're. I'm not a mag guy, but I'm pretty sure they're just German 74 mags with different followers. But I'm not 100% certain. I'd have to take pictures and show somebody who knows about magazine.
And this one, it has a crack in the stock on the fore end.
Yeah, mine does not. So I figured 300 was fair. It's more than I paid for it.
Yeah, I'll definitely be bidding on that one, guaranteed. I think it'd be awesome if all 12 of these stay within the Gun Channels family.
That'd be interesting. I never even thought about that. It's just been a challenge to do. I mean, doing one auction, I don't know if you ever put anything on GunBroker, it's sort of a pain in the butt, but doing 12 of them is like 12 times more of a pain in the butt. But now I'm thinking, I don't know what I got myself into, so I got to do 12. I got to put 12 fucking guns in boxes and then take them to the gun shop.
Yeah.
And then normally they don't care. Usually I do this. I get the gun all ready to go and I bring it over there. And then it's just there until it sells kind of thing. But, you know, it's going to be tougher when I'm like, here's 12 rifles that you're going to hold on to for me.
Right.
But it'll be worth it.
And that Russian SKS, that's way low.
Low priced, you mean?
Oh, it doesn't have the original stock. Okay, never mind.
I don't know if I have the original stock anymore. I could probably get one. So I have a bunch of them laying around. I just don't know which one was it. And then I don't know where the fuck the mags are. So I just leave it without the mags. So I figured without the stock, that Monte Carlo stock is probably worth more than a regular stock, but not if you want it to look like an SKS.
Right.
So I figured, I don't know what to price that one. But I don't even know. I literally don't remember buying that one. I don't remember where I got that one.
But the thing is at $250 you'll see what the market brings. So
I'm sure I didn't pay $250 for it. I bought it back in the day, so I definitely didn't pay $250 for it.
And same with that AMD, it's gonna go up there. I bet you that AMD will go for right around $6.
I hope not. I don't think so. It's not an AMD. It's my build, so.
Oh.
I priced it as a parts kit, and if somebody wants it, then they can have it. But I tried to make it as clear as possible that these aren't like I went to Hungary and got this off the factory and it's like a perfect one. This is one I took a parts kit and built it, and that is it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think you were very fair in your videos. So if the people look at the auction, then they go to the link on the video. I mean, 'cause you just said that, like, you know, the one, I forget which one, but it, like, yeah, I kind of smashed up the bottom here. It's all dented and shit. Like, oops.
Yeah, that's AMD.
It's an AK. I mean, come on now.
Oh no, it doesn't do anything to the gun at all, but it has a big dent in it. That's why I made it out of that receiver, because I probably got it for cheap or nothing.
Oh yeah, true.
There's a big dent in it.
Right. I'm just saying that you were fair in your assessment when you're like, well, it's a parts kit, but this isn't quite, you know, this is just whatever I had laying around. And
well, an AMD parts kit's worth more than $350. That's the way I looked at it. An AMD parts kit with an original barrel is worth more than $350 right now. So the whole gun is, I mean, I've kind of made it more work for somebody who just wants the parts kit, but if they just want a gun, it's a working gun. I mean, I use it all the time. It's a good gun. And it looks weird because I put the weird stocks and shit on it, so it's not. And I'm selling my pistol grips for it because I'm keeping those for my pistol grip collection. So
I kind of like your little bump stop in the front for your hand.
Oh yeah, that's way better than that stupid thing. If you put the stupid thing on there, then you can't put in mags. You have to put in 20-round mags because the thing's in the way.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if somebody on Gun Channels get it, I'd probably give them the regular pistol grips for it if they want to make it look like an AMD.
Thus, another benefit of being a Gun Channels member. You get secret off-menu prices.
Yep.
And that's...
And I will remove the gluten from any of these if you're on a gluten-free diet.
That's segment 545.
Now it's too late to do it, but I should have put that in all the auctions, like gluten-free, non-GMO. Fucking, I'm gonna go do it right now.
Do it.
That's Saega. Is it a? Is there? Do you know if there's threads underneath that end cap?
Which one?
The Sega 545.
Definitely. It's ready to be an AK-74. I don't even want to sell that one because I really want to make it an AK-74, but I also built a Bulgarian 74, so I don't really need it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely waiting to be in a 74. A Russian 74. Shit, it'll be like a, what, 104?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. I need some playing cards to be able to identify what I'm really looking forward to that. I just listened to your Q&A from the other night.
Dude, if I would have got the patches like 3 days earlier, I could have sent them out to people with the gun channels things, or with the Glocktober things, but they came a couple days later.
Anybody have a link other than fucking Bloomberg for this French thing?
Fox News had stuff out there.
I had
All my
one, but it's
are
just
links to Hillary.
snippets. None of them are actual live feed except for this stupid Bloomberg link. There was one on CBS, but they started talking about fucking sports.
The only links I keep on my computer are to Hillary's website.
Well, it's probably good. She's got the inside track. It was probably her fault that they used firearms in the first place to promote her agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, on something like this, like I kind of want to get the Cliff Note version real quick, and then I'll look it up later after all the dust settles, because these numbers are flying around. Oh, it's 100 people. No, it's only 70. Oh, it's 140. Oh, plus another 4. No, it's 80. No, it's.
Does it fucking matter? It's more than 2, man. Does it really matter how many it is right now?
Well, I'm
Does it
just.
make that big a difference? Is it just shitty all around?
I agree, it's shitty all around, but I like having accurate information. That's why I'm saying I'll wait a few days and then
Well,
look
I
up
hear you.
what actually happened. Because right now,
Anybody else on this panel have people that they know in Paris right now?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I do. I got 2.
Oh, dang.
Can't get a hold of anybody right now. Not surprised, but I ain't freaking out yet.
Well, that sucks. People you know,
Yeah.
or casual acquaintances, or what?
One's like my fucking auntie, dude, and then the other one is like my coworker's boyfriend.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, he's French. He lives there. My auntie, she's kind of there on vacation. I just don't remember if she had left for Israel yet. So I got a couple of texts out there. Just trying to get some live feed so I can just fucking see, and I'm a little frustrated.
well, I'll wish her, all the, I don't always say good luck or whatever. I hope everything's okay.
Me too, brother. Me too.
And hers.
Oh, man. Makes me want to throttle a terrorist with my bare hands, though. I ain't gonna lie.
We're assuming a lot here. Is your auntie the type that will kick a terrorist's ass?
Man, she is just one of the sweetest ladies in general. She would probably try and talk to him, which is not good, because apparently they weren't listening to a whole lot of shit.
I just picture her as being.
Now, granted, I do know that she wasn't at the death metal concert. That's why I'm worried about my coworker's boyfriend, because he may have been at that.
I didn't think about what the event was. It was a death metal concert?
One of them was a death metal concert, and the other one was across town, and it was coordinated at some type of restaurant bar area. Now that, I could almost see my auntie being in that area. So, I'm just trying to be cool. And Duke says, check out RT on YouTube live feed. Okay, thank you, Duke.
Yeah, RT actually is one of a pretty damn good news source. They're pretty unbiased, is what I've found.
Other than they're Russian,
Yeah,
100% propaganda.
right? Other than that,
well, that's what I'm saying.
I hear you.
I think that they are super propaganda. I mean, they might. I don't know.
All right, we got something live now. Let's see what the
They seem to give you a less bullshit ass filter on the news like you get from every European outlet.
Right. It's definitely like, here's what happened.
Yeah.
They don't say this is good, this is bad. They're just like, here's what happened. These are the facts. Figure it out. I wish our news was a little more like that.
You think though that it's because they assume that their viewers or whatever are going to be able to understand, dig into what they don't know, or is it just because the Russians, they don't give a fuck? They're just like, this is what you get, period.
Est-ce qu'ils ont été neutralisés, monsieur le procureur de la République? Est-ce que vous avez des informations à nous donner sur les...
Oh, that was very helpful.
Do you think that everybody in France talks like a speed reader, or is it just their language?
No, they don't talk that fast.
It sounds like they're talking this fast all the time, but every time I hear French, it sounds like they're talking this fast.
Hey, now check it out, man. You guys all know that if you've ever been to a foreign country that how we sound when we start talking fast, it's the same thing. It's just they happen to not be speaking English.
I mean, just...
Well, that's the problem. They need to be speaking fucking English.
I mean, look at Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
Boomhauer?
Daggone thing, man, know what I'm saying? Daggone thing, I don't know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what, though, I do understand Boomhauer, and it's hilarious because he's funny. Any comments on closing the border or anything like that, or have you guys already dissected all this stuff? I came late to the potty.
Well, technically, we solved the terrorists in France situation a little earlier, but we could go over it again.
Mostly kill the terrorists, I hope, was the solution.
We had two main solutions. One, we were going to take Trump's wall and put it around either one of the two solutions, which are turn it into a glass wasteland memorial to douchebags, or turn it into a craterous ocean created by the crater.
I don't think we need to turn it to glass. You know, the Louvre's over there, Eiffel Tower. I hate to tell you.
No, we're talking about Middle East. We're talking about Middle East.
Oh, no, not France.
We're talking about Middle East,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were saying France. I'm like, hold on, man. French food's pretty good. French
No, we would remove all the French fries and what else? What else does French have? Like the Hamas,
and
French toast.
French toast.
French dressing. And as douchey as our commander-in-chief may be, he did make a valid point in that France has actually been there since the beginning of this very country. And we've pretty much stood relatively, side by side for them since...
We saved them twice.
They saved us during the Revolutionary War, didn't they?
Yeah, man, they helped get us going. So that's one of the few non-fuckery things I've heard him say in a while. But just hearing thoughts and prayers, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear we got fucking guys on the way, or we got guys helping them out. I want to fucking hear about some dead motherfucking terrorists. That's what I want to fucking hear.
Well,
yeah.
We can make a glass statue of Allah in the Middle East.
Well, now nobody knows what he looks like, so come on now.
Well, no, we just make entire Middle East glass.
Now, it's going to be too hard to get the oil out if you do that, man.
Dude, we can drill through glass. We're good.
You can't drill through.
Yeah, man, I got my drill bit.
Drill through irradiated glass, homeboy.
If you have radiation suits, you can.
Now, you know what? You're funny, but if you think gas is expensive now, wait till you gotta have the cost increase for all that is required to do that kind of work.
Dude, U.S. is almost oil independent.
That is.
We've got 2 more months of. We've got another a year and 2 months of Obama. We're going to be completely off the grid by then.
I'm not.
In waves.
We are going to be off the grid because we're going to be a third world country.
Do you think the radiation will boost the octane of the oil?
Well,
lead, you know what? We already had a shortage of lead, though, right? We already had a shortage of lead, man. That's going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
Well, yeah, all that lead in the gasoline will protect it from the radiation.
Well, we'll have to add more than likely.
Pink solved it. Just drill sideways.
Yes.
That's a pretty long straw, my friend. Yes, hey, Duke had another comment. Did anybody see those, whether it's true or not, the nuclear torpedoes that got leaked today?
What?
From Russia? Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find a link.
Our Navy will take care of
I'm
it.
on my phone right now, so...
Let me see. I'm sure when I Google this shit, it ain't gonna come up, but we'll see. Now I don't know whether you know what. I probably shared that shit. Let me check the Facebook.
Check that Facebook.
And just for the record, there you said you're on your phone. That's all I'm ever on. You can like minimize the Hangout, and you'll stay connected to it, and then you can still surf the web and shit.
Yeah.
Just make sure you mute for. Sometimes I forget, and then I'm typing, everyone yells at me. It makes a little bloop bloop sound.
Right.
But I didn't know if you knew that, because for a long time I didn't. I was scared to like hit the back button because I thought it would exit out. But you stay connected, so.
What is this NPR?
I think there really needs to be a
Is this our
app
oil?
for gun channels.
That's awesome. It's $500 for Android and $500 for iOS. So, if somebody wants to buy them, I'll put them. I'll get them. But it's more if we want somebody like Daniel to create an actual app. So I can upgrade the software to be more mobile friendly with quotes, because I don't even know what that means, because it's fairly mobile friendly. For me, I go on with a phone, I scroll all the way to the bottom, and I click full site, and it's the same on a tablet. I just scroll to the bottom and click full site, and then it's the same web page. And pretty much everything works. I've had a couple of issues with like uploading pictures on certain browsers and stuff, but it works pretty darn good. And I know a lot of people come in with phones, so I'm not adverse to doing it. I just can't afford to do it.
Yeah.
I throw in my 2 cents. I don't think truly you need it.
Got more AKs.
Because I'm not sure what you would trim down to make the app that, like you said, you can't just do on your phone already.
Right.
Well, apps
I
are
agree.
like programs that streamline and just make things happen faster, I imagine. I mean, they're really just web pages, right? Or a lot of them are. So I don't think they would build an app completely. But anyway, I should say I can afford it, I guess. It's the Gun Channels is a project, and I don't just have nothing else to do with my money, and I throw all my money into Gun Channels. So Gun Channels pays for itself, and when it can pay for itself, it will pay for those are like the next big mod. But
I just personally do.
but I'm also
Use it. I'm throwing in my 2 cents. So take that for what it's worth. I just use the browser on my phone.
Hey, G,
The chat room's better.
there's
Right.
that link I was talking about.
Yeah, I can't access the chat rooms on there, so that's why.
what's this NPR graph? Is this the sources of U.S. oil or just in the world? Because if it's in the world, we have all the oil.
Huh?
Somebody, let me go look back. They posted this one from NPR. That Polecat posted one from NPR. I just linked it in here. But I'm saying that can't be all world. That can't be world oil production. That's got to be like where we get our oil, maybe. Do we get most of our oil from ourselves?
We have a lot, but we usually don't touch it. That's the thing.
Right. But I think we're pumping more out, and I think we're pretty much energy independent. Well, because they take in natural gas and everything else into that as well.
Gee, that's where we get ours from.
Yes.
Or that's ours. That's not the whole world.
Okay. So it's
Because Iran and all of that has way more oil than we do. Way more.
I don't know about that. Do we count Alaska when you count all that?
I do.
Okay.
Then again,
We get 35% from OPEC. We get 20% from Persian Gulf countries. We get 37% from Canada, which is really the biggest single source. Oh no, sorry, that's not right. It's 35% from OPEC and then 20% from Persian Gulf. But then when you get into individual countries, we get 37% from Canada. So we get more overall from overseas, but we get a lot from Canada. I say we just take Canada. Why do we keep letting them just sit there acting like they're their own selves? They're always loyal to England all the time.
Yeah.
we should just introduce freedom to them then, right?
Well, why go south when we could go north? And if you think about it, we only have to go about 90 miles north, and we have, 9/10 of the population.
And what are they really going to do about it? All they're really going to do is apologize.
Sorry, eh?
Oh, sorry.
You can have us. Thanks. Uh-oh. But you know what happened? People like Bob would just be able to roll around in here anytime they wanted.
Ooh, that's bad.
Well, isn't he about to come invade us anyways?
He keeps threatening to. But...
He keeps threatening. I want to figure out what border crossing he's going at. I'm going to call ahead.
Hey, G-Webs, I know I'd mentioned before, I don't know if you'd ended up watching this. It's the Confederate States of America. That's a YouTube post right there where it's free. It's basic. It's kind of tough. It's not. It has a little tongue-in-cheek, but it's basically what if the South maybe would have won the war, and how they basically would have ended up going all the way to the southern tip, pretty much, of South America. It's pretty heavy duty. It's definitely not. It's definitely that's towards the end. Some of it is definitely not PC. Some of it is mildly entertaining, but I don't know.
It was interesting, and if anything, it just shows like how ridiculous it is, and that it shows. I thought the main thing that it illustrated was how fucking backwards it seems to watch a modern day equivalent of what it used to be like, and I think that shows the strides, the massive strides that we've taken as a country. I'm sure that most people, or some people, will see this and not think that. They'll just think it's some sort of veiled racism or something. But it's basically, like I say, it's like if the country was whatever, we kept slavery around and now we're modern or whatever, and it's ridiculous. Like it seems like a round peg in a square hole. It just doesn't seem like it fits. And like I say, I think that super illustrates that it really couldn't happen. It could the way our mindset is now, the way that we're free, it could not happen. Like there's no fucking way it could happen anymore. Right. And I think that's good because it contrasts how fucking fucked up the world used to be, and then the United States came along and changed the fucking dynamic of the world, and people don't fucking realize it because now they've sat in this warm-ass fucking bath for so long they think it's cold water. But I couldn't watch the whole thing. It's an hour and a half. If it would have been about 30 minutes, it probably would have kept my interest and been just as effective. Yep. And then if you would have done it as like 3 pieces for people that really got into it, they could delve into more and more. But because it was so long, I just couldn't. I don't give that much of a shit about racism or whatever, so I just couldn't. Right. It couldn't hold my attention. The part about South America, though, I've always found that interesting. I didn't see that part of it. I'll have to look for that. I'm looking for it right now, actually. It's sort of like the Kentucky Fried Movie, where like every piece is just like a little fake news story or like a little fake thing on 60 Minutes or something, and then all together it's like an hour and a half long. Do you think, though, that it's effective in its parody? If it wasn't so long, do you think that little chunks of this could be effective to illustrate how we are not fucking racist?
I don't know that everybody would see it as parody, where some would take it way too serious.
Yeah.
Somebody's
like the numbers of offended would be pretty huge.
Yeah, because I was thinking there's a piece in there where it's like, be a good wife, and it, there's like those jokes where like, good wife kid or whatever or not. If they did something similar with different campaigns that we've had, that people will consider themselves like downtrodden at this point. And if you illustrate like the women's rights, if we wouldn't have had women's rights, and it was, if you put modern, or I guess even 50s women, right? Shit. 40s women, 30s women up against women today? It's ridiculous to suggest that we're
if you put 30s and 40s women up against the women we have today, the 30s and 40s women would whoop the shit out of them.
I would say they might whoop that ass.
Yeah, they'd probably smack them with a freaking brush or a spoon or something and tell them they're kids and get to learning or get their act right.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm thinking is like the stuff that I'm sure some people would look at it in perspective is like the stuff that women were limited to back then. But then, I guess the other way of saying it is the stuff that they don't realize the barriers that are no longer in existence. When there's no barriers, you don't realize what a barrier is, and now you start looking at a fence way on the horizon and going, "That's a bullshit fence over there." They don't know what it's like to live smashed up against a wall.
Yeah. Society itself is pretty much spoiled compared to then and now.
Well, they weren't the ones that had to do all the work to break down the wall either. They just get to reap the benefits of all the hard work of the previous people.
Of the people in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Well, if my grandma was born in 29, and if she was like the same age as whoever the modern equivalent woman would be, better just look the fuck out. I mean, I know how she is now. I can only imagine how she was then. She would whoop that ass.
Yeah, people get don't
She
give a
still might whoop that ass, actually. I mean, it's a kinder, gentler Nana right now.
It is.
But I wouldn't get her mad. Let's just put it like that.
Well, that's like my grandma. She recently passed away a couple months ago, but she was the nicest, sweetest little old lady, you know. But she was a farm girl. She grew up on the farm throwing hail bays around and shit, and she loved the Detroit Pistons. And if you said something bad about the Detroit Pistons,
oh, it's going down.
It's going down. Now, she never said a swear word. I never once in my life heard her say a swear word. And that she actually lived with me and my parents for, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years, something like that. But I'd hear her yell at the TV at the ref or something, be like, "You jerk!" But she'd knock him out. She wouldn't swear, but she'd knock him out.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely, I want to say it's funny, but it's not funny to see how people forget the struggles of the people in the past and what they've had to either do or go through or accomplish. You know, whether we're talking space program, right to vote, electricity, for fuck's sakes. I mean, people think we got it so bad right now, and in some ways, maybe we do, but when's the last time any one of us had to walk 10 miles to school uphill? You know what I mean? Kind of as the stories used to go. You know, when you hear that. When I was a kid,
uphill both ways and 8 feet of snow.
Yep.
Well, that's how you get the uphill both ways, because you go to school uphill, and then it snows so much that you got to walk up a big snow hill to your house, and then you got to shovel the snow to get into your house.
I was gonna say you just live on the side of a cliff. Take one route.
Has anybody else here had to shovel snow to get home before? Into the house? Yeah, I know I have. Oh, yeah.
Walk home from school having to shovel the whole way? Fuck that.
Nope, never had to do that.
Not shovel the whole way, but I've had to shovel a shit ton of snow.
See, what they need is flamethrowers. I don't know why you people up north don't have a lot more flamethrower technology going on. It seems like nothing can burn in the winter, and it's like free pass to like take out a flamethrower and go nuts for it, and it would be faster than snowblowing.
Because then all the water would refreeze. The ice.
Yeah, true. It would refreeze.
You'd have to flamethrower your ice. That's not a problem.
I saw in the documentary The Thing. It's relatively effective in the cold, but he never had it outside. He only ever used it inside. Anybody else notice that? Kurt Russell? Nobody? Anybody?
I'm out.
Man.
But there's actually
the movie was awesome.
There's a city around here that this is maybe a couple months ago or something. But the council people decided a proposal or what, I don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know if they passed it. I gotta go look it up now. But they wanted to ban.
Man, you just broke up something terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
your
did.
bad.
Anyways.
Stop moving.
Oh, I'm not making that correctly. Anyways, there's a city that tried to ban flamethrowers near me.
Did it pass?
I don't know. I have to go look it up. I forgot about it. It came out
Why did
first.
the DB though in the chat?
Seems pretty anti-freedom to me. I mean, he has a valid point. They probably would. There would be new legislation proposed over the weekend. Actually, you know what? We laugh, but they might try and equate it to some new legislation anyway. They're like that bag of dicks in Washington, D.C.
Oh yeah, and fuck you, Pink.
Oh, you finally saw that?
You know, we can't help it that they suck.
What'd he say?
It was about Nana and the Pistons, but it wasn't anything too bad.
What, her being in the locker room after a big win?
No, that she liked her Pistons.
Because sometimes you just can't help who you like. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it is. So it did something to you at some point in your life where you're going to root for them no matter how shitty they get.
Yeah, I was watching a couple of those feeds, and man, they've got some inflated numbers. The one was saying, I think 1,158 people, and
1,500 soldiers got called into Paris.
Yeah, I did see that.
But I've only seen the highest number I've seen so far is 160, and I don't know if that is accurate.
I saw 170 on the other one.
I was going to say, here's the deal. The more
lag
the
is
people
real.
that submit to their wounds, their death toll's going to go up. And there were supposed to be almost upwards of 1,000 hostages between the two places, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
Well, I don't have anybody in France, so I'm just going to relate this one on Facebook as a devil's advocate, but also because I don't really care about defending France so much, I guess. So fuck France. This is somebody else's thing. Fuck France. They look down on us and think we're uncivilized. Plus, they are taught in schools not to appreciate us for bailing them out of multiple wars. So is there anything to that? Or is that just ruthless?
Well, that's not very compassionate, that's for sure. But
I think I'm going to stick with that opinion, but not immediately. Like, obviously, you want to have compassion for the people that are suffering and for the innocent that are, have the violence pushed on them. But in general, as far as like bird's eye view of the whole country, they don't get to stand there and tell us we're bad because we have firearms, and then also, expect us to bend over backwards when they leave
Help
their
them out
door
again?
and get robbed.
It's kind of like they made their bed, now they have to sleep in it.
At least they should have to be responsible for their.
Well, I noticed either last week or the week before I had mentioned it in that gun stores were running out of guns to sell because so many refugees had been coming into France and Germany and everything like that. That they're, the tagline joke was, like literally, Europe runs out of guns basically to sell. And so you kind of got to wonder, is it too little too late for the populace, especially at this stage with this crazy shit going on? Do you think that they'll just further turn even deeper into the anti-side, or will this wake a motherfucker up, so to speak? And, some people have said that refugees might need to fight for their homeland as opposed to just go somewhere else and stir up a shit.
Like, is this gonna break them, or is this gonna give them the resolve to prevent this shit from next time?
And that's really going to be the question, man. Or in my opinion, anyway, it's going to see what comes out in the wash, so to speak.
I really hope that the French people in all of Europe wake up and realize that they need to take their own security into their own hands. That police can't be there everywhere. Because I mean, there's in this stadium there was 1,000 people in there.
It wasn't like even like a stadium, but think of like a concert hall type of thing.
I mean, come on. Gotta take care of your own well-being.
Well, when you live under the socialized yoke of politicians or whatever, they've been feeding you for however long. That it is the government's job to secure your safety, to secure your food, to secure your education, to secure power or energy, I guess, not power. You know what I'm saying? So if you've been taught that from the day you were born, and we're talking, this goes, this goes back how many generations have been kind of taught this from birth. You know, this isn't something like it's just 2 generations old or whatever.
Well, I mean, but before World War II, didn't most of Europe have the ability for firearms and shit like that? So, I mean, that's 2 generations.
Well, I know during the French Revolution that the aristocracy didn't like the fact that the populace had guns, firearms.
No, but they did have them at that time.
Yes, and that's how the French Revolution ended up going as far as it did, with a bunch of dead aristocrats.
What's your act called? The Aristocrats.
That's a great band name.
That was a Disney cartoon. Oh, no, excuse me. That was Aristocats.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think The Aristocrats would be a Disney movie.
And actually, The Aristocrats is a movie. I just don't remember who was in it. Kind of like the directors or whatever, you know. It was already a movie.
Hey,
yes, DB. Swords were used a lot, and so were pitchforks and everything else like that. Cleavers were used. But the fact that they actually had firearms and stole cannonades, and when they ran the when they broke into the Bastille, that's when they liberated those firearms. Oh, Duke, I know that would probably not go over these days, but guillotining some terrorists on national TV. Woo! I don't know. That would be something.
That'd be awesome as long as they don't cut away.
I was going to say, that put us in the same class as them.
That would be some pretty brutal shit, man.
Well, you know, sometimes taking the high road is not the road to take.
I know me personally, I wouldn't watch that.
I wouldn't either, but they probably would.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it doesn't need to be televised. DB, if you're going to talk that much shit, you need to at least come in here and do it live. Troller.
French apologist.
I didn't know Hillary was French.
Whore. There's 10 of us in there. Because we have a double foos.
Foos, drop yourself.
Well,
Are you
I'm out in
hosting?
the garage. Yeah, I'm hosting. I'm out in the garage.
Oh, never
So-
mind then. It's all good.
Yeah, I decided to not be lazy and just sit on the couch and actually come out here and size brass while we're talking.
Nice.
Yeah, I got. Hold on. Let's see if I could. Can you guys see me?
Only if I look, and I'm scared.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Shit,
that's 223. That's 9mm that I need to size. That's 40. I'm sorry, that's 45. That's 40. The top one's 223. The bottom one's 308. Top one's 38. The bottom one is full of 9, and that's full of 9. So
That's a little bit of work, dude.
well, no, all that except for the 308 is ready to load.
Oh, right on.
And then
No,
over
this
here,
loose off a lot. If a monkey got loose in there and knocked all the lids off those things and spilled them all.
And started just throwing them around the room like he does crap.
damn you.
Spilled them all out. Spent like the next 4 years trying to sort them all back out.
Yeah, pretty much. So. I
Or
got
you
a
could
little bit
spend
of
1 year teaching a monkey to sort it and then let the same monkey sort all your shit back out. That would punish them.
Does DB have a
Damn
point
straight.
that it shouldn't be so easy for ISIS to have AKs? But I think Polecat smacks it down right away. He goes, when AKs are banned, only ISIS will have AKs.
And now, do you think that those were full auto? So they were probably illegal.
I'm imagining
some said they
real.
were full auto, yeah.
I would imagine
some
they were the
reports
real
said
deal Holyfield.
Yeah.
Oh, and then in Calais, down the road, there's a huge fire in the refugee camp. Wow. Shit is just going
I heard that,
off.
excuse me, I heard that LA got their first shipment of refugees in today or yesterday or something.
Yeah, I thought I saw that somewhere on Facebook or something like that. It was a very unflattering picture of the refugees, so I don't know that it was actual refugees or they had taken ISIS pictures and put it on top.
Isn't that almost one and the same?
I don't know about that.
That's why I said almost.
Yeah, no, it's not one and the same at all.
Fuck, Z. What the fuck is this cartoon on Facebook?
Which one? Oh, that one.
Holy
Yeah,
crap.
that's a fucking heavy duty one, dude.
Dude gets told get out of his armored vehicle, go to the other one, so his whole squad's in an armored vehicle and they'll die, and then it's like a cartoon about how he had to live with that afterwards. Fucked up.
Yeah, that was definitely a heartstringer for sure. I had to share it though, man. It was one of those ones that sounds stupid. But people fucking need to know.
So there was also a ISIS attack in Lebanon today.
Really? Is today something? Like, is it
Well, it's Friday the 13th.
13th?
I don't know that means it's anything other than the day that they killed all the Knights Templar so they could renege on their gold debt to him. I think that was the King of France at that. Oh shit! What? Did I just say that out loud? The King of France reneged on his debt to the Knights Templar on this day in whatever year it was, because they were like the portable bankers kind of back in the day during like the Crusades time. And basically, this was the day that like was the ambush of the majority of the Knights Templar, and they killed them. So I'm not saying that I have my tinfoil hat on or anything like that. I just wonder if they chose this date for a reason or anything like that, or they chose Paris or any of that shit. It just could be all one big fucked up coincidence.
And I'm reading ISIS threatens Russia terror attack very soon, vowing blood will spill like an ocean.
Oh man, he already said. I think I shared that one yesterday, where Putin was talking about what he's got to say about.
Dude,
It's like, whoa, what the?
Russia is going to be like, well, you already saw the pictures of this nuclear torpedo. We're going to show you the business end.
No, it was. If you come to Russia, you need to speak Russian. You're not coming to Russia to change anything. Let me see if I can find it. It was. I mean, Putin's crazy. I'm not trying to say anything other than he's totally a nut. But he had some.
He don't give a shit. He'll nuke.
Hell, here it is, dude.
You know, Putin is nuts and crazy, but one thing he has squared away is his love and his patriotism for his damn country.
Well, he's a mad dog or whatever, but yeah, here's another. Here's and now again, this is off the internet, so your mileage may vary. He might have said that. He might have not said that. In Russia lives Russians. Any minority from anywhere, if it wants to live in Russia, to work and eat in Russia, should speak Russian and should respect the Russian law. If they want Sharia law, then we advise them to go to those places where that's the state law. Russia does not need minorities. Minorities need Russia. And we will not grant them special privilege or try to change our laws to fit their desires, no matter how loud they yell discrimination. That's crushing.
That's patriotism.
No, that's Russian.
That's Russian. And I'm with you on that.
Russian,
I don't think.
Yeah. If
Russian, he makes a certain point there, but at the same time, yeah, it's supremely Russian for sure.
Yes, I mean,
and he is definitely a little bit of the. He is a little bit of the honey
badger. That's what
badger.
I'm trying to say. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, yes, it's Russian, but he's Russian. He's being Russian. We should be Americans and support our own culture, not try to change for all these immigrants coming in.
Well, we ain't though. We ain't no.
Yeah, that's what we are.
They sure as hell in 1776 didn't write down what we got today, and then we finally achieved it. You know what I'm saying? We are the melting pot. We're the social experiment where we take all the fucked up shit like he just said, and we fucking tell them, fuck you. We're gonna be over here doing our thing where everybody's cool. And yeah, we got to deal with assholes, but we have a better system, I think. And the melting pot is our culture, and that incorporates these things.
Yep.
I think that's how we've succeeded, and there's definitely people out there that don't like that they don't want to be part of that, maybe, or whatever their reason. And I think those are the people that are super racist. They don't want to mix. They don't want to be cool with everybody. They don't want to have a country that's chill. They want their fucking shit where they think they're the best. They think that at least they don't need to interfere, like some of those countries where they don't do anything ever, and they're being racially pure and not doing anything. They're not.
I have a question. Isn't basically, if you take a dog and it's a purebred dog, it's not going to have the same immunities and strengths that a mutt does, correct? Isn't that what they always say?
Right.
Yeah.
So we got a wet nose.
I would normally agree with that, but just my own personal observation is this Doberman here is the smartest thing. It's closer to a human than it's been to any dog I've ever had. So, I mean, you might be able to say that there's benefits of a mutt, but I'm not going to suggest there's disadvantages to some of these breeds. I mean,
some breeds do have specific health issues or things like that.
Right. They've been interbred so much.
And I'm not saying yours, G, but here's the other thing. It's also as much genetics as it is environment that you raised that pup in. You know what I'm saying? He's smart, sure, on a certain base level, but the way you raised him is what also allowed him to be even much smarter.
No. I hear you what you're trying to say, but I don't think so. I think that this dog I hurt this dog. He can do way more than I had the ability to let him learn. So, I mean, this dog learns stuff in spite of my lack of ability. That's why I'm saying that, because I've always had dogs, and I've lived my entire life with multiple dogs. So I've been around plenty of dogs. I like dogs. I'm always pet every dog I see. But I never really paid attention to pure breeds. I just don't know that many. And anyway, I'm just throwing a thing out there. I don't want to see the end of dog breeding just because mutts are better. I don't want to see the end of
I really think that's the Doberman because a friend of mine has a Doberman that comes from Russian, that are the Russian breed line, and that dog's so damn smart. I think it's I mean it's purebred is where it's at whenever it comes to stuff like that.
I mean, they bred them to do something, so they spend a lot of time to get that out of them. And then like pit bulls, they bite really good or whatever. They have strong jaws, or other dogs can smell, or some dogs can run or whatever. Those parts they do good. But yeah, that doesn't make them a good, well-rounded dog. I guess I'm just devil's advocate. I don't want to see us turn into a big bunch of beige blob of nothing either. I like us to have something. But I kind of think what I like about the U.S. is that we're a melting pot. We're like a stew, right? So there's still chunks of carrot and chunks of beef and chunks of celery, which are all great, and they all got grown in their other places in the world or whatever, but when they come together here, it's stew, and it ain't just a big fucking plate of celery or a steak or whatever the hell else the little country
or one, what do you call it? It's not pureed, where it's, like you just said, all pure.
It's not like a juice.
That's a great analogy. It is more like a stew.
And we're tastier that way.
Heck yeah, if you don't want to eat the carrots, you can spit them out because they're still there, and you can spit them out if you don't like them. But you don't have to not eat the stew.
We just said the same thing. Fuck carrots.
Carrots are only there for suckers. That's how they can tell
what?
if you're serious or not. If you spit out your carrots after eating stew, they know you're better than other people.
Whatever. Carrots are awesome. I might go online and saying, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Carrot advocacy. You know what
absolutely.
A carrot?
You see, I'm one of those people that I don't give a fuck about glutens. I like onions, I like carrots, I like tomatoes, I like mushrooms, celery, cucumbers. Fuck, it's all good. The only thing that I don't like is fucking lima beans. I am anti-lima bean.
Oh, yeah. And do they just come out of the plant all gross and shriveled and disgusting and hard, or is that something they do to them to make them disgusting?
Well, you know how like a pea pod or a bean pod kind of comes out? They do the same thing. It's just that's what the lima bean is in there instead of like a regular green bean, you know what I mean? Or a pea pod where the peas are in it. And Brussels sprouts. I don't like fucking Brussels sprouts. Pretty much anything else I got no problem with.
Oh, really? I'm a fan of the Brussels sprouts for sure. But yeah, some of those things, that's what we have cows and pigs and shit to eat. Like all that gross vegetables nobody wants to eat.
Yeah, animals turn gross food into actual edible food.
Yeah, they magically turn all that crap into bacon.
What's that commercial? I forget what it's for. I think it's some fast food thing or whatever. But it's like bacon. It's the gift pigs give you if you're good.
Nice.
Anyways, getting back to carrots, that's why God invented night vision. We don't need carrots.
Carrots help your night vision. You guys are just missing out. Now, I understand if you're diabetic or something.
You can carrot in your whole life, because if you lose your ability to see at night, we have electronics to solve that issue.
We do now. We didn't always. Some of us may have been genetically superior because of our fondness for carrots to see at night. Just saying.
It's true. I know when I wake up in the morning and I get a text really early and I have to look at my phone, it hurts my eyes, and that's probably because I don't eat enough carrots.
So
or you're tired.
Remember when you said, like, oh, we'll get rid of all the religion or whatever and then we'll all be happy? No. We'll have world wars over carrots. We're demonstrating that now.
People have world wars over water. That's the next one. I thought it ain't even going to be oil. It's going to be over water.
Watch this thing called Slingshot on Netflix. I don't know if it's on the other things yet. It's about the guy that made the what is that thing called? What's that thing?
It's like a desalinator, but he can stack them and he can put them on a boat.
Nope.
Is it that guy?
The guy that made the Segway. It's basically a water boiler. It boils water, but it does it with heat reclamation, I guess. So that instead of having to just boil water, because that's the ultimate way to get water, you get H2 and O, right? By boiling it. instead of taking a ton of energy to boil the water and then losing all the energy, he made a machine that recirculates the heat or reuses the heat, so that it only takes a trickle of electricity to continuously make water. It started out being a size like a Coke machine, and now it's like the size R2D2, and he's probably going to end up making it smaller. But that seems like tech, that if you got a solar thing that can just create water anywhere, you're done. That's water's not a thing anymore.
Oh, and then so he kind of uses like the steam. He probably recirculates that through to heat up the other water and also then condense the steam.
Well, yeah, I imagine it's something like air conditioning, because that's what I'm more familiar with, where you basically a lot of times will take your steam, like you're saying, to preheat the water that's about to be turned into steam, so that it gets it right up to, it releases all of its heat back into, or the cold water takes all the heat away from the heat that would be left as exhaust. We've just been really sloppy because we get so much free energy. We've just made our machines really sloppy. But if you started turning mufflers back onto preheaters, like we do with spaceships and stuff, then you get your fuel almost ignited by the exhaust of the already ignited fuel, so that all you've got to do is just keep that little flame going, or that little bit of energy to keep the phase change happening. So yeah, and that you boil water and you're left with H2O. He needed it for dialysis. They needed to figure out a practical way to make perfect water for dialysis machines that they made really small.
You were talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
That's
but I'm saying, what Z was saying, like, that'll be the next challenge. I kind of think that if that catches on, and why wouldn't it, I don't think water will be the next challenge. I think it'll be health or reproduction or one of those other things. Because you can't make a machine that stops mosquitoes yet. I have heard, though, if you bite carrots all over yourself, mosquitoes are disgusted by carrots, and they'll leave you.
Too funny. Too funny.
Love some of the shit you come up with sometimes, G-Webs. Always with the callbacks.
Yep. I just have DB sending me a bunch of stuff in PMs because he can't get in here.
Oh, he's your writer?
Yeah, I'm just.
Man, I'll drop if he wants to come in. I got no problem with that.
I'm just kidding. He's lazy. He's probably sitting there watching TV or whatever he does. Playing with a dog. He's probably feeding them dogs. You know how many hours it must take him to feed those dogs every day?
Well, aren't they constantly eating and shitting? Isn't that what those little, like, it's like one little wagon train kind of going from mouth to ass?
Kind of like sharks. They just always have to be moving and then eating.
Some sharks can empty their stomachs. They don't have to wait to take a shit.
Okay, the Beirut attacks was yesterday. 2 attacks in Beirut yesterday, and then the attacks today in Paris.
Is Beirut our friend or our enemy?
Depends if you count. When people talk Beirut, they're going to talk about the Christians that are there, that are being, I was going to say persecuted. No, they're straight up getting fucking killed. Not persecuted. They're fucking dying. So there's been an outcry from the worldwide Christian community to either help or save or do something. But the rest of Lebanon and Beirut or whatever, they're not so much of our buddies for sure. Since the country has turned from like a 30-70 or a 40-60 to like a 20-80, I think is where it is now.
So that's why I'm wondering, attack on Beirut, is that like attack on enemy or attack on ally? Because if
with it being terrorist attack, I'd say it's on allies.
Okay, so then this is just an additional attack. It wasn't like something happened in Beirut to them, and now they're attacking Paris because of that. It's not a. It's just a. They're both on the same side, just being dicks in 2 different places.
Right. Now I'm also seeing earthquakes in Japan.
Well, I don't think ISIS is responsible for that.
No, but there's a couple of tsunamis coming for some of those people over there that they might get fucked.
Yep, southern part. 3 of the earthquakes is out in the East China Sea. So.
Yep. Now I might, and the NSA is gonna get mad at me for this. I might blame the Chinese for that, though. since I'm a son of a bitch.
Well, that'd be.
And I'm
if it was
obviously
Chinese,
I'm a
it'd be
little
the Sea of
bit
Japan.
bitter right now.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
that
it'd be-
they started the earthquake?
Yeah, with some of their technology, or maybe they're building another sandbar, or it was underwater nuclear testing, or
Dude, they know acupuncture, so they could do that to the Earth. They can just poke a.
You know, acupuncture.
Yeah, the China's doing that island in the Sea of Japan, not East China Sea.
right, but that doesn't mean that they haven't done operations in the East China Sea, though.
Yeah, true.
All the seas over there look the same.
Looks like the one was a 6.7 too.
Yeah, that came up through my Facebook feed because I'm on the Early Warning Center and a couple of the other NOAA sites. Just because of where I live, it's a good thing to have access to.
Right.
Part of the Hurricane Warning Network and the Tsunami Warning Network. Uh-oh. Which foos left?
I think the garage foos.
Okay.
Well, DB's mentioning the Democrat debates tomorrow. I was listening to the radio. They say it won't be another Republican one for like a month, like 4 more weeks. So it'll be a while to hear about them again. But the Democrats.
Yeah, but have they even had 2 yet?
The Democrats have had 2, right? Or is it just 1?
I thought it was 1 in like an interview. I don't know that they had 2.
You're right. I think it might just be 1.
Yeah, it might just be 1.
They only have fake candidates and Hillary, though, so.
Yeah.
I was just gonna.
Street Gang.
Everyone dropped out after the first one. Is it just going to be Hillary and Barry, or Bernie, whatever?
They'll probably have one other person just to make it seem like it's a choice, but just a bullshit.
But
choice.
it's not. Yeah. Both sides of the same
They
coin,
will.
right?
I wonder if they will try to address this shit. Do you think that I imagine they could probably have.
Why wouldn't they? They have a.
Oh, terrorism is horrible, and everything we say is against terrorism. And then if we did everything our way, we wouldn't have terrorism.
Yep, I could totally see that they got speechwriters right now feverishly trying to come up with talking points to do exactly that, G. They have such a hard-on for it in general that they will utilize any, whether lies, truth, or statistics to twist to their agenda. I mean, we know that to be true. That's not like even a surprise. So you can almost Barons, dude, that tomorrow, if the debate's tomorrow, they're going to talk some shit.
Do you think they?
No matter if the debate's tomorrow or in a week, they're going to talk about shit. This.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to try to politicize this fucking this stuff that happened in France?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Don't let a good crisis go to waste.
Let me apologize right away. My voice is like barely coming back right now.
Sound like you got a stuffed up nose and a cold, brother.
Yeah, my voice just went away on Monday, and I'm just now getting it back.
Is that because you're allergic to the bullshit?
I wish.
I thought it was because he's been eating some nasty pussy lately. I don't know.
Whoa, what?
Now that's vulgar.
Yes, it was intended to be so.
Oh, well then, hold on.
I don't know what kind of girls you hang out with, but I don't know any girl that is that toxic down there, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm not the one that sounds like that, so.
Well, you're the one that thought it up. Dr. Island.
Well, glad you could make it. Glad you're here with us. Glad you're safe at the moment.
I just don't understand how they're going to have a leg to stand on talking about gun control when something like this can easily happen.
Oh yeah,
they're going to point at the bad guys having the guns, and if we didn't have guns, the bad guys wouldn't have guns. You know, that's their go-to. That's their go-to.
But
it is.
Yeah, but it's bullshit.
I agree 100% with you.
What's good, Adam?
All right, I'll be right back.
What do you mean?
We lost Micah.
No.
Yeah, well, Micah again.
Is Island in the States right now?
He's in Hawaii.
I knew he's always from Hawaii, but I didn't know if he's in the States because I know he travels here every now and again.
We won't let him back in the border.
Hawaii is a state, too.
I'm at the lower 48.
We have to keep him isolated, keep him out of the States.
He's not on the mainland.
Okay.
He's just outside getting a cigarette, I'm assuming.
That's kind of why I was asking if he was on the mainland or not.
It's super dangerous for them people to smoke cigarettes inside of their grass huts on the beach, so they have to go out to the water area.
You don't want to light his hula skirt on fire.
Oh, see, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, exactly. So he probably wades out into the surf to do so.
Wades out chest high?
Yeah, exactly. He has like a little hollowed out coconut floating that's his ashtray, and a little drink in another hollowed out coconut.
Okay, now, I've never met Island or seen Island, but I just think, just by the sound of his voice, I swear he's like 5'1".
I'm pretty sure he's way taller than it.
What?
Yeah.
How can you explain this?
I don't know. I mean, just by the way he sounds, the way he carries himself, I always think, the picture in my head, I always think of him being short.
I just picture Tom Selleck every time he
Can
starts
somebody repost the news link to the Paris incident?
The live one?
The live one?
Yeah, which the
live one everybody liked was on RT.
Somebody posted like a CNN thing.
Well, here's the live in the internal. That's live on RT.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if there's somebody out there who's paying attention and then like archiving or recording like when these kind of things happen, and a certain amount of people are going to be affected either negatively or positively. If there's anybody that does the research on like the initial numbers and like the initial projections, and then the like, well, now we have final numbers. Oh, I mean, now we have final numbers. I mean, now we have final numbers. And, like, does some kind of test to see what kind of timeline there is before you actually get a valid number out of the news.
Yeah, for real.
Wow, they're dropping troops?
No. Well, we aren't, at least, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know that, but I like that idea. There should be some type of like watchdog, news thing. Because there are people that fact check the news.
Yeah, I think they said there's 1,500 troops going in right now.
They're dropping 1,500 troops in. There's like a legitimate siege, huh?
No, we were talking about how it's propaganda on RT, but at least it's like they just turn cameras on raw for the most part. You can see good news, and then whatever they tell each other in Russian, we don't know.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not a fan of RT. I've seen them post some shit on their website that is they're a Russian. They're like a Kremlin fucking mouthpiece is all they are.
So do we know if Paris is under like the French martial law right now?
I thought I heard that earlier.
Yeah, they closed the borders. They closed the airports down, not letting anybody in or out.
Guys, I'm out of here. I hope we solve the world's problems. I'm gonna go karaoke.
Yeah, we'll figure
Alright,
out what's
Smeggy.
later, dude.
See you, Smeggy.
See you guys.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, how sad would it be if the bad guys figured out how easy pipe bombs are? I mean, that's what it seems like. I've always been an advocate for let everybody have guns, because I'd want some untrained idiot who thinks he knows everything to grab a gun and try to do damage if he's going to try to do damage, only because you're not going to do very much damage with a gun, especially a pistol. But you get that same person and you tie their hands so that the firearm is unobtainable to them, then how much easier is it to make a pipe bomb? I mean, fuck, anybody can make a pipe bomb. And if they're not, and it's one of those things where if they're really just trying to create chaos, if they're just trying to break things, that's like the
way easier way to just break things. It doesn't even have to go off for them to get the chaos that's going to get them off, you know? So DB saying grenades and shit, I mean, it's a whole different story if you're winging grenades into a bunch of people that are just sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like terror and mayhem is concerned, bombs are much worse.
Yeah, I mean, bombs hurt buildings, and buildings fall down on people. I mean, there's so much extra damage that can be done that we're foolish to think that, like, the couple of people that are casually or not casually, but, you know, injured as by stray bullets occasionally, it's nothing like the chaos that they have over in Europe like this.
Right, and they talk about this all the time with
170 people died from 47s. There's people like Russian troops that are trained a lot, like they spend all kinds of money and time and, you know, evolving tactics and teaching them, and they can't kill 170 people. To suggest that these fucked up terrorists did it, I'm betting it's going to turn out to be the explosives that went off and crushed a wall, or.
What about that one Russian hostage crisis of like 20 years back, though?
I said that earlier. Nobody liked my strategy of doing the Russian tactic of just killing the hostages too.
Yeah, wouldn't seem like a popular.
He made a good point that if they are really just out there to cause havoc and see things break the system, then they don't care if the hostages get killed by the police or by them. As long as the chaos happens, they've made their point. So, although it may potentially make them fear the possibility of doing it, they already have no fear because they're willing to die. They're trying to die.
Right, that's their goal.
Yeah, and you got to think the largest mass murder in the United States used fertilizer.
Oh, you're talking about Oklahoma City, yeah.
Used a what, Pink?
Used fertilizer.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Nowhere near a gun.
Yeah, and I mean, a mass shooting is still like symmetric. You send in SWAT members to take that guy down, because you can do that. You can't necessarily see how so much of a quagmire this is. Like, you have to send in like 1,500 troops so they can clear everything out. It's going to take probably weeks or months for them to kind of undo all this. Make sure there aren't any, dud bombs around the city or something. This is just ridiculous.
And even you see the things in China, they don't even need guns or bombs. They just walk in with a
just stab
machete.
people, yeah, or a machete, yeah.
Machete or an axe, and they kill like 30 people.
I'm more scared of machetes than guns.
So how was the class, Pink?
Oh, it was fucking awesome.
Was it? Were you getting instruction from him or from somebody else?
No, it was from him.
Nice. Were you basking in the glory, just like breathing it in?
Oh, he's got some every second matter patches too. I gave him some every second matters patches.
Nice.
And he really liked the. I showed it to him and everything. Told him that it was a little small grassroots, movement group that one of his past, class people, came up with the patch idea, and yeah, he really liked it.
Nice. Did you win anything at that auction?
What's
No,
good,
I didn't get to go to it.
I thought maybe you did the internet bidding.
Goose, no, I'm not 5 foot nothing.
Has there been any statement as to like why they chose France or?
Because they have a bunch of Because they make it easy.
Syria.
Say when it's an easy target, and it was for Syria.
Yeah, victims were saying that the shooter was screaming, "What are you doing in Syria?" This is for Syria. Allahu Akbar or whatever. Allahu Akbar. So there you go.
They've also
So
passed
good.
some. They've passed some fucked up laws in France. They've just made it easy.
Well, they passed like what, the no Habib for the ladies. They actually made that a law. They also did something else too that was, and I don't know if I want to say anti-Muslim, but kind of.
Hey, Foos, are you still here? Let's see. He said disparaging things about you, Island. He ran away when you came back.
Who are you asking for?
Hey, here's a picture of Island if you want to know what he looks like.
Sweet mustache, dude.
It's the stash.
My hair's not that long.
Well, you know.
That'd be
But
great
it's-
if you did look just like Tom Selleck.
But it is relatively accurate.
How tall are you, Island?
6'3".
Holy shit, I was totally wrong.
I told you.
I mean, every time, I don't know why. Whenever I picture you extremely short.
Is
I don't know why.
Is that because of my feisty attitude?
Island, when he's laying back, daydreaming about what you look like.
That makes me a little uncomfortable.
Island, does everybody
I thought
actually
it was
wear
when he
Aloha
was
shirts?
mentioning everybody in gun channels from their voices.
Did you just ask, does everybody wear Aloha shirts?
Yeah, is it like mandatory or?
Some places it is a uniform for sure.
No.
Mostly it's just
Tourists.
cat. Well, no. Some places it is required uniform. Whether you're at the resorts or sometimes restaurants or what have you. You know what a dress shirt is, of course. Well, sometimes our Aloha shirts are our version of the dress shirt out here.
Okay. Thank you for taking my facetious question and answering it sincerely.
Do what I can. I'm here to help.
Why the hell are you
Sure.
being so nice? That's not the Gun Channel's way.
Oh, I disagree. I definitely think Gun Channels is here to help everybody that we can. That's one of the reasons that we have it, right?
Yep, and I just love fucking with people.
Well, I understand that. That's what short people do.
Wonder if I could get like a silk Aloha
Compared to
shirt
you, I am
with, like,
short.
with,
You
like,
ain't that
Woodland
short.
or multicam.
What's that now?
I'm 5'10", 5'11".
Oh, that ain't short. That's normal height.
But compared to you, I am.
Well, shit. There's several billion people on the planet that are shorter than me.
What is
It's
the
not a
average height now? Is there such a thing as the average height for the U.S.?
I think for US it's like
probably, yeah.
5'10" for male.
That's what I thought. Yeah, and like a 5'8" or 5'9" for the ladies.
Let me turn my thing off real quick.
Really, I thought it was 5'7", 5'8" for ladies.
Yo, check this out. I got a I actually have a Hawaiian T-shirt my mom bought me. Hang loose.
Yeah, that's a good way to be.
So for average, okay, I just Googled this, and for average height for males in the U.S. is 5'10", and 5'10.2 inches, and average height for females 5'4".
Now I like hearing that.
5'4". Holy moly.
Yeah, 5'4", well, about 5'4" and a half.
How cute.
Extremely tall females, then.
Yeah. All the ones I know are at least 5'6", 5'7".
We actually have a joke.
Yeah,
over there.
same.
One of my coworkers, she's 4'11", and her name's Kimmy. So we made that like a standard of measure for the store. It's like, yeah, I think the aisle is like 3 or 4 Kimmys down that way.
Nice.
What,
I bet she loves that.
What store number is that?
Well played. We need to have Dano like every 3 months or so, maybe every 4 months, like come into a chat and ask somebody our number so that people know what we're talking about.
So that it lives on.
I pretty much think it's going to live on forever.
If he then wants to have him fired, that's up to him. But I'm just thinking he should just ask.
Oh, I mean, you can go ahead and call.
I wonder if that guy still watches these chats.
I thought I used to see his icon or whatever on the side every once in a while, but I don't remember him.
Yeah. I heard once he lost his job because of these things, he turned to a life of crime and was arrested stealing copper pipes from abandoned homes. And he's currently doing 5 to 10.
And he blames Dano specifically.
What's his?
He's waiting to get out. Poor Dano.
Somebody want to explain this to the new members that weren't here for
I kind of get the gist.
One time, Dano asked a guy what his store number was, and then that guy got fired because he was talking shit about how he. Well, I think he was talking shit about customers, right?
And
He
or
was talking shit about employees and how they were treating customers or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a troll. Why would you do that?
well, Dano
Apparently, somebody called the store.
But somebody watching the chat after Dano asked the question decided to do it themselves to call the store on it.
And spoke
Well,
to the
it wasn't
assistant
Dano.
manager.
Yeah.
I'm not worried. It's a seasonal job.
Your job and your livelihood is at risk when you do that with us, but
That's actually really funny.
My guess it was Larzul.
I got a story to the same effect. Back when I played Day Defeat when I was a young teenager, I had like a whole group of guys I played with, and there was 2 guys, Weeks and McCoy. And McCoy had the cowboy voice and everything to go with his name, and they would always pick on each other, and it was like military base, so that we had like ranks and stuff, and like Weeks had become a sergeant, and McCoy was always hassling like, Weeks, how you gonna be sergeant if you can't even hold down a job at Quiznos, because he worked at Quiznos at the time, and he quit the job to get a different job, but he kept saying that Weeks got fired from Quiznos, and so one day Weeks, and they don't even live in the same state, but McCoy called the Quiznos that Weeks worked at. He found the number. And he called and told his supervisor that he was going to show up for work on Monday. He's like, he's not a quitter. He's going to come back, I promise.
I used to eat at Quiznos a while back, back in 2010, 2009.
Oh yes,
Never eaten it
good
since.
old 09. Those were the Quiznos days.
Yeah.
I reported good guy for using the mobile wheelchairs at Walmart.
Oh my god.
And then one time he told me they basically kicked him out of the chair and told him to leave the store and never come back. So it's pretty fucked up.
Oh my god.
No, I think he's got the disability to be able to use them. I don't know if he has a placard or not, but
Yeah.
I do miss
bombings in
midnight.
Germany.
Either way, he was definitely speeding. He was definitely driving recklessly in those things.
I definitely miss those
Can you drive
live
recklessly in those
feeds in
things?
there. Sure you can. You can take down a whole shelf of shit, man, easily.
Oh, well, yeah.
He did, yeah. He's hit things before when we watched him.
Good guy. Hope he's
The
hanging
worst
in
part
there.
is when he would refuse to get out of the chair and just poke at a box on the shelf and knock over 3 or 4 other boxes and then intentionally run over those other boxes just out of anger.
Hey, so you're telling me that I can't go down to Walmart and get one of those electric chairs, drive over to the subway, and try to hit on little kids?
Sure you can, Nathan.
Depends how little.
It's a free country.
You gotta
just
eat
gotta-
fresh when you're with Jared.
You just got to be
Oh
willing
my
to
God.
read reap what you sow, my friend. That would be one of those things, right? Nathan, do you make leather slings?
Nathan, is
Like
that
the one that David killed Goliath with?
No,
is that
like
organic
a
leather?
It's not a slingshot like a sling.
Oh, like a sling for a rifle. Oh,
yes,
sir.
That was a long way to go for.
No, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I'm like, slings? What do you mean slings?
Hold on, let me
I
put
thought
that
I thought he
For a
said
broken arm.
I thought he said swing. I was like, what kind of freaky stuff is he going
I'm
into?
gonna let her swing.
Just
You're
let
gonna
the
have to
man
give me
answer the damn
instructions, 'cause I can't make one off the top of my head.
I
Pretty
ended up
easy to
I
make.
want to get a leather sling for that tanker. Yeah, I want to get a leather sling for that tanker.
Why not get a World War II like real sling?
I've actually been looking at that. I think I had even talked to PBR about that before.
I think you're right. Your rifle's too short.
It probably is, but too short for what?
Standard like sling where you stick your arm in it, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Fox we've got.
Exactly. But
I bet you can get a good price on one that says never enough, spelled ENOUGH.
He didn't return the actual belt, but that would be awesome to make a sling out of it and send it to you.
And then just put some bullet, what do you call those things? Like the little loops that the bullets sit in on a sling sometimes. And then it kind of makes sense. Never enough ammo, like, so here's some extra ammo on your sling.
Did Edge ever get his belts?
No, I never sent Edge a belt.
Oh, he's complaining about the customer service.
I was gonna say, do they make enough leather for that belt?
Oh, come on now.
Okay, well, I made him a
I'm
free
about his size.
and now he's mad that he didn't get a free belt. The only person who got a free belt was Never Enough. But, I mean, seriously, you got a free holster to go
Who
and
said
look
you
at.
gotta give out free shit, Nathan? It wasn't free for you to make it. What the fuck?
No, it wasn't free for me to make it. And I told Edge, I said, I'll give you the holster, but you need to buy the belt from me. And he got all bent out of shape.
Well, you know what
I
I
don't
would
blame
do
him.
that? Well, fuck right off. Those words would have came right out of my mouth. Wait, they just did.
I guess my response should have been from the start is, look, Edge, but you don't have enough viewers for me to bother making a holster for you. But I was a nice guy and sent him a holster.
See, I would have just said cash up front, Migo.
Plus a 10% asshole gratuity.
Well, anyway, he got a free holster, whatever. He either likes it or he doesn't matter. He can badmouth my holster or give a good impression. I don't think it's going to affect business.
You're probably right. He's supposed to be at the Firearms Festival today, right? Isn't that what he was saying last night? Was he, or was he getting ready for the Texas Firearms Festival today, and he was going tomorrow?
Oh, that's right. He was saying he was going to take a day off to get ready. So yeah.
Yeah. That's why there was no Edge chat this evening, or there probably won't be an Edge chat this evening.
What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow he's going to the Texas Firearms Festival.
Oh shit,
And
that's right.
we tried talking him into doing something from his room or whatever, like an after-action report or something, but I don't know that.
Well,
I don't know if we convinced him.
You'd have to kick out the cheap lot lizard hookers, so he doesn't want to do that.
Man, you don't usually have to kick him out. You're paying him to leave in the first place.
Right, you don't pay prostitutes
for the cheap hookers to just pass out before I start going live.
Ah, well, then there's that. Well, like when I'm looking at RT here with the breaking news or whatever, I don't see anybody like seeking cover or anything like that at this time. Mostly it just seems like they're trying to help people. Lots of medical staff, some cops here and there.
Are they all dead? All the terrorists or whatever you want to fucking call them?
Man, one of the things I
David?
thought I saw was some were.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. No, I saw 5 on the loose. It says gunmen on the loose. That was like 10 minutes ago on CNN. I would
All
stay
right.
away from RT, dude. It's, you know, honestly, Fox is 1,000 more times reliable than RT.
Yeah,
But I don't have a Fox Live link.
Oh, okay, okay.
me
Well,
try
this is CNN. They're pretty thorough.
I don't.
Eh.
Hey, I don't really. I've just heard a little bit about what's going on, but do y'all remember a couple years ago when a bunch of these dudes with AKs were in India, got shipped in on a boat, and they attacked a public place in India, like 7 or 8 of them? You remember that crap?
And they sent in the Black Cats after those motherfuckers. And what was it? Does it start with a D or a G?
Where is this?
I mean, dude, have you seen any of the Twitter pictures from the concert?
Terrorist group, and they sent in about a dozen terrorists with AKs and just to shoot up civilians, and they looted a whole lot of people, killed a whole lot of people out there.
Something
and then,
crazy
of course,
just
they
happened.
Yeah,
Something crazy happened at a beach recently too, like some beach where tourists hang out. They killed like a bunch of people.
I thought that was closer to the Middle East, though. That one.
Yeah, there's a lot of Germans on the beach.
Yep.
Either way, this is probably one of the worst things that's happened. Period. It's not,
in world history.
This is not. I wouldn't say world history, but in terms of a terrorist attack in Paris, probably. Because they're saying 170 dead now, but there's probably a lot more people lost legs and bleeding.
I don't know. I would still say world history. I don't know of any.
It's
probably like the highest death toll of any like shooting incident or anything like that. I know of.
Yeah,
this
sure.
surpasses Breivik.
What I heard was it was 2 guys with an AK at the con. Have you ever been in a small concert, like a small concert hall, like with like 400 or 500 people? That's basically what this was. One of them was this. So I heard the 2 gunmen were in the balconies with AK-47 shooting down at the standing room only crowd in front of the stage. And then when they were done, they were throwing grenades. So it's really fucked up. But yeah, there was no cover. There was no cover where those people were standing. Because I saw they were showing photos of the concert, I guess like before it happened, you know? And
Well, that's a bunch of people that got wounded and couldn't run away then, and some people got killed, and then the grenades killed everybody that couldn't run away.
Well, they were saying that a lot of people couldn't move until those guys were reloading their AKs from the balcony. Like it was just gunshots, and then some guy had a pump shotgun, and he was just unloading on people who were gunning for the door, who were coming for the exit door. So a lot of the survivors went upstairs because it was multi-level, and they weren't on the roof. So there's a lot of survivors that they couldn't go down. If you tried to make it to the downstairs exit to the street, you were getting shot. And a lot of the people were running upstairs to the roof and just hung out on the roof. When you think about that, is there's nowhere to go from there either. You know what I mean? Like if one of those guys went up on the roof, then what are you going to do? Jump off? This is crazy, man. Yeah, you could lock the door, exactly.
Does anyone have like a skinny on like French gun laws? I mean,
there is none.
I've seen they're heavily restricted. But
French, and that's how many there are.
There's only one law in France. You can't
own a knife, dude. You can't have a pocket knife there, dude. I've been there, and it was crazy. So it's really rough.
Apparently,
like the whole country's like New York City, dude. Like I'm sure the ultra rich have them and stuff, but that's about it.
What if you want to spread your cheese onto a baguette?
The ultra rich have bodyguards, is what the ultra rich have there.
They have private contracts.
What about this Germany thing? Somebody's saying that there are reports coming in that something happened in Germany also?
Yes. Somebody said there was unconfirmed bombs in Germany.
I was going to say that when the French do the investigation, we would say to them that if you had some people armed in that crowd who could have returned fire, there could have been lives saved. And the French will find that there simply weren't enough white napkins to wave in the air for everyone to have one.
Har, har, har.
Too soon, man. Too soon.
I'm just saying, I just hate countries where they disarm the entire populace and complain about this crap that happens.
Concert goers now report they had suicide bomb belts in the concert.
Yeah, I just read
so
that.
I guess they started shooting him.
The guys blew themselves up before the cops could get to them.
See, it's the bombs. So I don't know. We keep calling them shooters too. I do believe it's a disservice.
Right. They're
terrorists. They use.
Dude, that's like a cover-up. That's like saying, well, let's not call them
These
shooters.
guns.
I mean, they spent a shit ton of time shooting people.
That's
like,
great.
let's not call them shooters,
They
though.
had guns.
Because we're afraid.
Description. They had
Are you
grenades.
afraid to call them what they are? Like, seriously? Are you afraid that's going to be used against you?
Correct. I am
Dude,
correct.
they were shooters,
The more
okay?
that we call bombers shooters, the more that Hillary's going to use shooters over here.
Who fucking cares what she's going to do? Seriously, are you scared? Like, you're going to play word games? Like, I don't play fucking word games, dude. They play word games. Let's not play word games.
Look, they were terrorists.
Let's not call them shooters when they were shooting the shit out of people.
That's not accurate, dude.
Okay. Oh, really? They said they were shooting at people from the balcony with shotguns and AK-47, so it's not accurate.
Your description, did they also have grenades?
Look, I'm not scared of word games, dude. I'm not scared of words, dude. It's like, I don't care what they're going to use against me, dude. Call it what it was. They were terrorists, man. They used guns and bombs, so who cares? I mean, like, let's not mention shooting, because who gives a fuck,
If you
dude? It's
start
crazy.
calling them only shooters, and you go along
I'm
with
not,
the...
dude, they're all of it. They're shooters and bombers.
You are using the word games that the Democrats created without any
No, I am not. I refuse to participate in word games like this, dude.
You are.
Seriously. I'm not censoring my... They were shooters, and then they blew themselves up. Then they were bombers. It's just ridiculous to be like, let's not call them shooters, because like I'm scared. I'm afraid of Hillary's going to call them shooters. Who gives a fuck what she says, dude? I don't know. You're just like, I think it does a disservice to call them shooters, dude. They were shooting at people. Probably like 80 people got shot tonight, dude. So
use words against us, yes.
80 people got shot, maybe even more. So like, we're gonna so they were shooters.
We're just gonna lay down and say yes, they were all shooters. It was all guns that did this. The grenades didn't do anything. They were subsidiary. It was just the guns that did
Dude,
it.
people did this, man. People did it. I mean, I'm not playing games with them.
And that is a word game that you're playing by calling them shooters.
What do you call an active shooter? Like, what do you like? Let's not call an active shooter a shooter. Let's call them an active.
You should call them a fucking terrorist because that's what they're trying to do.
Man.
Exactly.
They're a
Who
fucking
gives a-
terrorist,
there's
no matter if they're homegrown or not.
They're using murder to terrorize. They're terrorists.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. Like, seriously, I'm sorry to get offended, but I don't play these word games.
You are playing the word game by not.
No,
playing
you are. You're trying to say let's not call them shooters. Like, fuck, who cares what we call them, dude? It was everything. They used it all tonight.
I tried to explain it
Sean
more.
is done.
You obviously don't want to hear my explanation for
It's
why.
like when that shooter used this bomb at the end as the coup de grace, as the finale. Let's not call him a shooter.
So let's
call him a bomber.
So let's give the debate
That's
to
a word game, dude. That's a word game. That's
debate
word.
to
Fuck,
Hillary to
dude. Fuck them, dude. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like what they're gonna say, word game wise. It's ridiculous to be scared to say what shit is because like you're afraid it's gonna be used against us by Hillary. Dude.
Fear in there, DB. You're the one
You
playing.
just said it. Like we shouldn't call them shooters. Why? Because of what?
That's intelligence, not fear. That's using strategy. You're going to allow them
Dude, that's like bullshit.
their language
Seriously.
against us.
Listen, if 80 people or 100 people got, now they're saying 160 today got killed or whatever. So if 40 of them got shot, let's not mention that. Let's not call them shooters, man. Like, let's call them bombers.
I said call them murderers. I didn't say call them bombers.
Okay. So why? Why are you playing word games, dude? Who gives a shit what we call them? Shooters, murderers, terrorists, jihadis, extremists.
Can I tell you, Yankee, that if we keep allowing the narrative to be that these are only shooters, then that is going to be used over here as a reason why this incident should be used against our right to own firearms.
when we know that they used firearms along
We
with
have a Second Amendment. Yeah, France doesn't have a Second Amendment.
Where's
We're good.
Yankee in all
We're
this?
solid. We're solid, bro. We're solid. Like we have a Second Amendment. They didn't. You know, there's a lot of things have to change to get us to the point where like Paris. You know, we're the people in France who are like completely disarmed as a country.
Okay, so I just want to throw out my opinion. Okay? There are different names for different types of people who do awful things. A person who gets up on a tower and uses a high-powered rifle, we call him a sniper. A person who goes in with a group of people, multiple people, and they cause havoc on a massive scale and with the full intention of killing themselves in the end, that's a terrorist. Just saying. I mean, you know.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, it's they had bombs on them, they had the intent to commit suicide, they were trying to kill as many people as possible, and they worked as a team, and they were jihadist types. That's terrorism, plain and simple. That's textbook terrorism, you know? Some of these things here in the U.S. that they call terrorists are not terrorists because they have no ideology, they have no intention to change anyone's mind. They're not furthering any type of
What?
thing.
Who are you referring to then? Every single one of the mass murderers in the United States had the intent of changing the perception of our society.
No,
Just
that
because they're not Islamic doesn't mean that they're not terrorists. A terrorist is one who disrupts the norm.
But they were trying to kill themselves. A lot of them were trying to kill themselves, trying to make themselves famous and remembered.
They became famous and remembered, but they did it with a slogan or whatever. So how are we supposed to know if they did it more for the infamy?
So that means the
or-
Columbine shooters were terrorists too.
You have to be very careful about who you label.
Why wouldn't you call them terrorists? The definition of terrorist is one who uses terror to upset the norm, right?
I thought it was for political gain. Like they're doing it for political gain, dude. A terrorist isn't some guy who comes into a movie theater and shoots up the place because they're hallucinating and hearing voices. That's just a fucking nut job.
No,
Like,
politics is probably part of terrorism.
If we look at, let's just say, the Aurora guy who thought he was the Joker, he is not okay. You know, there's a difference. I think of terrorists as people who are pushing a political and ideological message and willing to kill themselves because their commanders told them to.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Ideology is central.
Well, orders being sent down.
Right, it's using force to achieve political or ideological objectives.
Yeah.
That's kind of that's the real.
In Columbine, didn't they use bombs too? Didn't they have explosives? So we should call them bombers. Like, no, they call them shooters.
They sure as hell call them shooters. Who calls them shooters, DB? Who calls them shooters? Hillary calls them shooters.
I do. Like, I'm not going to call them a bomber because they're a bomber.
You don't
because
see
they had a bomb.
Our language against us. But if you want to be accurate, those
I don't play word game. This is word game shit, dude. Word game shit. There's freedom and there's not freedom.
End of the Second Amendment, and then you'll go, well, we have a Second Amendment word game, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's the word game of shall not be infringed that's already been played out, and obviously, like, no one gives a fuck.
Okay,
like, seriously.
Wait. I want to point something out on G-Website here. The people currently in charge have stopped saying mass murderers and are now calling it mass shooters. They don't call them mass murderers anymore. They call them mass shooters because they're trying to change the American people's opinions of firearms. So
Shooting
G-Webs has a legitimate
Shooter is what we are. We go out and recreate. People sport shoot. You go out and shoot skeet. Shoot is a good word. They're trying desperately.
Shooting is a verb. Like, shooting is a verb, dude. I mean, like, it's not, now it's a noun too, but, like, we go out and go shooting, and we're shooters because we do so, I guess. But, like, when they call, like, a mass shooter, that's a different way of describing it. I mean, like, we're shooters, we go shooting. They go shooting too.
Well, you go ahead and acknowledge that there's two separate words, and then go ahead and keep suggesting that as Hillary wins then, since you're now giving
Hillary wins, dude. Hillary won already, dude. Seriously. You think Ben Carson's going to win, or Donald Trump, or any of these fucking ass clowns?
I know that
fucking
they'll
serious?
give up and give it to Hillary now.
Yeah, well, she won, dude. Like, America's changing. If Obama was running for a third term, he would win. Like, hands down. Like, the polls say it. Like, it wouldn't even need to go vote. It would be like 60%. He beats everybody. She beats everybody. The point is this: I don't play word games. If these guys were shooters and they used a bomb at the end, I'm not gonna refuse to call them shooters and only call them bombers to protect some sort of, I don't know, like to protect myself in an argument. Like,
France
who gives a
may
shit?
not have the Second Amendment, but they do have gun ownership. I just posted France gun ownership laws in the external and in the internal. So, in France, only licensed gun owners for certain arms may lawfully acquire, possess, or transfer a firearm and ammunition.
19 million firearms privately owned. That's a lot.
Applicants for a gun owner's license in France are required to establish a genuine reason to possess a firearm, which is bullshit. For example, hunting, target shooting, personal protection, or security. The minimum age for gun ownership in France is 18 years, except for sports shooters that are between 12 and 18 years old. An applicant for a firearms license in France must pass a background check, which considers criminal, mental, and health records. In France, third-party character references for each gun license applicant are not required. In France, licensing authorities are not required to conduct interviews with or to advise an applicant's spouse, partner, or next of kin before issuing a gun license. They're definitely not cool with the domestic violence in firearms. In France, gun owners must reapply and requalify for their firearms license every 5 years. In France, authorities maintain a record of individual civilians licensed to acquire, possess, sell, or transfer a firearm or ammunition. Licensed firearms owners in France are permitted to possess a limited number of firearms, and licensed firearms owners in France are permitted to possess a limited quantity of ammunition as well. So yes, you can, but it is not guaranteed. Whereas ours is the Second Amendment, and it's guaranteed. You know what I mean?
It's unfortunate
Look
that
up Paris
the terrorists
gun
didn't
laws.
read
Can we look
this.
up Paris gun laws? Because I think this happened in Paris.
It's really
I mean,
unfortunate.
I'm sure there's a lot of
terrorists didn't
country
read
people
this
in
info.
France.
Because then,
Yeah, I
if
don't
they had
think
read
they're paying
this, then this wouldn't have happened. Because they would have known that they couldn't have those weapons.
I don't think, like, even when this Charlie Hebdo thing happened in Paris, they were like wondering, well, where did these guns come from? Because they definitely didn't come from fucking France. They don't have guns like that.
Well, look how
Yeah,
close.
I think they came from like Eastern Europe.
No,
Probably, yeah.
Wait, where? Okay, look at where France's borders are. They're on the Mediterranean. All you need is a boat. Then you can bring.
And the Atlantic.
Yeah, but rather than crossing a bunch of different European countries, just bring them over from Africa or the Mideast on a boat.
I think they did say that they came in on a crate.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard the same thing about that.
Well, I mean, being that those surrounding countries have about 1 million Syrian refugees just walking into them, I'm sure nobody could sneak an AK in.
I doubt anybody. I doubt that's the case. I don't think they're getting these guns from refugees. They're getting these guns from fucking Africa.
They're getting smuggled along with all the drugs and
I'm just saying, yeah,
slaves and.
These
Well, you
people don't
smuggle
have
in all of
borders.
that, and then you smuggle out all the human trafficking. That's what goes out is the human trafficking and the money, and what comes in is the drugs.
Everyone's been taking part one. They try to take Liam Neeson's daughter and traffic her out of there. See that shit? See what happened though when it's Liam Neeson's daughter though? But I mean, that's not too far from the truth. What happened in that movie? You know.
But, yeah, okay. But if they're smuggling anything in, it's coming from Africa. It's easily Africa because you don't have to. If you're coming in through Eastern Europe, you have to cross Germany or Switzerland or Italy, Austria.
To cross any
Belgium,
number of borders. Yeah.
the Netherlands. You got to cross like all those countries if you're coming over land. But if you're coming from the Mediterranean, you don't have to cross shit. You just go from Algiers to France. Bam, that's it. Or maybe Morocco to Spain to France.
I don't like the idea that we're doing terrorists like maps to France.
I'm sorry, the map
Say
technology
again.
was that not?
I'm afraid they haven't thought of this yet. I feel like they haven't thought of this. watching this chat.
I kind of feel like they've already figured it out.
Let's see. In the Charlie Hebdo attack, those AKs can be purchased or sold for less than $1,200 US dollars on the black market. Paris is apparently a hub of trafficking. The French black market for weapons has been inundated with Eastern European war artillery and arms. They are everywhere in France. The same holds true for other nations and jurisdictions with strict infringements on the right to keep and bear arms. And you might be right, DB, in that in Paris itself, it might be, think of it like Seattle, where the rest of Washington, you know, you can do what you're going to do, but they got a whole bunch of bullshit rules in Seattle, apparently. So,
They don't have.
or Chicago, you know, if
Yeah,
you want to look at it
Chicago's a
like
better
that.
example.
Yeah. Chirac.
Chirac.
So the place is a bunch of gangsters and people, you know.
And you might be able to own a gun in Paris, but apparently you cannot carry a gun in Paris.
Seriously, I doubt that even the Democrats will mention something like this, because this contradicts what they've been talking about for the last year, which is like, it only happens in America. It only happens in America. It only, you know, like the president was like, "This, I'm the president of the United States. I've had to deal with this way too many. In civilized nations, this doesn't happen."
This doesn't happen.
And when it does happen, they don't mention it. They don't want to talk about it because
I mean,
it
granted,
ruins their
this was
argument.
Granted, this was kind of an anomaly. I mean,
Well, so is a
At
fucking
least
Dark
this
Knight
scale.
Rises clown that goes
Oh,
into
yeah.
a movie theater. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, no, I agree.
This is not an anomaly if it's happening.
Very rarely does something of this magnitude happen. The only thing that we in the U.S. have that's comparable to this, well, 9/11, of course, but then also 9/11 is way bigger. But I mean, Oklahoma City is the only other thing I can think of.
I wouldn't compare this to anything in the U.S. or anywhere else because we have different laws, we have different everything. So it's really hard to draw that comparison. But this has happened like what 3 times in the last 12 months in France.
Yeah, and one previous time was over a cartoon.
Yeah, Charlie Hebdo, and then there was another one, I think, wasn't there?
Well, there was the train attack.
There was that
Three
train attack with the
Americans
Marine
boarded.
stop. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the train attack, and then this. This is like,
You know what? France ought to just give us Americans free vacations to and we'll keep them safe.
Like we'll protect France like we protected the recruiting stations. Just walk around open carrying.
and as far
Well,
as
he's not a criminal. He must be an American.
as far as like
Yeah.
worst in
It's not a
history.
problem. That's an AR-15. It must be an
My
American.
recruiting station when that happened.
And as far as like the statement earlier about this being the worst in history, I doubt that because there have been entire cities and villages and towns wiped off the face of the earth, you know. So
I have,
Right, but I mean, this is
Hold on,
this is a terrorist attack in a civilized nation. You have to be very wary of the classifications. I mean, this
there's
pales in
also-
comparison to
there's
like
also-
the
there
Dresden
were also
bombing, but
two-
that's
there-
different.
there were two
Different
two attacks in Russia that had like staggering.
way more,
amounts of-
yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
The theater attack in Russia, where
Oh,
they gassed the theater and gave it too much gas.
And
If
we
you remember.
don't even know how many people these fuckers in Syria have killed. Like just people minding their own business, and they came in and wiped out an entire town. So
Right.
Well, yeah.
I don't have any proof of this, but I'm pretty sure in the theater attack they called up and said, "Mr. Putin, the terrorists are threatening to kill the hostages," and Putin's like, "If we kill them first, they cannot do that." Puppet full.
Right, all the memes and whatnot. But I mean,
Don't
I
need
guess
Russia.
what I was saying at the time was that
Crazy.
it's one of the worst if we classify it solely as a mass shooting. But again, like, no, it's probably you can't classify it as that. No, I really think about it. It's not. It's completely different than what our general understanding is of the mass shooting in the U.S. is. It's not.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. If you research mass murders throughout history and start looking at them by number, there are all sorts of these things that nobody really knows unless they research it. I mean, back in the early 1900s, a guy here in America blew up an entire school with dynamite. That was one of the biggest incidents that has ever happened. You know, only Timothy McVeigh. Okay, and then there are places in the world where instead of using firearms, they're called grenado attacks, where somebody runs in and just starts chunking grenades into crowds because they have no firearm, but they have access to grenades somehow. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. They're just having it on the news now because of our current technology.
Right.
There's a difference between this and like Aurora theater shit, because that's a nut job. These people, while they may be, I don't know, I wouldn't call them a nut job. I would say they're perfect. They're sane to some degree, and they're trained. They're funded. They're like, there's so many different aspects that these people are coming from. You know, they have. I mean, they have hand.
It was a planned, coordinated attack by a group that had an infrastructure, and they sent in a part of their group to accomplish it. So this is more a military action in a sense than what we're used to here in America.
Right.
This was a planned attack.
I agree. That's a much better classification. I think there are probably more semantics that go into that, but yeah, I wouldn't compare this to some repressed dude.
No, this is terrorism.
With some socially and like economically repressed individual deciding that he wants to take a bunch of people's lives and commit suicide. My God, it's different.
This is terrorism, plain and simple. There's no two ways about it.
There's been 4 incidents in Paris this year. The one that doesn't get spoken is one where it was a beheading at a U.S.-owned factory.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The dude chopped it. Yeah.
They drove a truck into a U.S.-owned gas factory.
When I went to search, I forgot the phrase for it earlier, but there's another distinguishing called rampage killers. And a rampage killer is somebody who acts alone and is crazy and attempts to kill as many people as possible. That's known as a rampage killer. And that's going postal, basically.
What would we have talked about today if the terrorists didn't do a bunch of bullshit?
I was going to ask people about Kydex magazine carriers.
What about? I'll just go over another auction.
I mean, I just finally caved and just bought a Raven, just to buy it. But I've been looking for something more economical that still has, like, I just want like a friction retention Kydex mag carrier, or I could just even ask, like, what do you guys use for your EDC?
My favorite it's injection molded, but I like Phobos because it's a paddle. It's like a little mini paddle for one mag.
Right. I remember seeing your original video on it, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I like it, because I can take it off because I don't usually carry an extra mag like that on my belt. So if I am, I can off when it bugs me.
Right. I'm not a fan of paddle. I like that it's easy, but I just don't like this.
You worn them though? I mean, they disappear.
Oh yeah, I've worn them. It's just like in Florida, it just, oh my God, it gets very sweaty, very fast, and I've seen them break. It's just.
Here's my pick.
I've beat the
I
shit out of
prefer belt loops if I can get it.
I've beat the shit out of them personally. I'm big, and I've done. Everybody's seen the 2-gun matches that they always show on Forgotten Weapons now. I've shot them in those lots of times, rolling around.
You've done 2-gun action challenge? Sweet.
I've been doing those since this number's 2 of them in Arizona. Yeah. and not every time or anything, not as much as Carl and Ian, but definitely shot enough stuff when I was just developing my strategy for what gear I'm going to carry. I tested it at that match, and like I say, if they're going to have you run through a tunnel or those big tubes or whatever, like drainage tubes and concrete things and this and that, we used to be able to jump out of vehicles more back then, and all those kind of things. I've never had a paddle break. I know paddles, they say paddles will break, but those are typically people either selling the other products like Kydex or leather, or going off of some forum that they saw where some guy twisted one and it broke. So I can tell you from personal experience, I wouldn't recommend paddles if they didn't work. I don't get nothing from Phobos. Anyway, they're
Duly noted, sir. Actually, PBR, have you actually tried these guys' products? Because I've seen their website before, but I
say what?
It's like the K-Round stuff. I know of them. I've never seen anything.
Both my EDC holsters are theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine. I haven't had any problems.
Well, man.
And they're inexpensive, and for being inexpensive, the quality is impeccable.
Yeah.
I've spent way more on some of the fancier big name Kydex. And
right. I just dropped $80 on a Raven, so I'm already feeling the buyer's remorse.
Yeah, for the money, I feel like I got more for the money from this company than I did from Raven or from any of the other the trendy, I should say, companies.
Right.
And actually, these
I like my Raven holster though. I mean, it's pretty expensive, but
there's I feel like there's a little more fit and finish with this one too. This company.
Really?
Too. Yeah.
Because I bought a few. In the last few months, I bought a few one-off kind of fly-by-night holster company holsters, and they've all their fit and finish has all been less than the Raven. Not by much. I have one that's my current EDC IWB, and it's not by much, but it's I can tell. And then the one I just got, the fit and finish is less than that one. Again, it's not bad. It's not to the point where I'm kicking myself for buying it. But
this is what I carry. Both my EDC holsters are, and one of them I didn't like where the second. It's on a revolver, and I didn't like where the second snap was located, so I just removed it altogether. So I'm actually only using one.
Running one snap.
One of their retention, whatever you want to call them, and it's so dirt. I can't even. Nothing's ever happened.
Let's see if they make these for my gun. Actually, I don't know if they make it.
And the price, you can't beat the price. That's the thing. And
it's on par with the other offerings I've seen. And it's funny because I've been to their website before and I reviewed their products and I like the design or what I can see of them. I've never gotten any good testimonial.
Why I always recommend them is because the quality control, the quality is high and the price is low, and it's not low cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of Kydex companies, unlike what Nathan does, where he has actually mold and it's time consuming. I mean, I feel like they charge too much for Kydex. It's a lot easier to make. It seems like a lot easier to make a Kydex holster than it is to make a leather holster.
Yeah.
And I feel like they charge too much for something that looks like an easier build.
Actually, I really like the design of the mag carrier. It's no extra rivets. It looks really low profile. I might just have to buy this now. Well, the Raven will fit most double stack mags. It looks like these guys are only for particular brands, which is good and bad.
Yeah,
I have a Browning high power and a Beretta and SIGs. So
you
I
have a Browning high power?
Yes.
Is the magazine disconnect disabled?
I took it out of both of my high powers.
Nice.
It's so easy to take out. That's what I love about it. When I had my 5906, I was like, how the hell do I get the disconnect out? And it's just really hard because you have to take out the decocker and the you can't take it out unless you remove this one pin. it's just such a pain in the ass. Like apparently you can do it, but it's really hard. But the high power, like, it takes like 5 minutes. 5 minutes and like a screwdriver and it's gone. And the first gun I bought had it in. I took it out with like hassle free. The second gun I got didn't have it. So I was like, thank you, previous owner. Damn, this is cool, dude.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna look into. I might end up buying this.
I feel like their Kydex is also thicker.
It still says it's .8. I mean, it's probably going to be about the same. Actually, no, because the IWB holster I have, it feels slightly thinner than the Raven. So
yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan because
honestly,
I don't think $100 and something for a Kydex holster just seems like a lot of money.
Well, the other thing is Raven their prices have hiked really bad in the last 5 years. Because I was gonna buy one and then I held off, and at the time they were like $70. Then by the time I was ready to buy it, it was $80, and I was like, fuck, well, I'll just buy it. And then they jumped up to like $90, and now it's $105 for a base model Raven, which is ridiculous.
I think I don't know, man. Like, some people feel like when they get popular, they can raise their price because there's demand, rather than doing the cool thing and lowering their price to like.
Right, they've hiked their prices by like that's like $50 price hike or $40-50 price hike in the last 5 years. That's insane.
Well, I was having, I don't know how many holsters I went through. I have a fucking box full of holsters.
I think every gun owner does.
Yeah, and like I've carried a lot of them, and when I found that holster that I leaked, I haven't bought another holster since.
I'm actually very interested in this brand actually because they're one of the few makers that I've seen that do like legitimate full sweat shields. Like guys who say they do full sweat shields, it's not really like a full sweat shield. They'll do like a slant cut so it doesn't necessarily cover all the metal, and then it will be short. Like especially with my SIGs, I can't like. My Raven doesn't fully cover it. That's the one thing that I don't like about my Raven, and it's not too bad, but it's still.
Well, the one I linked also holds. I don't know about like full size, but for like my subcompact Glock and my LCR, it holds it really high, and I like that. Like I don't like my pistol like shoved into my fucking waistband.
I prefer it to ride lower actually, because for me it's easier to draw. I'm not very tall, so if the higher it gets up. What's up?
Don't let Foos know that's what your voice sounds like if you're not very tall.
You make fun of me. I don't give a shit.
I'm just kidding. Sorry, it was a jab at Foos, not you.
No, it's fine. Dude, I've been made fun of for my stature and my voice for fucking.
I'm kidding, dude.
Since I've been 10 years old, so it's like I just don't even give a shit anymore and kiss my ass.
Well, I don't know how high is too high, but I like where this. You can see like there's a picture of like a shield or something, and you can see where the snaps are. Like if you just imagine your belt is going to be right there. So
yeah, ride height's not that big of a concern for me. That's just because you get benefits for low and high. It's not that big of a deal. My main concern is just like the sweat shield and like the mounting orientation, like whether it's a clip or loops or. Like,
are you looking for a clip or are you looking for loops?
I don't know because I mean for the longest time I would not run clips at all. I hated clips, but then I got this IWB, I got this fly-by-night IWB with a clip on it, and the clip works really well. It works surprisingly well, and I've done plenty of draws with it. I've never had it come off my belt, and I use a good belt too, so it's not that big of a deal. But I mean loops will always be more secure than clips because they're not coming off unless they break.
Well, I've removed one of the loops, and I have never even had it try to come off. I've never had a scare.
For me, like, my ideal holster has like a legit full sweat shield, two loops, in close proximity to one another. I don't like the really big pancakey holsters. That's kind of my preference. That's like in like my ideal holster, but I've never found someone who makes that. But like this looks like that basically. This looks like what my ideal holster would be. But I just didn't know about the company, and it just seemed like a fly-by-night company. But I mean, I've already bought like a bunch of fly-by-night holsters anyway. So
They're not. They've been around. I bought from them
Yeah,
like
no.
3 years ago, and they're in Washington. I'm in Oregon.
Oh, you're in Oregon? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember you talking about the museum.
Oh, technically I'm from New Zealand, but we
Oh.
don't talk. We don't talk about that.
Forget it. It's New Zealand term. I lived in Salem for 3 years.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I lived in friggin' so I lived in East Salem, like a mile east of the Capitol, the actual Capitol building, in a neighborhood that was like surrounded by military bases and prisons and like a psychiatric ward, and they called it Felony Flats because they're so close to the prison.
Yeah, I know where it is.
You know where it is? Yeah.
Exactly where it is.
Damn. It's like it's 25th Street, and I don't even remember the cross street.
Did y'all hear about them urban carry holsters?
The what?
Urban carry holsters or something like that.
Okay.
The one that fits like the one that they recommend one
I'll
o'clock.
be right back, actually.
You know, where you can fit like your little J-frame or Shield 43. You know, I think those are pretty neat.
All these people in here, there's dead air.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I was just scrolling the Facebook. Did Obama say stuff more than once, or is it just they keep reposting the same thing from earlier?
Not sure.
He came out and said the one thing like today, but they keep posting something like that he either said yesterday or the day before.
Oh.
In the Facebook. Because, yeah, I had a problem with that, too.
Yeah, that's the problem with this thing. It definitely everybody can jump on and participate, but then you just get this like noise chaos, and then stuff that comes back to the top when people comment on it. I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like reading like an article where you got all the comments to the article because it's like bouncing around and stuff.
I was going to say it ain't like reading a newspaper either, right? Where, you know, today is today. It's going to have a timeline, all that kind of stuff. I guess that's all old hat.
And I mean, as a moderator, you have to be very careful about denoting legitimate, just roughly discourse versus something that's just completely pointless and just derails the conversation.
How long do we gotta
Something
wait?
counterproductive.
How long do we gotta wait after this before we can start quoting Feinstein's concept that when the gunman realizes the other people ain't armed, they're gonna put down their guns because it's human nature?
Oof, you know, I think I shared that tweet or that meme the other day even because it came up on Facebook or whatever, and I think I had shared it at that time. Because she had, of course, in that meme they put up the crazy look in her eye.
How old is she? Like, how is she still like alive and shit? Like, I don't get it.
We'll go with very.
A little older than necessary.
Oh, is it the Truth About Guns review about these things, whatever that's worth. But yeah, no, these guys do like a legit full sweat shield. There you go.
60 68 years old.
Oh, it's not even that old. Damn. She's just like
Bill's 69.
Bill Clinton's older than Dianne Feinstein.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Hillary. I thought.
No, Feinstein.
Oh.
Yeah, Dianne Feinstein, Finsteroni, however you pronounce her last name. Crap! I just dropped $80 on a Raven carrier, and now I'm about to drop $100 on a K-round setup. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, we're here to help, man. If you've watched gun channels for any amount of time, we do support the click-buy mentality around here.
Oh yeah.
Buy it now, regret it later.
We also refer that as pulling a Yankee.
Believe they refer to it as shilling on the internet.
Oh, no.
So easy to do.
It's moral support, my friend. We're here to back up your decision to purchase. That's all. And tell you it was such a good idea.
Yeah, Feinstein's 82 years old.
Yeah, there you go.
That sounds more right.
Nancy Pelosi is 75.
Let's see if they have like a discount on a holster carrier setup.
And G-Webs, you could ask about what we'd be talking about if this whole other shit wasn't going on. Like, I got a fucking range day tomorrow, man. I'm all stoked, but the weather's probably gonna fuck me, which is gonna suck.
Going to the range in the morning.
Oh, I actually have another question too.
Do you not go, or do you just go in the rain?
No, it'll be wind, and if it's too high a wind, they'll cancel the whole fucking thing due to safety issues. So I hope that the wind backs off.
Were you about to say something, Adam?
Yes, yeah, I had a question that I've been meaning to ask. Like, if you have if your sight, like your rear sight, or any of your sights are loose on your pistol, do you guys recommend Loctite or what? Because it means securing the sight. I have like fixed sights on a gun, and the rear sight you can push it out with your thumb. It'll stay in, because I shot it the way it is, but my gunsmith was able to push it out with his thumb. I can push it out with my thumb. So I was wondering if like.
I have an answer. I use blue Loctite, not red.
Okay. Right. Oh yeah, I read some places that recommend red, but I don't know if I want to commit to using red. But I didn't know if blue would be secure enough.
Blue works. If you want it permanent red's what sticks it good. And again, it depends. You can use red, but you want to really make sure if you use red that you can get an open flame at it. Because if you use red, it pretty much takes heating it up to get it loose again.
Right. I have blue and red Loctite for other projects, so I know all about that. I just didn't know if like blue would be good enough. And like I don't necessarily want to keep this. It's just the stock sights. I don't know if I want to keep them or get night sights or something like that. I just want to make sure that they'll be secure for now.
McFly?
Somebody boot him because he's asking.
Bueller.
He dropped.
Bueller?
Yeah, right. Pink booted him because he was talking.
It's not my chat though.
Oh, it's Foos.
I think it's
That's
Foos.
right. There you are.
Derp, I accidentally my tab.
I was about to say, I didn't boot anybody.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, that was me. I'm just clicking around this site. So, PBR, which carrier do you have? Which mag carrier?
A single.
A single? Okay.
I don't carry. I don't carry.
I always carry two. Like I don't. Most guys, the few guys I've met that carry, like religiously, I've yet to meet someone who carries two consistently. I'm the only person.
Shit, sometimes I don't even carry an extra.
Hey, I carry religiously. Carry one spare mag in church.
Well, met in person, pardon me.
That's not what you meant, like what we carry in church by religiously, was it?
Oh, okay. I see what you did there. Clever man. Alright. Yeah, no, I met the only person I've met in person that's like didn't just carry their big gun on occasion to impress the ladies or whatever. It was and a buddy from high school who got into guns, and he carries an M&P compact and one spare magazine, and that's his daily carry, which is more than I could say for myself. So, I usually carry the snub, but I'm working toward a setup where I can carry my 228. I was carrying it pretty consistently for a while, but then I'm gonna retire that gun to safe queen status and then fix this one up. To mock U.S. gun laws, really.
Yeah, the dude's a fuckstick apparently. I didn't realize how much until I just saw that.
Who?
Michael Ian Black.
Way to strike while iron's hot.
And he thinks he's funny. He thought he had a sense of humor, and he thought he was witty, and yet he comes out looking like a total fuckstick.
Is there a
What did
video
he
or
say?
something?
Who is this
Excuse
guy?
me?
Who
What?
is he?
The comedian guy.
If only we
Never heard
could
of
get our daily shootings down to there's so many things wrong with that.
What did he say?
There's so many things wrong with that one statement.
Only
Both
if we can
ethically
get
and
our shootings
factually
to what?
wrong with that statement. That is such bullshit.
What did he say?
The links
know
on the
what-
side are. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
No, I'm on my phone.
He said.
He tweeted
Michael Ian Black. Who the fuck is
during all this shit that was going on in Paris. Are you gonna read it, PBR, or what?
that? Okay.
18, and then it turns out that there's over 100 people dead. Goddamn.
He
What
said,
a fucking idiot.
Oh.
he's like,
What
it's
an
awful,
moron,
it's
yeah.
awful, it's awful. 18 people shot dead. If only we had, us
Get
in
our
America
daily
could
shootings,
get our daily down to 18 people.
Nice.
And again, this is way before the death toll reached the 100 or so that it's at. So he just comes across as a total fuckstick. And he wasn't really that funny. And now I really don't think he's funny.
It's just it's just wrong. That's what bothers me. It's absolutely wrong. We don't have statistically, if you divide the number of murders by day, then yeah, you get something like 30 a day. But that's not mass shootings account for fucking nothing. It's less than one a day. It's a fraction of one a day.
And here's the thing, though. That 100 people or so that died in in Paris today, that is not all the people that died in all of France today.
Right, that's
dude.
one isolated attack as part of political and ideological motivation. That's
So sorry to say, but that's like 2 weekends in Chicago.
I
100
think
people
France
dead.
has 60 million people or something like that. They might have more. But
it's
they
like 60
it's
million.
not-
I just checked
yeah.
the population.
What is California? I mean, it's basically it's a huge population for Europe.
Well,
But
California is also
that statement is so crass, though. He's saying he's making light of dead people during the onslaught.
I wonder who he's going to vote. You think he's one of the people in the middle? We need to get.
No.
I don't know.
No,
Maybe.
I don't. He's a waste of space as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. No. I never thought he was particularly funny, and this is kind of this just upsets me more than anything. And then this is
wonder
just
who
in
he's gonna
poor
vote
taste.
for.
It's incorrect. It's just not fucking douche. And
I'm
again,
sure
I think
he'll be down.
honestly, comedians start to when they start to wane in terms of their celebrity and their popularity, they start to get more and more crass. Jim Carrey pulled some shit right after Kick-Ass 2. He started to boycott his own movie because of firearms.
Well, and he made the
And everyone
parody
everyone's-
of what's his face, of Charlton Heston. He made that parody video, which was terrible.
Right, exactly. It's gotten to the point where they're just uninspired and their popularity is waning, so they're just grasping at straws in the hopes that they'll rekindle something. Sarah Silverman did a video called the Black NRA, Like,
but yet black NRA members made their own video in response to it, and it was fantastic.
I didn't see that. I saw something that I think Duke and Ashley made a response video to it, but
They totally came out and they just blasted her, bro. It was fucking hilarious.
I wish I'd seen that.
Let me, I might be able to find that for you. Hold on.
I will watch it. Yeah, no, this is just like
done,
this
dude.
is wrong on so many levels. And it's like Michael Ian Black, as far as I know, he hasn't been in like the comedy spotlight in a long time. You know, he does his little fringe projects and sure produces, but so I think this is just like this is more more tactical publicity than anything. And it's in like poor form, poor taste, incorrect. It's really, but again, like we're talking about him, so I think he's won. Dickhead.
What we're talking about here is a low-budget shock jock comedian who hasn't been in anything good in quite a while. All he's trying to do is get some attention from himself, so that people out in Hollywood will be like, "Oh, he's anti-gun, blah blah blah," and he's just trying to promote himself, and he did it in a bad way.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's not important.
Right, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. What is important is start thinking about if this attack happened in Washington D.C. today, or in Miami or Los Angeles.
I mean, it wouldn't. We have like
you think what would happen the next?
Oh, they'd be blaming guns and everything. They'd be.
Oh my God, yeah, it would be fucking over.
Take all the guns away and doing it.
I am positive what would happen. It would be first it would be normal, and then maybe 2 or 3 days later they would start saying, "Now's not the time to have this discussion, but we need to start having this discussion about our gun laws and how these terrorists got the guns and blah 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 and blah blah blah." You know, it would just be. Where in Europe and also here, I don't think, like I said before, I don't think any of these Democrats are going to bring up gun control in connection with this because it doesn't fit the narrative. It's contradictory to what they're fucking saying about.
Their laws are already fairly stringent as well. I mean, it's not like a fight that they need to fight. You know what I mean?
Oh, trust me, I don't think they have 10-round magazines past 10 rounds there. I don't think there's assault weapons there, or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Hold on. You don't think
you read off France's gun laws as if they were some sort of like okayness, dude? Read off California's not so bad if you read it just read it on paper.
Well, people said that they didn't have any, and I just simply cited facts to say that no, they do. They just
and even in New York City, they have handguns. There's handguns everywhere. People in LA have carry permits. I mean, it's true.
Well, the rich.
Now, I want to say, hold on. I want to point this fact out. Is you're saying what would happen if this attack happened in Washington D.C. I guarantee you, if this sort of attack happened on U.S. soil, they would have martial law. Don't you think?
Well, they have it now, and they have it in Paris and France.
Yeah, they do have
We had Oklahoma City and we had 9/11, and neither one of them were martial law.
They were partial. They were 9/11 was martial law in New York at that
Yeah, there was
time.
a curfew. There was a curfew, and there's definitely places you couldn't go past unless you.
And you guys might have not noticed it, but I certainly did.
Roadblocks, or is martial law taking down the government and putting the executive branch in charge for the unknown future?
Well, again, it was only
I'm saying
temporary.
This time in our history, I would not be shocked if martial law was invoked due to another terrorist attack.
Yeah, it was.
I guess that wouldn't surprise me either.
Same with Katrina. There's
The
martial law.
circumstances.
You remember that there was 70.
Law in the role in Pearl Harbor either.
Do you remember? Okay.
Yeah,
this
there was.
sounds bad. Do you remember 9/11? There was a 72-hour hold on all air traffic, all over the nation.
That
Everywhere.
sounds like roadblocks to me. That sounds like it's doing things that prevent further damage until you figure out what's going on. That's not martial law. Martial law is there's no more three parts of government. There is the executive branch and the enforcement branch, subsections of it, period. And here's the law now.
I hear what you're saying, G, and I agree with you. It wasn't like it was in the movie The Siege with Bruce Willis, where they did declare martial law in that movie in New York. But in New York City area, they definitely had martial law for an amount of time, and I don't mean it was everything went to.
Hold on, stop. Everyone just stop. I want to point out that Mika would like to show us a firearm now.
Okay.
Okay. It's all good.
No. The point of showing some firearms is not the point. But when you are talking about what Europe has or has not, or the rights we have or we have not. So the Europe is not as united as the United States of the America is. So there is different gun laws in different countries. So don't say that that something is happening or there are some rules in Europe because there are a lot of different countries. And
Mika, what was that gun you just had?
I'm not. I have shown that gun many times in these chats. So if you are a regular viewer, you know what that gun is, because it's it's the almighty Dragunov.
Yes, it
You're
is.
freaking Dragunov? Oh my god.
It's beautiful.
Yes, but that's not the point. We have different gun laws here at Europe, and it's the big thing is not what this gun is. As I wrote before this chat to the gun channels chat room, my ex-wife was there, and we talked about this happening in France, and like I wrote to the chat rooms what she was saying. It seems that that thinking about guns in Europe is the major thinking about guns is bad. Like I said, near to us there is some karaoke bar, and there is only one exit. If some guy goes to that karaoke bar with a rifle with few magazines, he can shoot a lot of people. Virtually he can kill all the people in that karaoke bar. And that karaoke bar is a place where my ex-wife drinks. And I was asking that if there are 5 people with handgun, and I try to tell her that if there are at least 5 guns with handgun, maybe some of those 5 guys could stop that mass murder. But when I said if there is a 5,
Mika said X,
I said it.
Go completely different way with that.
I said.
I get the gist of what he's saying.
Is the connector bad? I was trying to say that if there is a 5 guys with the handgun, then my ex-wife said that no, the handguns are bad. So she doesn't want people with handguns, but it's okay that there are some terrorists with rifles.
That's terrible.
Right. Yeah, as far as I know, like, I did some research on like Sweden because I have a friend in Sweden, like regarding their laws, and they're pretty loose. Like they don't allow carry though. Like you can get permits for whatever you want, and they have a lot of guns in the populace. It's probably I think it's a lot more than France from what I remember reading. But you can't carry. Like carry is off the table. Like you can have guns, you can shoot them for sport or for hunting or just for recreation, like we do here. But carry and self-protection is off the table. That's the job of the police. Fuck you. And I think what Mika's saying is that it's off the table and people don't appreciate what all that means.
Yeah. Well, earlier I don't know what I said because I was hungry. I was eating pizza and screaming at the same time. But I think what I meant to say was we have a Second Amendment. They don't, and that's the biggest difference between us and any other place on this planet. Because they might be able to own guns, but it would be pretty easy for them. Like, look at what happened in Great Britain. Like, it was pretty easy for them to just pass crazy laws. And I remember seeing, like, some of those marches, they said, were some of the largest protests in Great Britain history. Like, in Britain's history, where it was, like, I think hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets to protest those gun laws that they passed. And, yeah, I mean, shit, it could happen here, I guess, if they amended the Constitution.
Well, I mean,
really,
they try to just reinterpret what it actually means, like with all the sporting purpose bullshit. And, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it the other night. Like the 94 to 2004 ban that just so happened expired and wasn't renewed was pretty fucking bad. I mean, that's to me is one of the worst nightmares that could happen again.
Right, that's pretty much the low point of gun ownership in the last.
Yeah, and I'm sure if it happened again, I would think that would be. I don't think it could get much worse than that, but I mean, it could. But we'd always still have the right to own something, you know.
Yes. Here we are some kind of border country for the Russians. So we have history about the wars, and before the wars there was people who got weapons and ammo because they knew that the war is coming. So we have a history about guys who have guns and who are hoarding ammo.
Where are you from?
And are preparing the war, and I hope that the EU, European Union, doesn't understand about that history of our. But I hope that I don't, because if the European Union's idea of that all semi-automatic guns, rifles and handguns have to be taken off, I hope that the police officer who is coming to my house, he understands that I don't have those guns anymore because somehow I lost them. Maybe
they were stolen. You should just
boating accident. It's always a boating accident.
Yes, and I think that the spirit of our country is that we have to fight.
We're in Europe.
I don't think this is going to come. I don't think this is going to be an issue like for Europe either. I mean, I just feel like this doesn't fit the gun control argument. So they just basically will shrug this off and they won't mention these guns. I bet you they'll never even mention where these guns were from. Like the Charlie Hebdo thing, they never mentioned. We're just here like, yeah, I heard they got shipped or whatever. But like if it happened to America, we would probably know the gun shop's name, or like we would know exactly where they got them from, and
Right,
if
but
they filled out a
they probably got them from
4473.
some African
Where they
arms
stole
dealer or
it,
something.
Yeah, and I think like the last Hebdo thing, it was kind of a.
To admit where they got them from would be an embarrassment about the black market running under their noses, that their police are too corrupt to go in and stop. So they're not going to discuss this. They're going to discuss who did the terror attack and why they did the terror attack. Plus, I guarantee you, these guys had fully automatic AKs and grenades and bomb vests. None of this stuff is bought over the counter in any country.
No. Those are from black market.
Oh, okay, it's from Finland. Okay.
Those are not registered guns in Europe. Those guns are from somewhere else. So it's
Well, I do think if it happened here, it would not be the same way. It would be a play to start gun control conversations about like a week, 2 weeks, a month later. But like in Europe, it's already. I know it's not as bad as it. Like I said, they don't have guns there. But they don't have a gun per person kind of like statistics like we had. I'm sure there's not 60 million guns in France or whatever.
Look, in France, if they tried to play it like they did here in France, the people would go, wait, none of the things these people use can be bought in France. They use bombs, grenades, and fully automatic machine guns, none of which we have in France. These are all foreigners who smuggled all this in. Whereas our politicians would creatively spin it and say, hold on.
Well, if they could march Bill Ruger in front of Congress, he could probably testify that like you could create a fully automatic gun with just some tools. You know what I mean? So, I mean the whole thing about these were fully automatic, and who knows? I mean we don't know yet. I don't even want to talk about it. But like, they could have converted them, or they could have got them that way. Either way.
DP, this small country where I'm living, there are about 6 million people, and there are maybe 6 million guns.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good ratio.
We have a lot of guns. We have guns.
That's the kind of ratio I like in like my Raisin brand. I want Raisin to the Flake ratio of 1 to 1.
Yes, but the problem is there. I can see a few problems. Most of guns are for hunting, and then there are those semi-automatic guns and etc. But at the moment, I think that the thing is that the guns, the easy of to get a gun is because we are so next to the Russia and we have the history. So that's why we can have a lot of guns, different guns. But the European Union is doing what they are doing, and they want to take the guys in the Belgium and France and etc. They don't understand our history, that we have. There is a real problem that there can be war with the Russians, and it's similar than that some Japanese guy said that there there's no purpose to go to America because every Americans have a gun.
Well, I'm going to say you're right. That the nice thing about Europe is the fact that since you have so many small countries that are all their own entities that have to work together, you realize that one country can attack another country. You see that. The problem we have in America is we think we're above all that. We think we're invincible, and that allows us
you have Canada and Mexico.
Here, I'm reading right now. In France, a semi-automatic rifle cannot have a greater capacity than 3 rounds. All handguns and rifles chambered in military calibers, including bolt actions, require permits. There are 4 types of permits. Firearms are divided into 8 categories. They have a limit of rounds you can keep at your home, which seems like fine. That's great. Total numbers of firearms owned by an individual is limited, and then has a capacity limit for 20.
Yes, DP, those are the rules at the France.
I'm reading about it. Like every country in Europe has a different set of rules, right? So.
And we don't have those rules, and we don't want those. But France is a very big country in European Union, so we don't want those French rules.
No, but my statement would just be, I wouldn't worry about this too much with gun control, because in America all they ever do really push for is 10 rounds, where in France they already have a 3-round limit on semi-automatic rifles. They have a 3-round limit, and in America, basically all the anti-gun politicians scream about a 10-round limit.
Right, because that's as far as they can go at this point. Like, that's the closest they've ever gotten.
I'll throw $5 down that they say something about Paris tomorrow in the Democrat.
I will bet money they do too, but not in a way to connect it to we need the tougher gun control here in America.
Okay, I'll throw $5. I think they will.
I got it.
I mean, they might do other stuff also, but I bet Hillary will say something about guns.
It's going to be a massive leap if she does, and no one.
I doubt it. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked, but I don't think she would.
I think they can do it easily.
Yeah.
They can say France has gun control laws, and this happened because of the lack of gun control laws next door, which is the same thing that they claim is happening in New York and LA and all those other places.
Yeah.
They'll say that we have to get rid of guns everywhere so that this doesn't happen in the places that matter.
Good luck. Good luck.
I'm just saying I could see them spinning it that way. They're not going to.
No, right. I think that's that makes sense. But again, like,
well, they're still the boogeyman.
I feel like any reasonable person analyzes that would find that to be asimine.
Most anti-gunners.
Let's get rid of all the guns, you guys.
I think most anti-gunners and this is just in the last 5 years watching these people. When it's a terrorist attack, when it's a Muslim extremist, a jihadi guy, or whatever, usually they don't ever mention it because that's like a known enemy. They're the enemy. Like, they're the enemy of the civilized world. So it's hard. What they like to do is bring up these weirdo, like, college student guys, just like the people that could be next door to you. Like, not the enemy of society, but more like one of us is more scarier. Like, it could be your neighbor kind of thing. And that's why they'll start talking about the background checks or this and that and the third, when obviously someone who went overseas to Syria, like, probably we're going to find out about these guys, and trained with terrorist organizations, might have been on no-fly lists. Yeah, I mean, it's too obvious that everything we have in place should stop known terrorists from owning firearms. Yeah, like, and maybe they could do the internet gun show loophole thing they've been pushing lately. But I just think, in their track record of, like, when it's a Muslim extremist jihadi guy, they basically just don't mention gun control because Americans, they can't relate to that. They can't be like, they don't get down with that, like, you want to take my guns away because of some fucking foreigner who trained in fucking some terrorist country to kill us. Like, no, that's when the people get patriotic. That's when people start like saying, no, like maybe we need to arm ourselves, and they get all weird about it. But when it's like when you go to the movie theater and it's a college student working on his doctorate who just like loses his mind or something, that's more terrifying. That's like, yeah, can you please protect us from ourselves kind of mentality? Like, we need you to protect us from
That's
ourselves.
an enemy that you don't have an army for. That's an enemy that there are stupid-ass laws for, they think.
Right, it's not ourselves.
I don't
like,
think it'll be
it's-
like their main battle cry. I just figure it's worth $5 that I think she's going to bring it up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with
wouldn't be
that.
surprised.
I'm down. I'll take the bet because I think she's smarter than that. And if she makes that argument, unfortunately, there'll be no one on the stage or on the panel to like challenge her on a statement like that. Like, you know, plus it's too soon to really, because like once again, we don't know anything. We don't know if these people were even French. These people might have, you know, we don't know if they were refugees. We don't know if they were French. We don't know where they
In
where
the
they
state of the world
trained.
now, if you wanted to, you can just do anything bad and go, we're ISIS, and then, yeah, it's going to take some amount of time before people figure out you're not really ISIS.
It's like
Yeah, well, they'll
Wu-Tang
find
Clan.
out
You
where
can
these
just
people
claim that you're
came
part of it.
from, where they lived, were they born French, were they here, whatever. They'll find out everything about these people, and then at that point you can make like an argument. Like, but right now it's just too much unknown, like to really make a fucking argument either way. Like that's what bothers me about our president sometimes is he'll just come out and say stuff like right away, and they don't know the facts yet. Like when that church shooting thing, or any of these. Go ahead.
Is it about your
Which theory do
is,
I have?
is the
They're coming
really-
to take me away. Aha. It's
Uh,
like say Rage Against the Machine when I talk. It's not-
No. I mean that when you are speaking about these things are your how
like here's my examples. We had a shooting. We've had a
Yes.
couple of shootings here in America where there were Islamic jihadis, and they never talked about gun control. Like we had the guy in the Brooklyn Naval Yard who was a nut job. We had Major Nadal
Yes.
who went to an army base and shot up an army base. We had the guy who just shot up the army recruiting place in Tennessee. We've had at least 4 or 5 in the last like few years, and I've never heard them talk about gun control because that is the enemy. And it's that's why I think.
Maybe, how this is very no political, but your why it's so hard to say, but
I'm an asshole. You can just say it. You just
No,
say
no,
it.
no.
I get it.
No,
I come here to be an asshole. Dude. This is why Gun Channels pays me every day.
I'm trying to say that your point of view. You say you said that a lot of things about Arabics, and your
No, I didn't say anything about Arabics. Every time I said something, I said Muslim extremist jihadis.
Okay.
I'm not even saying Sunnis. I'm not saying Shiites. I'm not saying Saudi Arabians. I'm just saying a Muslim radical extremist terrorist type. I'm not saying anything about anybody else but that. Like, so that's all.
Okay, but is your that you are that you are what you are? That's very bad to say. Is there some point of view how you are looking about what's happening in the world? Because I think that you are looking Israel very positive way.
I don't know about Israel. I'm just saying, like, anytime there's an attack here, it's always
it doesn't fit their narrative. They'll accept
Right.
the numbers
choice.
of carnage.
Right,
They'll
and
use
it's-
that to their
it's-
advantage.
Usually they
won't
make the
bring
choice not to politicize it when it's connected to a Muslim extremist.
Right, because it doesn't make sense to like.
I'm tweeting about this.
It's the difference between like a domestic issue and an international issue because of that whole like religious extremist angle. It's very
Well, the
hard to
real
make a
deal
case
is
for
that
that.
the fuckers here are creating the argument. Since the media is their sounding block, their soapbox, they're able to stand up and discriminate what they're going to talk about. So like DB's saying, they're not going to pick anything outside the narrative. They're just going to pick the ones that fall into that agree with their perception of it all.
Right, and it's also why you don't hear about successful defensive gun uses either.
So can I take it in a totally racist way, which is different for me? I don't usually do that. But I found an interesting comment here that I don't think we've addressed yet in our talk about this. And it's kind of only related because of the religion or whatever. But this concept, I haven't heard of this one. At least I don't think I've heard of this one before. This is in a scroll, in a comment feed or whatever off of this whole situation in Paris. And somebody brings up, I don't know who this is, they bring up that he says when he lived in Denver in the 90s, he used to hang out at a gun shop that was across the street from a mosque, and every time they had a new shipment of AKs, people would buy 6 to 10 of them at a time, cases of ammo. And his suggestion is, or he suspects that every mosque in the country is an arsenal. Has anybody ever heard of that concept before, or is that just super racist?
Never heard of anything to that effect before.
I have definitely heard that. I don't know that it was true, but I have definitely heard that.
I mean, you could say the same thing against like Kokesh or something, right? Back in the day, you could say that all the crazy other fill-in-the-blank religion, the extremists of whatever religious.
Well, they get to hide behind the theory that it would be religious persecution if they were harassed or raided or investigated. You know, it would make them look like that they're, profiling or what have you. But I have definitely heard that. I don't know that it is true. I just know that I have heard that.
I don't think it's any more true than any right-wing religious whatever people stockpiling. I've heard of Mormons and Christians doing the same thing.
Did you say
the Mormons?
Did you say
culture, or this part of their religion to be prepared, so that you could, if you wanted to frame it as though they're somehow, even though they've never really done anything, you could, if you wanted to be anti that concept, then yeah, you could say that lots of religious groups or multiple religious groups are going to stockpile.
Did you say Kokesh, G-Webs?
Wasn't that his name?
You mean David Koresh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, no, I just didn't. No, I'm not trying to like nitpick. I just didn't know if Adam Kokesh did something else.
Oh, is that the guy?
He still got arrested.
Branch Davidians.
No, thanks for clearing that up. So I meant the guy in Waco, whatever, where they have.
Right, yeah, David Koresh and the Branch Davidians, yeah.
And then the other thing, if we want to get off of Paris for a bit, did you hear about Blitzerian's guns in L.A.? I think it was L.A.
They returned them, but they returned them without any of the ammo.
Well, the concept, I didn't like the idea that he was away, which he's allowed to be away from his home, and somebody tried breaking into his home. They didn't successfully get into the, I guess, some kind of armored door or something they were trying to get into. Instead, they got caught, or the police arrived, and they ran off. But then instead of just reporting and documenting it, the police then continued breaking into that safe or that room or locker room or whatever, and took a number of his handguns, like 8, with the telling him, or in the reports, that it was for public safety or something, so that the bad guys couldn't come back. But Blitzerian is saying that they left like thousands of dollars worth of other guns there, so they just took some guns, and then they only gave him back the gun. Then he had to go back for the ammo, and then they did not give him back his magazines that the ammo was in. So that's going to get brushed under the news, I think.
Oh yeah.
I don't like the guy. What sucks, I think one of the first things I saw about it was in the article. It goes like rich guy or famous rich guy and gun rights activist or some shit. And I'm like, when has he done anything except shoot a gun? When has he ever opened his fucking mouth for gun rights? Has he ever said anything pro-rights? Or has he only exploited guns because they make him a bunch of money on Facebook?
I'm gonna go with the second one, the exploiting.
Who are we talking about?
Blizzarian. Dan Blizzarian. Yeah, gee, I'm with you on that because I haven't heard him ever come out and try and be pro 2A or use any of his muscle for anything in that manner, for sure. But no, he's the first one to go out there shooting down drones or titties and guns kind of guy, you know? But what, he won all his money playing poker, is that right?
I think that's how he got it. I'm assuming now he's got money, he's just letting the money make money.
Well, his dad was well off too.
Oh, so he's starting out with some money in poker? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Can you
I saw the Blizzarian article on Facebook, but everything's been flooded with the Paris thing. That was like earlier this morning when I saw it, so I imagine just a search for Blizzarian.
Oh, this happened today, or this happened recently? Because I remember
just
seeing this
saw
guy
it
in the
this
news for
morning,
something
I
else.
think, before the Paris stuff started hitting, so...
Yeah, that's when I saw it. That was this morning. I didn't realize they did that about the magazines and stuff. I just caught the part where they
Can you
had
like
taken
sue the
them.
city for that? Like that's kind of.
Well, he can probably sue him for the lost magazines and if anything else was damaged, but I don't know that he can sue him for much more than that.
Now, if he wants to shut me up, he can spend some of that money fighting them over this bullshit and make a big stink about it, because it seems like I feel like he's got enough money to pursue that. So,
Hell yeah, he does.
about it,
He doesn't seem to be interested in that, though, and that's the part that sucks.
he's interested in telling the world about how he's crying about how he was wronged, but yeah, he's not championing it.
Championing it. Yeah, that's kind of upsetting to see someone who views gun ownership as just like possessing toys, and it's not like a holistic right. It's not this whole thing. Like it's way
Like, there's
bigger
no
than your
mark
toys,
other
dude.
than you're either evil or you're some kind of delusional wannabe evil. There's no legitimate use.
Right. There's no legitimacy. Yeah, that really does suck that he's not pursuing anything. Maybe he will. You know, who knows? We'll see. Maybe somebody.
California needs it.
Maybe this will light a fire under his ass. I think he usually lives in Vegas, though, I thought.
Well, I
But
hope he
again-
has homes all over the place. He's super rich.
The thing is, if any sort of activist group does convince him that like, oh, this is something you should really, this is a cause you should pursue, you should champion this, it'll just get spun to the point where it's like, oh, well, the NRA is just using him as like a, figurehead or a tool to achieve their political ends, regardless of the
I
merits
think
of
he's
the
got the
arguments.
potential of all those, like, just whatever drunken college kids that like his shit. He's got the potential of getting to them at least, and at least giving them a message where I know anything I ever say isn't going to get through to some drunken college kid, probably.
Right? Compared to the glitz and glamour of Blizzarian with titties and guns, yeah, you're probably right on that. Granted, I like titties too, don't get me wrong.
I don't know, I kind of count as a drunk college kid, so.
Yeah, but you may be the exception as opposed to the norm. Actually, I don't know about that. There's Weddle, there's BE. You got the ear of the Utes, G-Webs. The Utes.
He's down with this new generation.
Youths that have a, see a potential and are interested in seeing their future. There's a lot of youths that are just not.
Ambivalent. They're completely ambivalent. And I do think that is the norm. I think most people my age and part of my generation are just very ambivalent. And I mean, sometimes it's just ignorance. I mean, I feel like if I pushed a couple people, I could get them to like really understand it, kind of red pill them on the whole thing. But I think people are more interested in their other hobbies, that they're not concerned with like political activism or their rights or they're more concerned with their day-to-day lives and like what new games coming out on Xbox or what new movie they're gonna go see. It's just, and for me, like for the longest time, I kind of kept out of the loop, and I still kind of do, just because there's no outlet for me, and there's also I just don't find ways to contribute. That's my biggest struggle. That's why I like this place. I feel like I can gain knowledge from other people, and I can also contribute in some way. Maybe someone will watch this chat, or someone will be in the chat, and I'll influence somebody, or I'll be influenced in a way that I can influence other people. But again, very few people take that stuff.
I'm an advocate for. I'm a grown man, and I don't change my mind often, especially when somebody comes up to me and says, "You normally like blue, but I'm going to tell you why red's better." But on the other hand, I've definitely changed my major things over my lifetime. Things that I thought I was set in stone when I was a dumb kid. Life experience, lets you change. So. Anyway, it's not that it's not. I don't think that it's achievable to change someone's mind, but I think it is possible to create an atmosphere that makes it logically difficult for the assholes who are lying to them to have credibility. So if you keep telling somebody red's the way to go, but everything they see is blue and everything's happy, then it's tough to tell them how blue isn't working. It just does. They don't have very hard to red pill people. Yeah, and I think they definitely have used that against us by removing the guns. I've said it before. They remove everything, all guns from culture as much as they possibly can, make them as dangerous seeming as they possibly can. If you pick up a gun, you have ultimate power. That's the way that they're happy to leave that paradigm out there, because then they can play on it anytime they need to. And we can either sit there and watch it happen and bitch about it, or be aware of it and try to manipulate it the same way they're manipulating it. Because shit, they manipulate it. It's not like they're right, and we all really don't want guns, and we're somehow deceived by the guns themselves or something, or some uniform ideology. Shit, we all fucking have different ideologies, so we know it's not that. Josh is saying that they have a forest fire worth of fuel for tomorrow. They would definitely, I would think, they'd show themselves as being the slimy sons of bitches as they are if they start capitalizing and exploiting the tragedy today, tomorrow.
The other thing is that there's the whole issue is very complex and murky, and there's so much rhetoric on both sides that the average millennial, again, they're more concerned about their test tomorrow or getting a job or other things, like the ways in which they're gonna tangibly and economically continue their pursuit of happiness, to the point where this falls by the wayside, especially since they grow up in an anti-gun culture, or in a culture where guns are absent except for movies and TV, and it's not important to them. And I think that you have to convince them that it is important. That's what I like the Every Second Matters stuff. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the gun violence comment there, G.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Right, yep, gun violence. There you go.
And I was just kind of curious, and I checked out Hillary's feed. The only thing she put was the reports from Paris are harrowing, praying for the city and families of the victims.
Which, to be real, isn't that the right answer, so to speak?
Yeah.
I just don't think she can hold her tongue long enough. I'm kind of with G-Webs. I think she's going to fucking blow it tomorrow. That is tomorrow, right? The Democratic debate?
Democrat debate is tomorrow.
Okay.
Damn, Shannon Tweet, or whatever her name is, has more Twitters than I do.
She's also been naked a lot.
Wait, what?
Or wait. No, who are you talking about?
Shannon Watts.
Oh, I thought you said Shannon Tweed.
I don't know who that is. So sorry, Shannon Watts.
I thought you were
Okay.
talking about Hillary for a second. I'm like, oh god.
Well, I certainly hope neither of those two. The one chick that I was talking about is the one that's married to Gene Simmons or whatever.
Never heard.
Former Playboy playmate, all that blah blah blah. That's why I was like, why are you talking about Shannon Tweed? What does it matter about anything, right? But now I understand what you're saying about Shannon Watts.
G-Webs posted this such at this mom's demand action thing. So those moms are their hearts are with the people, and my ex-wife sent the message which was playing about maybe 1 hour ago, that sound, and ex-wife said that she has a candle. She's lighting the candle for the victims. So there are a lot of people saying, they are saying that we are doing something, we are lighting candle and we are doing something like that. But the main thing that doing some real thing for the shootings.
Well, I'm not going to discount somebody lighting a candle. I mean, that is doing something. It's something that they can do physically to be part of the whatever phenomenon or whatever of the thing. I mean, it's their solidarity. Maybe we could take the guns and put them into the pyramids where they used to store the grain, and put those rocks up to store the guns inside of there, seal them away, and then we'd be less violent.
Well, then the aliens would have all of our guns. I don't know if I like that.
Well, that's a good idea. As soon as they, that's a good point. As soon as they drop down to the pyramid, alien spacecraft, they'd be armed right away.
That'd be ground zero or something, wouldn't it? According to, what was it, Stargate or whatever,
Stargate.
Stargate or the Transformers movies.
So Mom's Man Action is calling this gun violence. So do you think that if terrorists didn't have guns, that this wouldn't have happened?
Seriously, it's like, how can you read that statement on that stupid-ass picture and then not have that same question? Like, are there seriously people that look at that and don't question any further and just go, yeah, that wouldn't have happened except for with the guns?
Except for all the grenades and the vests and...
Yeah, all that other stuff.
Right.
But that's not what they're focusing on. That's not part of their agenda. That doesn't fit their narrative. They're going to pick and choose what it is that they want to use, and they're going to fucking grab onto it like a hobo on a ham sandwich.
Let me spin this around to the presidential election. Now, I mean, I don't. Obviously, none of us have any ability to know when all this shit's going to happen or, intervene or anything. But it happened after this last Republican one, which they're not going to have one for weeks. So that'll give it time so that it's not immediate media attention or whatever. But do you think that it's possible that this will become, I don't know what do you call it, like an impetus for the discussion to turn towards international all of a sudden? And if 9/11 would have happened right next to an election year instead of right after one, you know what I mean? The whole next election would have been about international politics, right? Instead of like the economy or something else. Like right now, I don't know what the real focus is. We think it's guns, but it's not. It's probably like immigration / free shit, whatever you call all the like free shit the government gives out. I'd say that's probably the big one right now, just because all the Democrats are saying how they're going to give everything away. They're just assuming the money's there, and the Republicans are all focused on trying to make the government smaller so that you remove those giveaways or whatever. So it seems like right now, whatever they call, what's that called? Like whatever you call public giveaways. Entitlements. Like it seems like that's been the thing. Do you think this has the potential to switch the thing to international? And if it switches to international,
like that being the primary issue,
right? Like if all of a sudden that becomes the focus now, would
Foreign
that
policy, who's able to have the best foreign policy abilities? Is that kind of what you're saying about for presidential candidates?
Yeah, like will it change the direction of the debate, and then will that give Hillary an advantage because she was Secretary of State?
Oh, definitely.
Or will it kill her because she was a horrible Secretary of State? Or here's another third option: will the Republicans who don't have, I mean, there is no Republican that we all want, or that everybody wants to fight Hillary at least. Will it just turn them into like chaos? So now they're just fighting about everything, and they're going to now, they've been fighting about how to solve the domestic financial stuff. All of a sudden, they're going to start fighting about the best way to do terrorism, and just let Hillary walk right in because now it's an international debate, and all of this local stuff is not as important as this new urgent international issue.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Does she win because she's been Secretary of State? Because they basically think she's the best Secretary of State we ever had, right? They think Benghazi is just the NRA trying to push her down or whatever, but they think she's perfect, right? Like, this is her credentials for being president. She's been Secretary of State. She's been everywhere. She's gone down to places under gunfire. She's hardcore. So, like, she can take care of this? Or do you think the Dems are going to be like, oh, shit, we don't want her crazy ass up there getting us into a war now?
Well, what are the odds that she doesn't get the nomination? But I think that if they try and utilize this example and use foreign policy, I definitely think she's going to have an advantage over the ones that have none, and that she's proven to some degree, or to some people, maybe to some people, not to some degree, that she does have a certain level of foreign policy swagger.
Right. It also depends upon what we as a people want to do about ISIS and about what terrorism and all that, and how she's going to approach that. If she's going to start off the new war on terror, or if she's going to backpedal, which probably, I don't know. Because we were talking about this earlier, like during the first Clinton administration. We're talking about like Vietnam syndrome, and how Mogadishu kind of reminded everybody that it was still an elephant in the room, and whether or not we'd really shaken it. Because the first Bush had basically said that following the Gulf War and our total victory, that it's all gone and we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's like America's ready to fight wars. But then Mogadishu kind of woke everybody up and showed that like we're not ready to commit to ground forces, intervening in these places. And I think it's gonna, and like we're coming off Iraq, and we're backpedaling on Afghanistan and the war on terror. So I don't know how she's gonna play that, and then however she plays that, how we're gonna view that. Because I mean, we like as a society, we've gotten so good at understanding the dichotomy of almost every argument, and that's why there's so many strong pro and anti-gun people. There's so many isolationists versus so many, you know, pro-war people, pro and anti-abortion. Like, we get it. Like, there's a dichotomy of everything, and there are reasons, maybe not good ones, but there are reasons and a recycled rhetoric for both sides. And so it's I don't know, honestly, because I could see her going one way or the other way, and then I could see us taking that one way or the other way.
TVS, do you still think that Ben Carson is a good guy?
Do I still think he's good?
Yes, we talked this before. We chatted that this.
I don't think he's perfect by any means, but I would be down with having a doctor in there, and he seems like a cool, like, life story. I would think he'd be an awesome president, or at least he'd be an awesome president on paper, but I've not researched him to know, you know, I mean, I think I like Cruz and Rubio a little better, but I would not be disappointed. Honestly, I wouldn't be disappointed with any of the Republicans. Even Trump, I don't like, but it would be interesting to see what the hell happens with a Trump president. I like them all better than Hillary. I'm scared of what she would do. I'm not scared of what they would do.
About Ben Carson, when I learned more, I think that will be good president. But then the new things what has came, the knowledge.
My the teacher that I told you about, he hasn't mentioned even after the Oregon shooting, he hasn't mentioned like uncontrollably NRA in the last few classes, but I swear to God, he works in Ben Carson in every single class and how crazy Ben Carson is, and it's just like, okay, Grandpa.
Do you think that people that are anti-Carson right now because he's ahead, I guess, or they just hate him so bad they got to be against him no matter what?
Because he says crazy fucking shit like the pyramids were used for grain silos and shit. He goes from being real smart to real dumb real fast.
Well, my teacher, my teacher said in regards to him is something something that I agree with on like a fundamental level, but I don't know if it applies specifically to Carson. Is that you have there's a difference between people who are sincerely intelligent, benevolent, I don't know, for lack of better terminology, like good people, like good people, and then there are people who just who are just skilled, who have acquired a set of skills, and that they're good at that, but they're not necessarily like holistic people. And like he thinks of Carson as like he's very good at neurosurgery, but that doesn't make him like an adequate presidential candidate or even a good person. And they cite like his past and all that.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess you could say that. But then I look at a guy who was born to how many children with his ma, and
a lot.
And they that's literally the American story, right? He
picked himself up by his bootstraps.
There's nothing in the American story that says you can never do anything wrong. In fact, we have the most people in prison, so we get all kinds of people that end up doing something wrong and come back from it. It's all about being able to.
But the all about Ben Carson can be lie. So
right.
You cannot.
I'm okay with. Are you talking about the pyramid thing, or are you guys talking about something else specifically? Because if we're just talking about the pyramid thing.
People in urban areas shouldn't be allowed to own semi-automatic handguns?
Did he say that a lot, or did he say that once and they keep bringing it up?
He's flip-flopped on gun rights a lot, as far as
I'm just saying, if it's like, I've seen a thing of Trump from like the 90s when he was being interviewed for a magazine or something, and he said, well, if I was going to run for president, and he was joking because he wasn't even anywhere near planning on it, he said, I would be a Republican because you can just shout a bunch of words and then they'll vote for you. And now that's what he's doing. So do I really think that in whatever year that was, decade ago plus, that he really thought that was the strategy and he's going to play a little joke on everybody and tell them his strategy? I just think that people say stuff in their lives when they don't think they're going to be running for president, and then later when they're running for president, people bring that stuff up and
Well, Carson said this like less than a year ago. That's the thing. He said it during the beginning of his campaign, and
Okay,
it
so
just
part of
seemed like
his
flip
campaign
floppery.
platform, I haven't heard it as being part of his campaign platform, but obviously no, I wouldn't be in favor of
This
that.
was like less than a year ago. It's still a while before like all these debates and stuff. But I mean, I think and you can attribute it to him establishing his own platform, but.
Well, if you're asking a neurosurgeon in a, like, let's say, again, I don't know when this quote was from, but if it was like a talk to other neurosurgeons or something, and he says something about gun policy in general, I'm not going to hold him to that. He wasn't on the platform petitioning. He wasn't suggesting this is my platform that I want you to vote for me for. That was just him saying a bunch of words at one point in his life. I certainly don't expect to be accountable for every fucking word I've ever said in my life. Like I say, I changed over time.
Right. It's just the recency of it kind of unnerves me, that's all. It's like Trump saying some dumb shit like 20 years ago is one thing, but...
Well, Trump's dumbass shit makes no sense. I mean, the only thing I have heard Carson say recently and like over again is the pyramid thing, but I'm personally able to get past that. I don't really care what he thinks about the pyramid. So I don't think...
For me, it's like, that's the other end of the
pyramids were used for, I don't believe them. Because the fucking pyramids weren't sarcophaguses for kings. I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah. Well, that's the other side of the coin about the whole like skilled argument. Is like, you can be like a skilled leader and a skilled economist or a skilled something or other and be president and pull us out of the mess we're in. And you can be a terrible person otherwise, and it's like, but we don't care. We really don't give a shit. And it's like, when Clinton had the whole Lewinsky thing, it's like nobody cares. The guy's dick sucked. Nobody cares. How does that affect his leadership? Honestly, it's like, well, it shows a lack of virtue and a lack of whatever. It doesn't affect those skills. Not to say that like he was a fantastic president or anything like that. But again, like just if you think about the argument in general terms, like it doesn't fundamentally affect the skills necessary to lead. So it's like let him say some crazy shit.
Yeah, long speak. But the Carson is not just the pyramids. He's lying all the time about
the West Point thing.
Yes, I think
I've actually been looking for the source on that.
But here's the deal.
Because I don't know exactly what he said.
He didn't say that he took the scholarship to West Point. He said he had been offered one. So when the people that are trying to destroy the guy say that he never had one, it's because he never accepted it. So
the thing is, the problem is that the fact that he's stating that somebody offered that to him, like trying to give credence to himself as a leader, like that's the problem, because like that's impossible. It's an obvious lie, and it's a lie generated to give credence to himself as a leader. That's the problem. It's not whether or not he accepted it or whatever. It's the fact that he made some shit up in order to bolster people's perception of him.
Was he accepted to West Point or not, though?
He was never accepted, but he lied about being offered a position. You can't be offered. You can't. They don't give scholarships out to West Point.
Scholarship? You're correct. You can't be offered a scholarship, but don't. I mean, unless you've been to West Point and you're familiar with the military, maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I know people that are let in to the military because they're good trumpet players. They are let into the military because they are piano players. So when there's a skill that's necessary, you don't have to do a bunch of shit like a regular recruit. Beyond that, the thing that I heard about the West Point situation for Carson was that he said he was offered a scholarship to West Point, and the people that were criticizing him were suggesting you don't have a scholarship to West Point. It's not something you pay for. You're offered a position, and they were suggesting that he didn't know what it was because he said scholarship. But I suggest someone who isn't interested in going to West Point, and a recruiter comes up and says, and I don't know if it's an Army recruiter or some kind of other recruiter, but somebody comes up and says, wow, you came up from a great story, you're self-educated, you're obviously self-motivated, we think you'd be West Point material. Would you like to come on board? And he said, no thanks. And then later on he recalled that to someone and used the word scholarship.
Right, like it's a poor choice of words. It's not like a lie. I get what you're saying. Like maybe it was just a poor
West
choice of
Point
words,
should
and it's really
to verify whether or not he was offered a slot or whatever it's called.
right. Well, what I was told is that
agree
what I
with
was
you.
told is
Why
that he
shouldn't that be
said
the line?
like right. Well, what I was told was that he was offered a scholarship to West Point by General Westmoreland. That's what I was told, and it's like that just seems like total puffery to me. And like all the backlash he gets, if that's what happened, is completely deserved. But that's the thing. I'm trying to find the source.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too
haven't found
concerned
the
on
source.
that because like I say, I knew people, and I don't know them now. I knew people that they didn't have, I think they might have gone to basic, but they didn't have to do anything. Like they were let into the military because they needed them in the fucking band. So there's other things that you can get into the military if you have a skill that's necessary. And just
Right,
like in
like neurosurgery.
I don't
Well,
know.
I don't think he was a neurosurgeon at that time.
Well, again, yeah, if somebody's
He
got
was an ROTC guy, like top of his class, and he was like a sophomore in high school or something when this happened.
Okay,
so I think he might have been like a
little more sense
senior in high school or something. He said that I saw an interview with him because I heard the Westmoreland stuff too, but it was a dinner where Westmoreland might have been attending. So either way, he was a teenager when it happened.
Well,
and then he recalled it later on in life, and it was a long time later. Maybe he stretched it. Maybe he exaggerated.
But wait a minute.
But that's what I heard.
If Westmoreland's given a speech, it's gonna make an impression on a person. Like you know what I'm trying to say?
Right. I think
you're gonna
he's
remember it
generating
as a
puffery, and he should take some flack
like
for
he
that.
talked to me. Holy shit! You know.
No, we've had talks about when we all when a bunch of us will get in here that have been in the military or whatever. We'll talk about basic and shit. And there was, I don't know if you guys remember, we had a chat. I think it was back when Hug It Out was still in here, and we were talking about basic or something. And Dano and everybody was, and Chris, because me and Chris went to the same place for basic. They were telling us about the skill class or whatever the fuck it's called. Like towards the end of basic, you do everything over again to show that you remember it, like how to set up a claymore and how to do all the little tasks you have to learn. And I had totally forgotten about that. Like, literally, that was like 4 days out of my life that I just never thought about because I haven't thought about it in like 3 decades or whatever. So, and I'm not a neurosurgeon. I didn't go to neurosurgeon school and then save a bunch of kids' lives and shit since then. So I can only assume this guy's got a lot of stuff going on in his head. And again, to try to recollect something from when you're 18,
Right.
I don't hold that against somebody. Now,
Right. Like
you
it's
said,
an honest
if he was-
mistake.
if
It's
he's
not
blatantly
like
lying, then I'm not going to say, oh, don't worry about it. You're 18. If he's literally lying about something, then yeah, that stands to his character as someone who's willing to just say whatever. And we see that with Hillary. We know she lies about shit.
Well, all the time.
Right. And that's my biggest point of
I'm not
contention
really
is whether or not it's
pro-person as much
puffery
as
or whether he's just like an honest mistake. And it makes all the difference in the world.
I mean, Hillary, well, I mean, I was seeing something on TV. Like, she said she tried to join the Marines. Now, there are people saying that was a lie. Either way, I'm not going to hold it against her. I mean, that's not why I'm not going to vote for her. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, she didn't lose my vote because she exaggerated or lied about trying to join the Marines. That's the least of my worries with her. You know what I mean? So, I could really care less about West
like the
Point
fact that
or
they did
whatever this
West,
fucking guy.
General Westmoreland. To me, that is freaking huge in my mind. And
Right.
whether
And we're
he
very
misspoke-
reverent of our
misspoke or
military
not,
too.
whether he misspoke or not in using the word scholarship, I'm kind of with G-Webs on that. That's understandable. And trying to recall it, like you said, 20, 30 years later, I can understand how you might not remember it exactly as it happened. Literally one of the things that worries me about the guy is the semi-automatic firearm thing. Like everything else that was on the issues seemed better. It's just that one little hiccup. And I guess he said it on Glenn Beck, I think, in 2013. And we already know Glenn Beck's fucking crazy.
It was in November of last year, or November 2013, so 2 years ago.
With Ben Garson, there are too many lies, but there is a possibility that he could say it or tell that those were lies. With Hillary Clinton, there is not that possible because she were in different position. So Hillary has lied, and at my eyes, he's gone. But the Ben Carson has possible to explain why he said what he said. But there is one candidate who has not lied. Lied.
I mean,
And I would like to see that this one candidate will tell to Mr. Obama that you are fired.
Huh. You're fired. That guy?
I mean, I'm kind of with Island though on the whole, like Carson and even Trump. Like I don't know. I haven't felt that any candidate sincerely supported gun rights, throughout this whole thing. It's just like you see the flip-flopping, and it's like, they're not NRA members, they don't own guns. If they did, we'd know about it, and we would be behind them 100%. But it's not something they publicize.
I was just wait, is there a picture of Hillary shooting a gun anywhere?
I think I've seen one, but
we got that bullshit Obama shooting a shotgun picture.
Yeah, my shotgun.
I was gonna say that's Hosh Nazi shotgun, man.
That's a Satori, baby.
That's a nice shotgun, dude.
Oh, really? How much is that shotgun then that he's shooting?
27. About. He doesn't have the starter model, so 2,500. Nah, 2,500. Grabagun.com.
What do you think? Okay, right. I was gonna say 27 to $3,000. It's a really nice shotgun.
For the raising comb model, where the adjustable rear comb, that's like $3,000. Yeah. 27 to $3,000.
And if anybody's wondering out there, that's the one you want.
Yeah, don't mess around with the cheap stuff.
If you have the means, as Ferris Bueller said, if you have the means, I highly suggest you pick one up.
It's like I'm buying the Ferrari, but how much is the leather? Leather seats. I don't need the leather.
Can I get it in a stick so that it can save some extra? Can we reduce the...
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't need the GPS.
Ferrari is going to have an IPO coming out soon, right? And you know that they're going to go to full-on boutique manufacturing. Like, you literally order what the fuck you want for a Ferrari. Now, I do not have the means for this.
Like Ferraris off the rack now? Or off the shelf? I thought you bought them.
Be able to. I haven't purchased one.
Yeah, there's a Ferrari dealer here. You could just go buy one.
Oh, okay.
There used to be one on,
I think I saw it showed. Is it Ferrari the factory that has like a tree in it so that it maintains the right humidity and they make everything from scratch, like in the factory?
I wouldn't doubt it.
I got the impression that they made those to order because they were so fancy.
Oh,
that's what they've started to go toward the past couple of years, and I think that's what they're going to, at some point, that's all they're going to do, is that way.
I'm pretty sure some of them are handmade.
Right after their IPO goes through the roof.
You think it will?
I think it's going to start out affordable, and I think it's quickly going to no longer be affordable.
I would think that it's going to go through the... I think it'll go through the roof immediately and then actually come back down.
Does that say Lamborghini, Hosh?
What's that?
Does it say Lamborghini?
Yeah, that's the Lamborghini SUV. That's a real car. That's a real thing.
Arrow.
It wasn't something that some guy assembled in his garage with like spare cardboard box parts.
No, that's the best Lambo in history? Okay.
Is this current production or?
Yes, as production as Lamborghini is, yeah, it was.
Right. Is that bulletproof windows and stuff, or not quite?
No, this is like back in the 80s or early 90s, I think. It's an old car.
Oh, okay.
I would drive one.
Called?
It looks better than my Cherokee.
Let me see. I can't remember what the hell anything's called.
But I definitely think you're right, Hosh. I think it's gonna, like when it opens, it'll be affordable and it'll go through the roof immediately. And you're right, it'll come back down and settle. I just don't have any idea what like mid-range, high-range, low-range will it settle at.
Right. It was called the LM002 in 1986.
I was about to say, this thing does not look like the current production vehicle.
No, I mean, it looks like a Lamborghini from the 80s.
You call it the Rambo Lambo.
Yeah, they call it the Rambo Lambo. Yeah, that's the joke. Oh, yeah.
It looks like someone tried to render a hearse on a 1980s computer.
You're watching right here.
Or like render like a Land Rover, and all they got were these like polygons, and that's what it is.
It's like draw me a car with the least amount of rounded edges as possible.
Isn't that more effective for anti-radar though?
I think it has to be beveled. It can't be right angles.
Oh.
And that thing is all right angles.
Well, the thing is, it was developed in the 1980s, so it needed to have polygons. It's like polygons were not. They weren't an option; they were a requirement.
Mad polys, dude. Get that 16-bit in generation games.
Right? It just looks like a polygonized Land Rover. That's so weird.
Yeah, it looks like an H2 had Botox.
So I'm just going through watching the chat on the Gun Channel site, and Chris saying that when Carson said that thing in 2013, he lost me. So don't worry about Carson, because nobody thinks Carson's going to win, and he's not the one to beat Hillary. So if a politician says one thing, and then, what is this, 2 years later says something else, is it impossible to trust that politician ever?
So it always comes down
when they only offer platitudes and general statements. Yeah, I mean, it's if they don't get to the heart of what they think and why they think it, then it's like if you're just giving me like a surface brush of like what your stance is, then it's like I can't really take what you have to say to heart.
So here's the way I look at it is. Everybody says lots of things all the time because you can't just sit there and not say anything. So you're going to say things really dumb and you're going to put your foot in your mouth constantly. I do it every day. With that said, the things that I say, if I were to run for a position of import, I would hope that people try to suss out my true intentions. Am I trying to defraud you, or am I just making a mistake? If I'm making a mistake with my words, that means I'm a human being. If I'm purposely trying to defraud you, that means I'm evil and you shouldn't vote for me.
Right.
So if
right.
Ben Carson is trying to defraud people and you believe he's trying to defraud people, then say you think he's trying to defraud people. Don't say he's an idiot because he's saying X, Y, and Z, because every one of these politicians is an idiot if you judge them with that yardstick.
Oh, that's a good
right.
way.
But I mean, I think it's still fair to say that, given what he said, I can't necessarily trust his stance on gun rights.
But that's the ultimate thing, is that so he said something and you're taking him at his word and you believe he is going to either defraud or defund, whatever. He's doing something unjust, like he's saying something intentionally to mislead or lie or whatever, right?
I mean, I'm not necessarily making that claim. I get where you're coming from. I really do.
Okay.
It's just that I'm just saying I have to reserve judgment on his stance, and because I have to reserve judgment, I can't be part of that camp.
So even if he comes back around and says, my bad, I don't understand this completely, and here's what I mean to say.
He has to be really elaborate, and he needs to get to like the heart of the issue. He can't just say like free M16s for everyone. Like, it's got to be something.
The problem is that
The
problem is that no one can be very articulate in the media. It's impossible. They cut down everything you say to just be the snippet of the most gotcha thing that they got. They don't do these unabridged, long-form discussions like they used to do back in the 30s, 50s, whatever, right?
It doesn't have to be unabridged and long form. You can be succinct and articulate. I mean, as we become cynical
as to people not being able to do that because of the political climate, but I think it's possible, and I think it's an idealistic standard, but I think it's a standard we have to hold our representatives to, because they're the ones who are going to be making these decisions. They're the ones who are going to have their hands on the wheel. So I want to know, or I want to believe that they're capable of holding those stances.
Sure. There's something to be said for there's only going to be one president or so many presidents in a lifetime of a country. So yeah, we would expect those people to be like ultimately on point and ultimately solid or rigid in their beliefs or whatever. So I guess it's not unjust to suggest that those people vying for that office and other offices of equivalency should be a little bit more aware of what they're saying than we are. And yeah,
right. I don't think we shouldn't hold them to some higher standard.
No, and
I get what you're saying too. Like I get what you're saying.
I'm willing to let somebody change their mind, especially like Tosh said, if they become educated and then go at the end like, oh, I was wrong in 2013, but now after some education, I believe this, and this is what I believe, and they repeat that consistently.
Right.
I'm okay. But I'm not going to suggest that when Carson said, oh no, I'm pro Second Amendment, I'm not going to read into that he's everything I want until he tells me, like you're saying, this is specifically what I mean by pro-Second Amendment.
Right. I fundamentally, philosophically understand why I hold this position, and I'm with the American people on this issue 100%. Like, that's what I want to hear.
So if you take what he says, that he's pro-Second Amendment, right, in one hand, and then you take the other comment that people in densely populated urban areas shouldn't have semi-automatics, blah, 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 but then he backpedals on that comment, right? He's still got the I'm pro-Second Amendment in the right hand. You know what I mean? Like, so he's still pro-Second Amendment. He just said something dumb and learned and changed his mind. By the way, I'm not supporting the guy at all.
Well, I'd have to read his like second statement.
You got to read the statement. He doesn't even say he doesn't want guns in populated areas. He just says there's a potential for problems in populated areas. Something needs to be done about it, and we're all inferring he means not positive. So
right, that's the problem I have is like you have politicians, spouting big platitudes that are like kind of on one part of the spectrum and kind of on the other, and it's just you can't tell where they really stand. I want to hear somebody, succinctly and articulately exclaim where they stand and why they stand there. And I want to hear them say that they are for gun rights in that way.
The problem though is when you say something definitively and distinctly, and I'm with you that people should be like that, but what they reel from is that when you say something so succinctly that there's no question, you automatically offend a huge portion of people, and at the same time, the people that are paying attention, that actually want that level of detail, in a pie graph is a tiny little sector of a small group.
Good point.
Right? So you're trying, by giving all this super high detail, and it doesn't even have to be long. It just has to be, if you say something very detailed, you're appealing to a very small audience. But it's guaranteed, almost guaranteed, that the audience you're offending is going to be larger because you put so much detail into it.
Right, but it's a utilitarian argument for what's ultimately an ethical issue.
No, you're right, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but at the same time, I'm explaining why.
Right, you're being right. It's a pragmatic viewpoint. I get it, but I'll be the first to say that's what troubles me about government and democracy. But it's just
yes, absolutely, and that's the that's a whole different discussion.
That's a whole other discussion, yeah. But it's like, I still want to hold them to that. If I'm really going to be for gun rights, if I'm really going to be on this side, that's what I got to hold them to, and I got to believe that they're going to do that.
Well, let's get off of this guy already, because I think everybody can agree he ain't going to win,
right.
And he's not going to win against Hillary. So,
right, I think there's a consensus.
Who has the best position on guns at this point? Cruz?
Well, I read like Donald Trump's official statement, and he said a lot of. Again, I think it was mostly just kind of like pro-gun platitudes. I don't feel like it was, and I don't even know if that's really his stance. But when I read it, I'm like, that pretty much adequately sums up my feelings. I mean, he might have left a couple things out, but it was just like, let me pull up. I think see if I can find what he said.
Who?
Trump.
Oh no, I fucking hate Trump's position statement on the Second Amendment that he put out and claimed that he said something, and all he said was bigger government, more background checks that are more restrictive, and pro-Second Amendment, yay. That's all he said in that whole paragraph.
He said bigger background checks?
Yeah,
I read something
the problem with the background checks is mental health, and that needs to be locked down. We shouldn't allow access to guns to people that are crazy. That is big government. That is the universal background checks.
Okay.
At least if you're going to call Carson,
I never viewed that issue like that. Okay.
2013 and then correcting themselves a year later and now saying a different position on the platform, that evolution, Trump has said nothing but platitudes to me.
Right. Well, I mean, I will say that I think there's a difference between 2 years and 20 years, especially considering the vast change in political climate in those 20 years with regard to gun rights. But I still concur with you to some extent. It is definitely something to take note of. And I never thought of the whole mental health issue in that light. That's kind of interesting.
No, mental health is a horrible, horrible, horrible buzzword that they're adding into it with absolute intent. They need that to be in there. It needs to, no matter what they gain or lose, they need to get away from criminal background checks. They don't say that anymore, to universal background checks. So that's an important strategy for them.
When you say them, you mean the gun control advocates, or
everybody who's stupid?
Right. Interesting. I never thought of it like that.
Ted Cruz doesn't have any problem sweeping everybody with his shotgun. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I made a vlog video just talking about that in detail. So.
What did he do?
So he was on CNN and he was talking to somebody, and it doesn't even matter what he's saying, but he's got his I don't know what shotgun it was. It might have been a Satori. He had it broken open and he had it thrown over his shoulder, but he was holding it with the stock end, with the barrels pointed on the side of his back, and he's kind of swinging back and forth, and the barrel's kind of almost, parallel to the ground, and people freaked out. Twitter exploded. All these pseudo-intellectual anti-gun people came out saying, he's dangerous, he's pointing a gun at people, that's what gun people say is the first rule of safety, you gotta point the barrels in a safe direction.
Stupid,
and I was like,
though.
the gun is inert, it's just a...
It's inert, it's visibly inert. I mean, I get the whole notion of not breaking that rule, but it's like, that's like straight up safety now.
I kind of tried to explain why. It's like, look, if I was holding a pump action or a semi-auto and I was sweeping people with it, people would be scared because they don't know whether the action is open or closed. With a break barrel, it is no question.
It's
it is
completely inert.
Open. It's inert. Yeah.
Fire. Yeah.
So anyway, people lost their mind. It was great.
Derp. That's like me pointing a 1911 barrel at you, like a barrel.
Right, like taking a barrel out of the gun and like waving it around at me.
Right. That's absurd.
But anyway, so that he was out shooting somewhere, and they came out to talk to him, and he was he got Twitter exploded on. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's a reach.
But he might be the most active shooter that is a candidate, I think.
I wouldn't use the term active shooter, but yeah.
No, okay, well, Jesus.
That was in the outtakes of one of the Magpul DVDs. There's like a 12-year veteran. He's like, I've been an active shooter for. Oh.
Yeah. So he shoots a lot, it seems.
Right.
And he's not a photo op. It's actually someone who
where are the presidential candidates that regularly shoot their AR-15s with their registered drop-in auto series? Where's that?
I don't think it exists.
Yeah. Feels bad, man.
It's probably like what Josh was saying, though. If there is one that even knows any of that and has participated in it, they can't say it, because even though it would appeal to us, it would alienate them.
Right. You would isolate the metal.
Right. Well, because even pro-gun, so people who claim to be pro-gun, if you came out and said, I support automatic weapons, they're not with you. Right? There's a percentage of pro-gun people that don't want people to have automatic weapons. That's a thing. So coming out and saying, oh yeah, I was just with my drop-in AR seer out, shooting down the desert, we'd be like, whoa, what? And everybody gets going.
I think that's where we come in, though, and with all the InfoWars and explaining to people like why that's not a problem. And it's like, again, that's like a long battle.
Wait.
But it's like,
if that's the case, that we are the people who are supposed to overturn these laws and create all this reason, we'd already have automatic weapons.
It's not the laws, it's just public opinion.
No, it is the laws, because the law is the public opinion. And until you change the public opinion, the law won't change, right? Period. So the only way you change the law is by changing the public opinion. And the public opinion still says no to automatic weapons. That's why you got to go through all these hoops.
You're right, because the laws wouldn't exist unless there was public outcry to have them exist.
Right, there was public opinion.
The political system is more complex than that, but I get where you're coming
from. But it's not, right? Because how long ago did we go from having gay people not being able to be married, then public opinion changed, and now they can. Not long. I mean, if you think with Ellen, the TV show Ellen, where she came out and said, I'm gay, and that was, what, less than 2 decades ago? That was like the first...
I would say it's been about 50 years. That dates back to like the civil rights movement, if not earlier.
But that group was like the smallest thing. Like that was the group that wanted gay people to get married was a small infinitesimal little group.
Right,
and within this last explosion through social change, they became a huge group with huge supporters. And now
no, but this is kind of what I'm saying. Like there's definitely a small homosexual population, and they've made great strides with information and swaying public opinion in order to change that overall opinion and change the laws. And that's what I'm saying we need to do. It needs to be grassroots. We need to inform people so that they understand like the ethics of automatic weapons or suppressors or NFA items or anything like that, so that it does become a general opinion and it does go away. That's what I'm saying we ought to do.
Well, but
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's going to happen, you know, in a year, 10 years, 50 years. But
the point I'm saying is that it's the society that makes the laws, right? And the society hasn't changed their opinion of automatic weapons. That's why we still have automatic weapons laws.
Right, but right. What I'm saying is it's our duty to facilitate that.
Right. Now, I mean,
we're fighting to not. Right now, we're kind of fighting to not have another AWB every time there's a goddamn mass shooting. So it's kind of, you know, kind of far away. Like the NFA. Well, not really, because I mean they're challenging suppressors and stuff like that. Those fights are being had. People bitching about, you know, the Hughes Amendment and stuff like that. I mean, it's not that far off. It's just a matter of generating that opinion. And so like that's what we gotta do.
Yeah, going after moving suppressors is an easier game, I think.
Right, because there's more practical utility with suppressors.
Right.
It can be reasoned more easily. But still, I mean, I still think that it's a goal that needs to be achieved. And we as a gun community have to pursue that. I mean, we got to pick our battles, and we got to be, you know, smart with what we do and when we do it. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible. I wouldn't be defeatist about it. Because I want my registered driving autos here, damn it. I want my M4A1 to actually be an M4A1.
I just want my magazines back.
Oh, you live in a band state?
Oh, I'm in California.
Oh, God, dude. That's weak. There's no provision for you to have any high-capacity magazines. There's nothing. No pre-bands, nothing, right?
Thanks, Bill Ruger. Yeah, no. Right.
It's weird because, like, I mean, we think of New York as kind of like California and New York is the epicenter of anti-gun. But I've bought like pre-band mags from New York sellers. So it's like, I guess in some capacity they can have, you know, high-capacity assault clipazines, but they obviously can't use them now. And this is before all the Cuomo bullshit and the 7-round restriction and blah blah blah. But it's like I've bought on multiple occasions I've bought like pre-band high caps from New York sellers. And maybe it's different for New York City and the state as well. So I just didn't know if maybe there's some like massive amount of loopholes you could jump through.
You used to be able to keep them unassembled, and they were repair kits. So if you had pre-band magazines like before,
so if you had a magazine body and some springs separate,
exactly,
that's okay. That's so stupid.
Yeah, so if you had a pre-band magazine, 30-round or high-capacity over 10 magazine or 10-round magazines were banned in 2000. If you had pre-band mags, you could repair them, and then you would have another magazine, and you could buy repair kits to repair your original pre-band magazine.
So you could buy a spring and a floor plate or a retainer plate.
All the pieces, yeah, as long as it was just a.
Did you buy a body too? Like that's the thing is it's all in the magazine body.
No, you could. It's the whole thing. It's the whole. Right. It's just a magazine taken apart.
Just a disassembled magazine.
Just a disassembled magazine.
Do they cost less because of because you don't have to pay them to assemble it for you?
You have to pay someone to disassemble it, and so yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's how it used to be. But then they got rid of that. They're banned now. You can't have any high-capacity magazines in California.
That sucks, dude.
Aside from the pre-ban stuff.
So what kind of guns do you have then, as a Californian?
I mean, you can have all the guns. You can still. Well, I take that back. You can have almost all the guns. There are handguns that are not what they call safe handguns. The Safe Handgun Act. They're not on a roster. And if they're not on a roster, that means you can't buy them, and they won't be sold to you in stores. Now, if someone private transfers it to you, that's legal. You can do that.
Gun show loophole.
It's not the gun show loophole.
No, man, it's the gun show loophole. I'm telling you. It's that's just peculiar. So I know about like the bullet button stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, because I knew a guy. When I lived in Oregon, he was visiting his cousin. He lives in California, and he was planning on getting like an 80% lower and like building. It was either a pistol or rifle with a bullet button or something like that.
Yeah, so there's a way around that. What you have to do is make it legally not a pistol grip. If you make the gun legally not have a pistol grip, then you can have a regular magazine release. If it has a pistol grip, then you have to have the bullet button.
Right. Yeah, and I've seen there's a company that makes like a stock set that doesn't. It wouldn't be determined to be a pistol grip. So.
The Hammerhead stock comes to mind. That's the AR.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
Yeah. And they make a Kydex.
It's like totally screwy.
Yeah, they make a Kydex wrap that goes around the grip on AK-47.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking of, but that's in the same vein though. The Hammerhead stock.
If you go on my if you go to my vlog, yesterday's vlog, I was actually explaining that whole thing and showing my AK-47, which has the wrap on it.
Yeah.
George, stop.
Is there any word on who did this today in Paris? Was it the Mormons or something like that? I heard?
It was a false flag.
It was the Mormons.
I thought you guys were saying it might have been the Mormons or something.
No, I think someone was talking. They made like a Jesus example about some other conversation. Damn, that'd be crazy if it was the Mormons. Holy shit. Mormon extremism. It's like we're all done with the jihadists. It's all about.
They're sick of you. Yeah, they're sick of you telling them how to live their life, man.
This is it, man. This is the second Civil War. Utah is the battleground.
Yeah, did any particular terrorist group come out and say, yeah, those are our boys out there?
The thing is, the inner tinfoil hat in me is always skeptical of anyone claiming credit for these things anyway, because it's like anyone can claim they did some shit.
I swear you were going to say the Jews. I thought you were going to say the inner tinfoil hat in me thinks it might be Mossad.
Oh, well, oh, yeah, no.
Because that's what they said, like 9/11, it was Mossad.
Nice.
Let me tell you about the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Let me tell you about that.
Yeah, always double down on your internet debates, guys.
double. I'm taking bets, dude. I got a $5 bet with G-Webs. First of all, my $5 bet with G-Webs is that Hillary will not try to mention this incident in some sort of connection with gun control.
Like, oh man, I can't imagine her doing that.
Yeah, I can't either. So
that is a fucking leap. That is like the entire hopscotch field.
Yeah, not only that, it's vulgar. Like, I don't think she'll do it. I think she's a little smarter than that. So, G-Rebs, you owe me $5.
Oh, she's totally. They're all going to talk about it. They're all going to talk about it in the debate.
No, I think they'll talk about the incident, but not.
We know they'll about it, but I think they're going to. I think spin it to gun control.
Yeah, they're just going to say we can't allow that to happen in the United States, et cetera, et cetera. Here's my plan. Boom.
Oh no, I don't think. I think they'll say we stand behind Paris and their fight against these terrorists or something, and they won't mention gun control at all.
So I'll bet. Actually, I'm not going to bet this. This is just what I'm assuming is going to happen. They won't mention the word terrorist, and they will say we need more gun control based off of what happened in France.
I'll be shocked. I think it's too early. We don't even know. Yeah, we don't know how these people even got their suicide vests or their
right.
like,
and
we don't know any of this.
And she's smarter than that, right? For example, like when she went out after Benghazi and said it's because of a YouTube video that they attacked the embassy. Right? They're not smarter than that. They say stupid things all the time.
Right. My concern is whether
that was her following
ISIS
orders.
or
She was
some
being a
other
good soldier.
My concern is whether ISIS or some other radicalist group's going to claim credit, and this is going to like stop the de-escalation of military involvement in the Middle East, and we're going to go like it's going to all be it's going to be the 2000s again, and we're
Could have been the NRA.
It was the NRA.
She did say the NRA.
We're going to find some close-ups, and we're going to see like LaPierre.
She did say the NRA was her proudest enemy or something like that. Political enemy.
Right.
So she's basically saying the people are her proudest enemy.
We had that. We had people in this. 5 million members, or she meant like the lobby.
Tons of Americans are her greatest enemy. Got it.
Oh yeah, not divisive.
Makes sense.
She's going to unify the whole country and make everybody just deal with each other, work together to solve America's problems. Yeah, I don't know.
Hillary Clinton reminds me of the person who's just like, just give me the keys, guys. Look, I'm vetted. I know how to drive. Just give me the keys.
Oh, yeah. I live there already. She just wants the keys to her house back. Like she moved away for a while.
Just give me the keys. I can drive, guys. I know how to drive. Just give me the keys. I can do it right now. Look, I've already done it. And
what if she already owned that car?
Don't know what you're doing. Give me the keys. I know how to drive.
She's basically saying, give me the keys to my old car back that I used to own for 8 years. Like, give me the keys to the White House. I used to live there. I know how the place works. I know where the fuse boxes are. I know how the HVAC system works. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not that far-fetched.
Speaking of my old car, no one has anything to say about like Jeb Bush. I don't know anything about his stance, like if he said anything about guns or anything like that.
Well, he says they taste good.
They taste good?
No. I think that's his stance. No. Apparently, in Florida, he had a pretty good record in not doing crazy things to fuck up your gun rights. So, I mean, in Florida, anyway. While he was governor, he didn't let any complete anti-gun stuff get passed.
I mean, to be completely honest, I have no clue. I was very young at the time and not involved.
Well, we have a guy here who's like the founder of FloridaCarry.org, so it's like the state's big, gun rights organization. And he said that Governor Bush, his time in Florida, like he definitely was pro-gun. His track record shows that. I didn't live there, so he wasn't my governor.
From 99 to 07.
Yeah.
The problem I have is just like right now. I mean, I'm probably close to a one-issue voter. Obviously, that is important to me. Guns are important, but I think both parties are so up their own butt with growing the government, and they have no way to decrease the debt that like it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, it's become so unstable, and it's like even if you have your guns, we're going to lose everything else.
Right. I mean, if the laws really aren't going to affect everybody when the country's insolvent, we're all going to have guns anyway, and we'll be carrying them openly.
It's going to be friggin' Mad Max. Like it's going to be.
That's my concern, is that we spend all this time talking about social justice warrior issues, and nobody wants to face the real problems with our debt.
Right.
So at one point, what will happen? Like hyperinflation, or are you afraid the Chinese will just say like we want our money back? Or
Well, the Chinese are, I mean, that's the funny thing, right? Because if the Chinese invade, then the United States goes, okay, well, we're going to consider your loans invalid. They can do that when they go to war, right? So you instantly invalidate all the loans.
Right.
I'm just wondering, like, what are you? This phony debt for our phony money and all this stuff, like, who's coming to be like, we want our money, or we're gonna do something to you?
Well, it's not even that, right? It's that they're putting all of us in debt. Right now, our debt is 102% of our annual GDP. So we can't even We can't even pay off our yearly budget. We have to borrow against it, and that's not including our old debts that we're still holding, right? So it's like it doesn't even matter. It's so upside down.
It's not even a big deal though, because now they just raised the debt limit, so we can just borrow as much money as we need.
Right.
And then eventually, you just said it. Once we go to war, the debt is canceled anyway.
Well,
like when we're at war with China, like it won't matter anymore.
I see. The thing is I doubt that we'll ever get to the point that it's just going to be an all-out war. The money's not going to be worth anything anymore. We'll just get hyperinflation.
So then it'll be like $20 for like a loaf of bread or something like that. That's great.
It'll
like,
just.
Yeah, that's,
I mean,
that's worse, right?
And it's an interesting side note of we're already having it when minimum wage workers want $50 an hour. They're just saying exactly what's already going on, that inflation's already happening, and they need more money just to buy the things to live a normal life. And I'm not implying that they should be able to live off of minimum wage, but that is an example of what's already happening.
Right, that's a great point. Like food costs, electricity costs, like gas actually went down, but yeah, for the most part,
I saw gas for
happening.
$1.99 today. I was like so stoked.
Dude, last week I saw it for $1.89. I filled up my tank. I was like, oh shit, this is.
I'm about to get some drums and just stock up.
But that's the joke, right? Too is like
put a gas stockpile next to my ammo.
If you talk about gas, it's like 50% tax, right? It's not even that's not even the cost of gas. We're taxed like half of gas.
Did you hear Al Gore was at the Eiffel Tower today doing a 24-hour podcast about the threat of global warming?
Oh, great!
And he was 5 hours into it. Yeah, he was 5 hours into it when they found out there's other things besides global warming. Our biggest threat to national security today. I think I heard that at the first Democratic Party debate. It was like, our biggest threat to national security is climate change. Like, boom! Like, oops, made a mistake.
Sure. Did they try to hit the Eiffel Tower? I mean, or was it just the theater?
No, but they basically evacuated it. So he had to like shut down the live cast or whatever.
So I was listening. I wasn't listening, but I was watching this this guy on Twitter. He was translating French tweets and posting them. And it sounds like there was multiple attacks in multiple locations.
Oh God, yeah, very far away from each other.
Germany too, right?
Across the river.
Right. So like, I mean, it was this coordinated effort.
Dead Horse typed that G-Webs, but I haven't seen any corroborating reports of that.
Yeah, they're saying at least eight attackers, and now they're saying 7 of the 8 had suicide bomb vests.
Yeah.
So these people were to me that says they did have they did have training, like, because man, I couldn't even imagine, like that's got to be harder than watching a YouTube video or some shit, you know what I mean?
But then the part that really pissed me off is he translated another tweet that basically said that there was an eyewitness, and the eyewitness was the one who tweeted it, saying that the person with the guns was basically going around and just executing people, and people were just standing there aimlessly, basically waiting for them to just come up and shoot them.
Yeah, I saw that too.
They didn't even.
Those reports were that too, because one was a soccer stadium where the president of France was at, the big soccer game.
Yeah.
That was hit with explosives, like they had. Then there was a restaurant where they just started shooting people. Then there was a rock concert where they looked like maybe 1,000 people, like 500 people in a standing room only crowd with an upper level balcony. And that's the incident that took out the most people, they're saying, is that there was 2 gunmen upstairs, 1 downstairs. They were shooting and throwing grenades, and when they were done, and when the police were coming in to rescue the hostages, because over 100 hostages, that's when they detonated the suicide vests.
Yeah.
So they were saying that one guy had a pump shotgun and was just coming over to people shooting them, and then the guys up on the balcony were spraying them with the Kalashnikovs, they call them. So.
Yeah, that's the thing that weirds me out about like our post 9/11 world. Everybody said that there will never be another hijacking of a plane where somebody just goes in with box cutters and tries to take over a plane. Like, that won't happen anymore. But we just saw an example of somebody coming in through force and nobody fighting back. Everybody's just like, well, hey, maybe if we're nice to them, nothing will happen, and it doesn't happen. It's not real.
Well, what was the college incident where the guy was asking him what their religious views were, like what religion are you?
Yeah.
And then he'd shoot you in the head or he'd shoot you in the stomach or something crazy.
You shot them in the legs if they.
Yeah. But the what was I gonna say? Oh, Hosh.
That's heat, but I mean, there's between
Hosh
that.
USMC just did a video. Haas USMC just did a video, and I agree with this guy 1,000%. If you think this can't happen here or won't happen here, you're on fucking crack. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna happen here.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. Like, and when it does, I mean, hopefully there'll be somebody in the crowd returning fire. That's all I could think of. You know what I mean? Other than that, it probably wouldn't even happen like that.
I hope it happens when I'm on my way to the range to shoot my AR-15 and all my magazines are loaded in my baggie.
Definitely not.
Like, I went to a concert like a week ago, and I bet you there was nobody in there who was carrying a fucking firearm. It's probably over 1,000 people in there. But and if it happened in say like Los Angeles or Manhattan or Chicago or DC or any of those places, the chances of like anyone in the crowd even having something to fire back at, with is it's not very big,
You definitely don't want to get into that kind of altercation after you're coming home from the range, though, because you won't have any guns. You won't have any.
No ammunition. Well, no, my range is actually really cool. Like they let you carry into the range, and it's not a big deal. So I mean, I'm always like, when I go to that range, I'm always strapped. I always got something.
So the thing that going back to what you're saying, that there are people, and it's the majority of people that go around thinking this can't happen to them. And Haas. It's not Hosh. It's Haas. His video. Yeah, I know. His video is really changing no one's mind because people literally go around thinking that this will never happen to them.
Well, then there's also the rhetoric of oh well, because I go to college and I have a really anti-gun teacher, and he legitimately thinks there's no such thing as a responsible gun owner. So Joe Blow with his micro 9mm pistol, what's he actually gonna do? And I mean, I think he's fucking wrong about that. This whole notion there's no such thing as a responsible gun owner, but it's I mean, if you really think about it, it's for something on that scale, 8 separate attacks with guys with automatic weapons and bomb vests, it's what difference what difference is the micro 9 gonna make, or what difference is this guy gonna make? And it's and I'm not saying that as an anti-gun advocate. I'm just saying that's the argument that comes forth. That's the traditional rhetorical argument that comes forth in those cases. It's well, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway if you had your carry permit or your gun or whatever. It's how do we reconcile that? How do we combat that notion? That's my concern.
You just tell them they're idiots and they're wrong.
Well, I think that the environment that's created when every individual has the freedom to choose to defend themselves lethally, that creates an environment where criminals aren't as brazen as they would be when they know that their victims are not able to defend themselves.
Right. I've heard you say something to that effect, and I think that's
they don't acknowledge that because they won't acknowledge that the freedom to do something is the freedom to not fear your neighbors, and they need us to be afraid of crime, which is on the decline, and most of us will never experience. And they need us to be afraid of that, so they won't acknowledge that the setting of a situation of freedom discourages the attacks on the innocent.
Right, and the succinct pro-gun rhetorical statement to that effect is an armed society is a polite society, and I've heard that iterated before. And I think that's probably where I'd go if I were in that argument with someone.
Well, I mean, that's the problem with their argument is there isn't a lot of evidence to that in support of that because people don't report crimes that didn't happen or that they don't keep adequate details on that. We don't have a lot of ammo we can use.
Criminals don't sign into an Obama list and say, I was going to be a criminal today, but I'm afraid of death, so I'm not going to be a criminal today.
Right. So you don't have a deterrence idea of people who just simply didn't go commit a crime because they were concerned about getting shot.
Well, we've got some DOJ studies that show that. We've got actually a number of studies that show that information. But the problem is, when we go into the courts and we start arguing this stuff, the courts go, okay, so the DOJ gave us a study, and so, yeah, sure, common sense. Criminals don't like their victims having guns, but on the balance, guns are bad, and they keep ruling against us.
No, I mean, what G-Webs is saying is that there's no study that can figure out the mind of a criminal who was about to go commit a crime but instead didn't. Not
right.
where
There's
guns
no,
were used to
there's
defend.
no stats for crimes that did not happen, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Proving the negative.
Right. So there are tons of stats that where guns were used to stop a crime or were used to defend against a crime. But we don't have the idea of just crimes that never happened because people were scared of getting shot by a legal, law-abiding gun owner.
I'd actually like to ask you guys if you have any DGU stats. Like,
what about criminals with suicide bomb vests? I mean, do you think they?
No, the problem with all the crime stats and the ones that even do talk about thwarted crimes and reduction of injury and even crimes that didn't happen is, they're looked up like global warming data. If you don't like the data, you just discount it, right?
I don't know what you're saying exactly.
My point is, when you have people who are anti-gun look at the data that surrounds defensive gun use, they try and attack the data.
Correct.
It's just like the whole global warming debate. I don't care where you stand on the thing. That's not, but whether I believe in or do not believe in human-made climate change is not the point. The point is just like that analogy, in that if you don't like the data, people just ignore it.
Right. It's called selective attention.
Well, I mean, it's a step further.
Someone's cooking the books, well, you pretend that they're not.
The problem, though, with guns is crime is fairly black and white. It either was used to prevent a crime or it wasn't, or a gun was used or it wasn't, right? So ignoring that, you have to be willfully ignorant. With climate change, you actually have to go in and try and understand some shit before you can talk intelligently on the topic. Otherwise, it's just faith-based. It's not actually tied to any real thing, right?
Now that they're both data-driven. It's just the data is a lot harder to come by when it comes to defensive gun use because, like someone said, no one reports a crime that didn't happen.
And I mean, I feel like even like defensive gun usage stats aren't out there. Like I haven't seen anything.
I've had 3 defensive gun uses. I've called 911 once, and even that call didn't get written down as a defensive gun use. Because, well, the officer said, okay, well, it's just not germane to the case, but thank you for chasing the guy right back into the cop that was chasing him.
Yeah.
Right. You effectively deterred the crime so it doesn't happen, but that doesn't get reported.
Yeah, and even when it is reported, it's often not reported as a defensive gun use. It's reported as, yeah, we caught the bad guy because he was running from us, and
you're lucky if it makes local news,
and the guy ran right back into the police officer and was arrested.
Sean, do you remember
his defensive gun use?
Yeah, you remember the old guy in the coffee shop that like shot those 2 teenagers that tried to hold up the place?
Yeah.
That happened down here.
Yeah.
That made local news. I think that even made national news, but it's like that's a rare exception. And then
oh yeah, he
like,
went viral. Too much good surveillance cam video. That one actually went viral.
Yeah, because they had footage, but it's like, and I feel like a lot of that happens, but it doesn't get covered, which is unfortunate. But it's like, and I mean, I'm not keen on like defensive gun use stats. Like I haven't found anything that I feel is appropriate for reference. when I get into discussions with people. I just I reference what I can. I reference FBI statistics.
I mean, in one way, I'm a very rare individual. I have pulled a gun 3 times in civilian life to defend myself. That is exceptionally rare for someone to have even done it once. 3 times is damn near unheard of. And it's not like I go out looking for trouble. You know, twice was at my home. But, and I don't live in a bad neighborhood. But I am right with the statistics in the fact that not once have I had to pull the trigger in civilian life.
I gotta bounce. I gotta grab something out of the oven. I'll catch up with you guys later.
It was good meeting you.
Thanks for jumping in. Oh, yeah. I'll see you later. Go watch the vlog every day. See ya.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Hosh always has good insight. Now there's a spot for Daniel. Throw it out there again.
Poor Californian. That's just tragic.
Well, today we filed our motion for rehearing on the university case. The whole look, if you rent your home from a university, if the university board is your landlord, do you still have a right to bear arms inside your home? We filed that motion for rehearing today, and yeah, we'll see if they grant us the rehearing. If not,
like if somebody lives on campus.
In Florida, like in Arizona, I would assume in that situation, unless there was like a rule from the school, but if you have a CCW, then you're allowed to go in that 1,000-foot area, or is it more of like a?
Oh, no, the 1,000-foot thing. You're thinking about federal law for K through 12. It has nothing to do with universities.
Oh, okay, so that's just up to the school to decide their rules.
No, not really.
In Florida, I'm pretty sure college campus carry is prohibited, and then even if it weren't prohibited, it's still left up to school discretion. Because like, I got really excited last year.
There is no school discretion in Florida.
Really?
When it comes to guns.
Well, my university's private. That's why.
Private universities are completely different animals, but you're not going to go to jail for breaking their policy.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. You just get it. You know, you get disciplined according to their.
2 different animals. You could be expelled from a private school, but you can't go to jail for it. It's not a crime.
Right.
Oh, really? So if you have a firearm on a state school, it automatically becomes a crime, where it wouldn't be on a.
No. It's a crime on. Right now, it's a crime on either.
Right now, it's prohibited completely. Yeah.
But if we win this case, it will be. You could be expelled from a private school, but a public school cannot, because we have really good firearms preemption laws here.
Right. They tried to push it through a year ago, and it got set to the side for whatever reason, and they're trying to push it through again now, like campus carry, like taking out the prohibition in the Constitution.
Oh yeah, and
as a college student, I'm super excited. I'm about to graduate anyway, so it doesn't affect me. But it's like, you know, I've spent 3 years at this private university without my gun, and it's just, and I carry every day, other than when I am going to the post office or going to school, and it just annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, I'll put it to you this way: even if you don't go to college, if you walk down one of the major roads here in Daytona Beach, Florida, where I live. You might not realize it, but you wind up in the middle of a college campus.
Yeah.
Just walking down the sidewalk. So does that make me a criminal, even though I have a concealed carry license, if I walk down that sidewalk? Under current law, yes.
Yeah. If you drive through like a thoroughfare, like through my school or like it's occupying grounds, it's a gray area, but I'm sure a cop would not look kindly on you.
There's actually a case recently where someone in Florida was pulled over, and they pulled off, and officer comes up, hey, know what you're doing. Got anything in the car I need to know about? Dumbass said, oh yeah, I got a gun. Got a concealed carry license, has him his license and everything, and dude gets arrested for carry on campus. He didn't even know he was on campus.
Right. my school in particular, there's actually like satellite campuses away from like the major campuses, and there's a couple in like what's otherwise like a plaza, just like a business plaza. There's restaurants and there's a couple of little tiny shops, but in between some of those shops, there's like campuses. And so it's like if I'm just going to Pizza Loft, am I carrying on the campus now? Am I
don't know.
If I have guns in my car,
Pizza
while I'm in that parking
Loft,
lot?
is Pizza Loft sanctioned by the university, or is it you know, like hell? I went to Embry-Riddle. We had a Taco Bell on campus. That Taco Bell was a prohibited place because the campus said it could be there.
Right, exactly.
I don't get it.
Right. It's so peculiar, and it just seems so arbitrary to restrict it. But I mean, I have like another month, and I'm done, and then I can strap up every day for real, without fear of legal repercussion.
And congratulations on finishing up.
Yeah. Well, the troubling thing is that I may end up working for just as a stopgap, job. I may end up working for a company whose company policy prohibits the carry or possession of firearms, and then they're based in like malls, and malls have their stupid little insurance policies where they're not allowed to let people have guns, which I ignore promptly. I never go into a mall. I don't want to declare that. I never go into a mall that says no guns allowed with my gun. That would be wrong.
Look, welcome to the corporate world. There are very few companies that you can work for that don't have some policy that say you can't carry on while you're at work.
It's bullshit. And it's like I hear the rhetoric, of people saying like, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6, and I get that, but it's like, I know for a fact that they do, like, every time you exit the store while you're working, they do pocket checks, and they, like, check you. And I pocket carry primarily, so it's like, that's out. So I'd either have to, like, if I want to do that and I don't care about getting fired, I have to get, like, a better setup. So that's kind of where I'm at. And that's if I take that position, which I don't even think I'm going to do. And that's a factor in it, honestly, because I think that's messed up. And I'm sick and tired of being disarmed.
Stan, you are at Florida. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's up?
Okay. So I need Laura at Florida. My grandfather died September at Florida, and he's now he's now in the ashes, and there are some things that we have to do. So we need Laura at the Florida.
Oh, a Florida lawyer?
Yes.
So you're asking Sean if he's got a Florida...
If you're talking about state stuff, one of the attorneys we work with a lot, David Goldman, he does a lot of that stuff. I'm happy. I'll throw in the side chat his email address, and just tell him I sent you.
Okay. So it's my grandfather. He moved at 60s. He went to Canada and then the States, and
and then to the Florida, and I visited him 2006, but I think that he didn't want to give anything about the money to us, because there was some problems, and he gave his property to the neighbor, and we are okay that he. I trust that he was insane when he gave his property to the neighbor, but there are some personal things and his ashes and that kind of thing. So going to the January, we are going to the Florida and looking about these things, but it helps if there's some guy who knows the law.
Right. Yeah, I put an email in the in the group chat here for David Goldman. Contact him, let him know what's going on. He's an excellent attorney and really knows estate and probate. You know, the things surrounding what you're talking about.
Okay, I see now. It's email.
Polecat is saying that any place that doesn't trust their employees, whatever. I know people that go work at places where they're holding, well, they're like sorting and doing stuff with really expensive items. So these are people making, less than $10. I don't know what they make, whatever, starting just regular salaries are. So they're not making so much money that they have no need for money. They're hourly people. And if they're sitting there working on, if they're literally designated with inventorying stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, why wouldn't you, I don't know, just make it a policy that people can't just walk out with like watches or just expensive stuff in their pockets. So I mean,
it makes practical sense, like the policy that they have. And like I know in the 3 years I've been doing this, dude, like they've had some serious legitimate shrink problems, and like actual rackets, like thief rackets. Like dudes they'll sell costumes like under the table in the store during business hours and just pocket the money, and it's just like it's gone.
Like 3 lifetimes ago, I ran restaurants and like drive-through in a restaurant. There was these chicks would know. Like, I mean, they weren't bad people. They just knew, or I guess they figured that it was a big company and they didn't need to. It wasn't, nobody was really getting hurt, but they knew like whatever it was. I forget now, like whatever fries and a large drink or whatever the combo was. It came out to $5 even, or there was a couple of things that would come out to like $5 even, and they would, there was a little tricks they could do. They could just not pull a receipt or whatever, and then subtly slip a $5 in their pocket. If they just keep track of that, and you got to be careful because
it's funny. I had a friend who graduated a year or two ago, and we would have, and like at the time we were both taking like communication philosophy and communication ethics classes, and we would have conversations about these things, and he would always pull, we were reading like Immanuel Kant, and we're having conversations like. He's giving real-life examples of times where he's pocketed money, and he's trying to defend that as like an ethical course of action because everyone else was doing it. He's like, yeah, when I worked in the tattoo parlor, it's like you get tips, but every once in a while you pocket one. I saw, that's what everyone did. They'd pocket one, and so every once in a while when I did someone's tattoo, I'd pocket one. I'd pocket the fee for the tattoo, and it's like and his reasoning for doing that was that everybody did it. It's like that doesn't make any sense. It's just that's socially instituted thievery.
That's the same thing.
The Nuremberg defense. I just did what everyone else was doing.
It's the same kind of thought of people who carry at their job even though they're not supposed to, because everyone's carrying. You know, they're not going to catch you.
Well, look, there's a difference between breaking corporate policy and breaking the law.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, looters use that exact same train of thought, even if they don't realize that's what they're doing. I'm stealing the TV because somebody else just stole the TV.
Right. Well, there's also like, I mean, there's breaking corporate policy, breaking the law, and then being unethical. I mean, and it's, you know, you can have like hours long conversations about like the ethics of carrying at work or carrying at all, but it's just like, what I'm saying is like it's just peculiar for him to defend like that he's making like an ethical decision by like stealing money from the company he works for.
Well, I imagine good people
Give
need
another
to
example
justify
too.
it to themselves. They're good people. They're going to have to justify it to themselves somehow, so they come
Right,
up with
exactly. Well, it's not justification; it's rationalization. It's different. But he gave another example too. Or yeah, no, he gave another example in the restaurant biz where it's like every once in a while you give someone a free dessert, and his justification was like, well, you know, the company, it's a restaurant chain. They make millions of dollars. What's one dessert that's gonna get thrown out anyway? It's like, I mean, like.
No, that's totally
still in
different.
terms of-
When you give something to a customer, that's good public relations. That's literally advertising. I would expect my employees to know when it's appropriate to just make somebody happy with like I'm sorry, here's a free dessert, but then also just randomly like, hey, it's Tuesday and I heard it's your birthday or something. There's a free dessert, or some just to make it a cool place to visit, and also for the employees, so they feel like they've got something they can do to make people happy.
Right, and yeah, and I kind of see that as a justification, but his argument was that like it's like everyone else is doing it, so I did it. But like that's different than what you're saying. And like at my job, at the seasonal job, like we have a strict policy like no returns and no exchanges after like a certain date, because people will buy costumes and then wear them to their party and return them. They'll basically rent the costumes for like for deposit basically instead of actually buying it. But they say like that's our policy, that's the official policy, that's the policy. But we encourage you to make exceptions to the policy in order to satisfy the customers. So it's like, okay, well, so it's there, it's in stone, it's there, and so it's at my discretion, and I can do that, for customer service and PR. And it's like that makes sense, but it's like, I just think that's a poor argument to say like, oh, everyone else is doing it, I'm gonna do it, or I like these people, I like these hot chicks, so I'm gonna give them free cake. It's just kind of like
Now we're talking something totally different again. If you've got chicks frequenting your restaurant, you definitely want to give them free dessert so they come back, and then that brings more guys who pay for stuff. That's just good business.
Unless they come back expecting more free cake.
The why
and you run out of
hot
cake.
chicks can't eat enough shit to make you go bankrupt. The dudes that come there to hang out with the hot chicks are gonna be buying stuff because they eat.
The why you do it
or they'll be
makes
asking
all the
for
difference.
Right.
There you go. Good point. Yeah, if you're
I
just
won't even say the
trying to
why,
get a number,
it's
that's a little
the
different.
justification. It's how you justify or rationalize your decision. You have to make those considerations. But I just thought it was interesting because like we would have those conversations, and I kind of see what he's saying, but his justifications were all rationalizations based on like society or whatever. It just kind of always perturbed me, and he always thought of himself as a very upstanding, ethical person, and it's like maybe those decisions were good in a utilitarian sense and not for the reasons that he was saying. But I mean, that's kind of the point. It's like you can't claim to be on this like moral high ground and then your reasoning is completely suspect. But I mean, like how like we were tying this back to like Kerry, like he's like I said, like it's your right, don't let them pocket check. It's like I get it, because I mean, just and that's like kind of the big, like the rights of private companies is kind of the big kicker, because it's like corporations are people too, man. It's like they don't want, they have a right to not subject their customer base to liabilities because they need to make profit, and they don't want bad publicity because you ND in your leg, or you accidentally brandish in front of a customer or something like that. But it's like, I don't know, and that's another fight, is like where the line is for corporations to tell me I can't carry to protect myself or others around me. I think that's...
Well, that goes back to the golden
But there's
rule.
an amendment that
No,
protects
they have
me
the right to
doing
make
that.
rules.
Right.
It's their money. It's their product.
Right, but
but there's a constitutional amendment and legal precedent that.
I mean, it's
enables
the
me to do
control
that.
of private property and private assets. If it was yours, wouldn't you have the right to do as you choose because you own all the assets?
It's a very complex conversation. It's like your rights, my rights end where your bank account begins. And I mean, I don't know, and that's a continuing conversation. That's been a conversation for the last 100 years, back since like Teddy Roosevelt and trust busting and all that, where they have how privatization has the ability to.
It goes back thousands of years. It's a
So yeah,
philosophy.
it goes back even farther than that, but in contemporary times, it's just it's like I don't know, man. I don't think it's right.
I mean, property rights. You can go back to Greek philosophy to get into that stuff. I mean, it's not a recent thing.
Right.
Well, but when you get to the United States, isn't it different because we have individual property where other places it would have been different type of property? Or I guess there's still property among the non-kings or the whatever. There must have been some way to do.
Right.
Well, the problem with us in particular, though, is that we have a socioeconomic system that wherein property and property as not only goods but money gets is facilitated toward certain people vis-a-vis corporations, and then in order for me to acquire that, I have to become privy to that person or that corporation in order to acquire that property vis-a-vis money or whatever. And so like when I'm forced to do that, when I'm required to do that, and then you institute policies that restrict my rights, which would otherwise be there, it's just like, how do we justify this? How do we reconcile?
Well, you're assuming that
person's
you don't have any other choices. If it was slavery or serfdom, you would be correct. But if you have the ability to work somewhere else or do something else, then you have choices.
For sure.
Right, but I mean, it's
Go
not
work for the
not
other guy that
necessarily the
makes
case.
shoes if you're a shoemaker.
What happens when all the corporations have corporate policies against carrying firearms?
That isn't going to happen.
Oh,
I'd say most of them already do.
right,
Like
that's
we
what I'm saying. A
already said,
lot of them
there's
do.
very few jobs that let you carry.
Pretty much. You'd have to work in a gun store.
That has to do with where you live then, because that ain't the case out here.
Yeah. I mean, you can go to third world countries to a shoemaker, and they would expect that you probably have something to defend yourself on your person.
Well, let's just think about
you'd be
this.
surprised.
Like there's no hospital that'll let a doctor or a nurse carry, right? Like, I don't think no matter where you live, like, period.
Nope, I know doctors and nurses that carry.
Well, they're doing.
You're in a
I
very-
guarantee you,
you're in, like-
they're breaking policy. I
You're in
guarantee
like
you.
the most
I work
friendly
in healthcare,
state
and
there.
I will tell you that there are some places where a physician carrying is not a problem.
In a hospital?
Yeah, I don't know if hospital is necessarily always. It's not on any kind of state list of approved and disapproved places. I mean, it might be a policy thing, for sure.
Well, it's private property.
Florida,
so,
it's like
I guess
a gray area.
it's up to them. But like, I'm pretty sure you're breaking employee policy because like I was talking to a nurse, they can't even carry like any kind of weapon, not even a knife, like a.
Well, no, I'll tell you the rules are different for physicians than they are for nurses.
Okay. Because I've seen like doctors. I've talked to doctors too to like say like, oh, I ankle carry because, and it was shocking to me because he had a good job. He's a physician at an emergency room, and he's talking to me about ankle carry because if he gets caught, he's gonna lose his job. And it's like, wow, he's willing to really lose his job, and it's not a $9 an hour job. He's gonna really fuck himself up, career wise. You know what I mean?
Right, judge by 12 or carry by 6, man.
Yeah, props to him.
People who live by that shit, yeah.
Yeah, but most
And I
of
mean,
these like
for
big
me, it's like, I
corporations,
can't really
they have
afford to get fired either.
They have like a
From the
zero
stupid $9
tolerance
job.
workplace violence policy, like installed by insurance companies and corporate leadership. You know, like
That's the other
they
thing
don't
about-
want any kind of fucking weapons around because they're scared of workplace violence and all this
Yeah, well,
other
that's
shit.
the other thing about corporate policies. It's like it's only enforceable. It's only really enforceable if like there's a real incident and there's public outcry and like you need to be the fall guy, or if your actual management team, you know, strictly abides by that. Because like I'm not supposed to carry knives at my job either, but I have my Skyline and my multi-tool every day, and my boss sees me use them, and like the zone managers have seen me use them for for the purpose of work or for constructing something, and that's like they don't care. So it's like it's also the application of what you have, and also their desire to enforce those rules for their own sake or for legitimate ends or concerns that they have. So,
all those rules.
but it's like why the fuck have the rules in the first place then?
Because we live in a litigious society. I was about to say those rules for corporations or businesses or workplaces didn't exist in the 30s. I bet there's no law against carrying a gun to work in the 30s because nobody cared about it. It wasn't an issue. It wasn't a perceived fear.
Right,
so a
even
lot
like
of those,
10
because
years
we live in a litigious society, a corporation doesn't get to say, well, we have enough money to just play everything by ear. It's easier for them to just say, here's what the policy is going to be because this policy seems to be the best way to cover our ass in the most possible scenarios that might unfold.
Right, it's legally the path of least resistance.
So I think that if you change the atmosphere, like for example, I don't know, there's probably no corporate policy against flying a drone inside of a building. Like they just haven't had to come across it yet, so there isn't a policy, nationwide for that. If drones turn out to be like the size of matchboxes and they have cameras on them and people are flying them into girls' bathrooms and stuff, there's probably going to be corporate policies everywhere that say you can't fly airplanes or helicopters around inside of buildings, So if we can change the atmosphere to where people don't fear again, I think we'll see less of those. And maybe you don't do it by changing the fear, but maybe you do it by making it a less litigious society.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I mean, there's no constitutional amendment that guarantees your right to look up girls' skirts with a drone. That's my other thing. And again, that's like very generic rhetoric, but still, I think the point remains.
Well, do I have the right to carry any firearm or anything I want in your house? I just come into your house, you invite me in, and I say, great, I'm bringing in anything I feel like.
But I invite you in.
So
but it's an example.
How about this? This is a different.
Carry in whatever the fuck I want, or are you going to be like?
This is a different example. If you had a cable guy come to like help you with your cable box or something, or like your power company, and the guy just walked into your home, total stranger, he's there for like utility call, like to fix something, and he just got an AK-47, like this, or like whatever, like just what do you can say to him, excuse me, don't bring that inside of my house. And that would be it. I mean, it's your house. Like it's
private property.
We would.
It's your private property.
Like, hell yeah! What AK is that? Bring it on in.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds sweet, dude.
Oh,
but
for
it's
sure.
like, I mean, like in the worst case scenario, does it even really stop him from doing that? Like, what if he is using the cable guy's front so he can rob people at gunpoint? Is that restriction gonna stop him, or is it gonna be?
When you have private property, you get to say the rules in your private property, and if the private property happens to be your place of business where somebody else owns the private property, then they get to set some rules. So the First Amendment applies in public and in your house, but it doesn't apply in my house or in Dano's house.
Right, but what if? But
Which
what?
is crazier.
Again, like,
10 years ago.
it's just the same example though. If he's a licensed concealed carrier and he can carry.
He's supposed to ask permission in your house. This was a law like 10 years ago I was looking up. I could completely like mistaken. But 10 years ago I was looking up concealed carry laws in the state. And one of them was like you can conceal carry about it said something about private property and people's homes. Like you're not allowed like to just go in someone's home. Like say just for an example I just gave you. Like if you were the cable guy. Like, you're supposed to ask them if it's okay. Like, that was the law. So, I guess you're not supposed to conceal carry in other people's homes that are, like, strangers or something. It was crazy.
Well, my concern...
It depends on the state, right? I mean,
does that go back to, like, the 70s or something?
Don't try and impugn the laws of your state to all 50.
Yeah, it's a state.
No, I didn't say that. I said my state.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But I
yeah,
mean,
so I said a state.
my response to
So,
that.
Generally
Okay.
speaking, yes, a person, you cannot carry into someone's home where they say they don't want you there. They can ask you to leave. And if you don't leave, and in most states it is trespass, and in a lot of states it is armed felony trespass if you don't leave.
Right, but I mean, to me, that doesn't really answer the question.
What was the question?
Is that ethical? Because that guy's, that guy has a right to carry, and he's licensed. And it's like, yeah, it's your house.
No,
and maybe you're.
It's private property, though.
A lot of things in your house.
I think. Well, yeah. I mean, I just think this. I mean, and I'm not saying like we need to abolish property, guys, Karl Marx. But it's just like it is kind of peculiar to me that we would allow that to trump.
You can tell me that you don't like my religion and kick me out of your house, and that's completely fine. You are a private person and can say, I don't like, hell, I'm Catholic. You can say, I don't like Catholics, and kick me out of your house for that, and that's completely fine. Now, if you do that in your business, that's a totally different thing. If you do that as a government person, as a government actor, then you're in huge trouble.
Yeah.
But in your home, you can infringe on most rights if you
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying like, isn't that peculiar?
Trumps that.
Don't we see that?
No,
Isn't that peculiar though?
No,
not really.
I think it's kind of peculiar, especially if we're so insistent on these rights as ultimate and intrinsic to people's lives.
Well, you're not providing a service and you're not providing employment. So, do you know what I mean? That's your personal property.
Right. You've just not had access to that property. You still have the right to carry a firearm. You just don't have the right to carry it on that guy's property if he doesn't want you to.
Just like you don't have to work for the shoemaker, you can go work for a different shoemaker.
Look, individuals are not bound by other people's rights unless they are trying to infringe on certain protected classes. This is where we get into saying, no, I'm not going to bake you a cake because you're a Muslim.
Yeah.
Or, no shirt, no shoes, no service, that's fine. No yarmulkes, now you're in big trouble.
Yeah, but again, I guess the analogy would be like you can't carry a gun because you're a layperson, because you're an employee. It's kind of weird because it's like I'm sure they don't stop anybody from CCing. Well, I mean they probably do if it's in the mall and there's the signs posted. It's like they don't know.
It's private property though. That you understand, it's still private property. That is owned by somebody.
Actually, I think Yankee was having this discussion with somebody. It's like stores in the mall are not private property, but I mean that's like a jurisdiction.
No,
thing.
they're still a landowner. There's still somebody who leases that space to those stores.
Right. It would be like, but it wouldn't be like the store.
It's open to the public. There's a difference.
Yeah.
If something's open to the public, it's a little different.
Right. Exactly.
And even then, they can set a lot of policies until you
Correct.
get to protected classes and certain and being a member of a certain religion or being a member of a certain race or being a certain sex. These are all protected classes. This is where you have additional protections, even from some private action.
Yeah.
Sounds like our solution.
Why don't we have that for gun owners?
Protected class.
Let me give you an example,
Why
right?
are
So
gun owners a protected class?
Well, I work for a Fortune 500 company, okay, and my site does not allow any type of weapons, right? Firearms, fixed blade, stuff like that.
Gun owners are not a protected class in any jurisdiction that I'm aware of.
Right, but I find that peculiar because of the Second Amendment and because of the precedent.
Just like being a human being is not a protected class. Protecting a class because they have acquired a firearm would be really...
Yeah, because then you could buy your way into that class, and you wouldn't have it always.
It's one thing to say that, okay, I have a religion. That is a totally different thing than I went to a store and bought a gun. You know, they could say no Mormons here, and they're in big trouble if they say no Mormons. However, if they say no gun owners, I can't just buy into being a Mormon.
I mean, well, that's kind of like
and
what's going on with all the social justice
court.
movements now, though.
If they say that, I have to say, oh, I'm not just saying I'm a Mormon. No, I have this as a deeply held religious belief. I have to show that I am, in fact, a Mormon.
There is no proof of lots of religions.
Yeah, there's no like standard of religious conviction.
Wait, you haven't read the cases. You can't just claim to be a member of the class. You've got to have some kind of showing. Now, the presumption
I can
is
claim I'm a Christian, and there is no proof one way or another that I either am a Christian or am not a Christian.
Well, weren't there cases where Rastafarians were trying to use that religion to defend against drug prosecution?
Right. Right. Can I finish the damn sentence? All right. You have to show. If you walk in and say, "Hey, I'm claiming religious protection," you have to show that yes, I am a member of this church. Now, this is a very low bar. I believe in I use the Mormons as an example because I believe in the Book of Mormon. You know, I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Book of Mormon. I think that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young are the greatest people that ever walked the earth.
John Moses Browning.
Have fun trying to refute that. No state would ever be able to. But it is a refutable claim.
Mm-hmm.
So if you walk in and say, "Hey, I'm a Pastafarian. I'm a member of the Church of what is it?
Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Yes, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster." Okay, you're gonna have a little bit higher bar, and you walk in wearing your colander on your head, and now you're going to have to prove that one, this is an actual religion, which has actually been proven in American courts and foreign courts in foreign countries, and say that yes, this is my deeply held religious belief that we were all created by a flying spaghetti monster. Now, you can very easily imagine a judge saying, "I believe that this is a parody and not a deeply held religious belief that you hold," and telling you to go screw yourself because you wanted to wear a calendar for your driver's license photo. By the way, there have been court cases about that.
Right. I guess the point I'd like to bring up is that
it is a refutable presumption that you follow this religious belief.
Right, but I mean, I guess the point I'd like to bring up following that is I think someone said, like, what shouldn't people who believe in liberty, shouldn't they be a protected class? But more to the point I want to make is why can't we view, like, responsible armed citizens as an extension of the Second Amendment in a parallel with, responsible religious people as protected by the First Amendment? Why can't those things be parallel and analogous as a means to allow us to have our concealed carry weapons at work and to not allow the corporations and the powers that be who hold the ability to hire us or fire us to allow us to be there with our guns? Why can't we do that? Is it just because of the legal system?
American jurisprudence on the right to bear arms is 5 years old.
Right, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to get to that point where there is no policy that keeps you from doing that.
Extremely resistant to it. That they have done everything they possibly can to do what Heller said that they can't do, or I'm sorry, not Heller, but do what McDonald said that they can't do, and that is treat the Second Amendment as a lesser right.
Even though
when that has been brought back to the Supreme Court, universally, they have declined to take those cases.
Right, and I think that sucks.
So, you know, look, when it comes to what your right is, we're controlled by a few people in robes that live in, that work in Washington.
Mm. Right, and I just want to bring it to light that that's not necessarily right or ethical. That's all I'm saying. It is what it is. I get that, but it's like not right, or I don't feel like it's right. And I think I've illustrated why it's not right.
Well, yeah. Look. We can rail about the injustice of it all, but it serves no purpose. Where you can rail about the injustice of it all and try and make a change is convince your state legislators and your federal legislators to go pass a bill to protect the right to bear arms. If you want gun owners to become a protected class, you have to go to the legislature and get them to recognize that gun owners are a protected class.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it like religion, but I would try to put it in a slot that's of equivalent weight.
Well, that's why I say protected class. That's not just about religion. That's about a lot of things. Ever heard of affirmative action? That's because we're giving benefits to a protected class.
Which is a crock of shit, by the way.
So well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, suffice it to say, I will investigate alternate carry methods so that I don't have to pocket carry, so that I can pass the pocket checks.
You know, it's funny. I had a one-bladed, you know, those little Navy Swiss Army knives.
Yeah, they're really tiny.
Basically nothing more than fingernail cleaners.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the HR person at my work had thrown my keys on my desk, walked up and said, "Is that a weapon?"
Really?
You'd be like, I don't know, is it?
Of course, she didn't know about the SIG 938 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, that was a different company. The company I work for now, and this is God's honest truth, I do not carry when I go into their facilities because I really like my job and they pay me a lot of money. The good
Right,
thing
but
is
doesn't that upset you?
I generally work from home, and my office is also my gun room.
Right, but I mean, doesn't that upset you though that they've taken that right away from you because they've leveraged your desire to keep your job against you?
He chose to accept that.
Yeah, because
it doesn't upset me one bit. I disagree with the policy, but it doesn't upset me.
Can I take the topic in another direction as sort of a topic sorbet as a
Please do.
Right.
So, pie versus cake. I am on the cake side.
Oh, I'm on
That's
the
pie, dude.
man.
No.
I'm a pie guy. Cake
Pie
is dry.
versus cake
Probably-
versus ice cream.
Probably cake.
what?
Gotta have ice cream.
Apple pie, you're a fucking communist, dude. I mean,
Okay, apple pie.
not-
Please don't.
not up for
Please don't
argument.
deport me.
Ice cream.
What about pumpkin pie?
Borscht.
all pie is better than cake, dude. Cake is dry as shit most time. You gotta have milk with it.
And
just down a pie, dude. No,
I'm not
nothing
a
to
big
drink.
pie fan, but I'll agree with you that sometimes cakes can be lame. But a good cake is better than a good pie, I think.
Well,
How about this? A
okay.
bad pie is better than a bad cake.
All right, so
Fucking tough.
Okay, so do you count? Are you gonna just acknowledge? Do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that those pies where they take just like one of those graham cracker pie crusts and you put like pudding in it and then whipped cream on it? Are you counting that as a cake? Or, I mean,
Well, they call that an icebox cake. But yeah, it's a pudding pie, dude.
Because those things are what turn me off a pie. Those like fake ass, like, oh, we're just gonna take a bunch of packaged food and put it in a pie and call it a pie.
What about
you're right.
What about like Hostess
Pecan.
cakes that you get for like $1 at the gas station? Is that cake?
I call them snack cake, so they're subset of cake that doesn't count. I think wedding cake or like a really good wedding type of cake, like that where the bakery makes it. That's what I'm thinking.
No, pecan pie is good. Pumpkin, you said, is good. Sweet potato pie. Coconut cream pie. Banana cream pie. That's some of the good stuff right there, man. Trying to think. Cherry pie, apple pie, of course. Blueberry pie. I mean, it doesn't suck, dude, ever.
I heard you before.
I mean, hell, the best chocolate cakes are full of creamy filling that basically makes them a pie.
Now take a look at this pie. Or is this a cake?
That's a snack cake.
No, it's definitely a cake.
Well, it seems like there's a very pie-heavy audience, so I won't try to petition for cake anymore.
In my house, you don't have the right to eat cake. Really.
Now,
It's
when I
just
lived in
pie
Houston,
only.
there was a place called the House of Pies. Oh my God.
But it's like, doesn't that upset you that you don't have that? No, I'm just kidding.
You know,
not a lot upsets me anymore after these chats, dude. I'm pretty much, I don't get upset.
I just don't mind if we don't, as long as we don't call it pie, but if we call it a round dessert treat, I'm okay.
Hostess
These
is
cats are like
RDT. And the reason why is on this guy's hat, it says Twinkie the Kid. It's the name of their character. Twinkie the Kid. He's
Right.
pro second A.
He's racist.
Is he?
Did they have guns on back in the day?
I think it's
I
like
bet
I think he
he
did. I think he did.
I would bet any amount of money that he did dress like a cowboy.
I'm gonna Google that shit.
He used to have guns, yeah. They took his gun. He's
up.
been disarmed.
He's
He
seen
had
that.
he had the right to go to that Little Debbie's or something. He didn't have to
He had
work.
the right to go to work as Twinkie the Kid with his firearms, and then it's gone now.
Yeah, he could have applied at Little Debbie's, or he could have went to somewhere else. Man.
But then he wouldn't be Twinkie the Kid, man.
It doesn't, they would have found a position for him, dude.
It's not the same.
Do you think the elves in that tree conceal carry?
No.
Hey, even
Absolutely
you
not.
Cornelius carried like a single action army.
Remember Famous Amos? I know he carried. He had a little rusty 38.
Oh, that kind of older black guy?
Yeah, he looked like he carried in a
Oh, yeah.
brown paper bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. He carried in a Crown Royal velvet bag.
I was going to say he carried malt liquor.
I'm not seeing any pictures of Twinkie the Kid with
That's great. You know what's funny? Famous Amos were really good, but they were dry as shit, man. They were
Yeah,
little
they were.
dense little biscuits.
They were like, yeah, they were like really crunchy and.
They were good though. You needed milk.
It's funny because in my high school, the mascot for the longest time was Pistol Pete. He was a cowboy, and then like sometime in the '90s, they changed it to Lasso Larry because my PC, my guns.
They should have changed it to PC Pussy.
Lasso
I mean,
Larry
there's,
sounds like he's lighting the loafers.
Right, exactly. It's nobody likes Lasso Larry.
PC Pussy's not bad. It doesn't really offend anybody. You could just be
Most
like a
people like
vagina. Yeah, just be like a walking furry vagina, and then they'd be like, "What's your name?" Like Larry the PC Pussy.
It's 2015. That shit offends somebody.
Dude, just go to your safe space, dude. Chill. Just go to the safe space.
I saw one on Facebook earlier where it's a bunch of dudes in probably D-Day jumping out of or something similar World War II landing craft, and it's it's like a picture from the landing craft pilot watching the dudes all disperse into the beach, and it said something like college-age kids leaving their safe space.
There's like on K, there's these like meme images called like just girl things, and it's like it'll be like a little phrase that's like just a girl thing, and then on K what they do is they repost it with like military photos. It's like it'll be like saying goodbye to your friends, and then it's like a guy standing over graves, all his dead comrades. It's like,
Someone on the radio was like, "America is a safe space. Like, if you don't like it, go to fucking somewhere else." Like,
literally,
the
Thomas
entire
Hobbes, if you
country's a
think
safe
that
space.
anything is a safe space, you're insane.
People come here like from other countries because we are a safe space. Immigrants and such.
It's a safe space until you go to work.
It's a safe space until Sharia law hits, and then it's on from there.
And burqas become a protected class.
That's right. And then like porn will just be like a sheet with a hole cut in the bottom of it, and it'll be like, ooh, look at that.
It'll be pre-installed with your favorite homepage.
It's not so bad, because I heard Sharia is not so bad. It actually is more of like an eye for an eye, you know, like strictly out there like that. Like if
Or a
you
head for a
look
head.
at my wife, right? If my wife looks at you, she gets killed, kind of thing.
Yeah,
we
it's
kill her
completely
together.
fair, as long as you're not a woman or any kind of minority.
Yeah, and if you're gay, we kill you. Not so bad.
All right, so getting back to guns, if you're going to conceal carry and you got an issue where they might pat you down, ankle carry or one of those like T-shirts with a holster in it?
Belly band.
They do ankle checks actually.
Oh shit!
At my
Crotch.
job, yeah, you got to pull your pants up, check your ankles.
You need a belly band in it.
I would have
You
to.
need a
Well,
belly
no, I
band.
mean I could just do IWB with something slim because they don't make you pull your shirt up. That's the thing. But
They
if,
don't
like,
pat your
if I'm
waist.
bending down to do something, if I'm picking up boxes or something, then I don't want to get flagged.
Yeah.
The other thing is like.
So you could do appendix or no?
I personally don't like AIWB.
What?
I think it would be perfect for the application.
I think that's a bank, man. I've heard that. AIWB.
No, appendix inside waistband.
Oh,
It's a commonly used acronym for
I thought that was
appendix carry.
an evil corporation.
Although appendix carry is more concise than AIWB. and
If
more
it's so
universal,
commonly
it's just
used, how
stupid.
come several people just went, huh?
Because you guys aren't hip to the
I
lingo,
think it was
man.
the abbreviation, dude. It's like AIW, AWOB.
Yeah, first time I read about it in that phrasing, it's like Rob Pincus. It's not like something I made
Dude,
up.
that guy's strange, dude. He carries a crossbreed. You know, I'm just fucking around.
He carries a
He's
cross.
awesome.
He has a crossbreed for his Desert Eagle.
He has an XD. Like a,
What job do you do that they're lifting up your paint legs and shit when you go to work?
He's just working for Spencer's, dude.
male stripper.
Spencer's in the mall. That's it.
They're like, lift up your
Something valuable in their stocks or whatever, right?
sex store
Right, yeah,
employee.
novelty dildo or something, or a lava
Yeah.
lamp.
Starship sex toys and lingerie store. They're everywhere.
Justin Bieber loved all
Dude.
that.
What was I going to say? So, okay, yeah. If you could do the AIWBB, then I would do that.
Well, no, I seriously thought about just converting to AIWB for everything. Because I mean, I do IWB normally, just regular 3 to 5 o'clock IWB. But like AIWB is better for other stuff like driving a car.
Ruger LCP 380 and a belly band or something like that. Because
Well, I
then
don't
even
like-
if you
I don't
do
like microguns,
pull your
dude.
shirt up, okay, well then you could put anything in. You could put a
But I mean,
Smith
I
&
could
Wesson
do,
shield
like-
in there.
Well, yeah, no, like I could do
Glock 43.
I could do my 38 or something, but it's like I just don't want to. I don't like AIWB because I'd rather not flag
Your crotch.
my right nut or my
Gotcha.
artery. That's just my thing. That's just where I am on that. And I mean, kudos to the guys who AIWB because I do think as a carry method it is better aside from those cons. But I personally look at those cons as
Kudos to the thugs out there who carry with no round in the chamber and they just kind of
Yes.
pull it out and rack the slide on your face. I like
Mexican,
those guys.
Israeli.
They call that TAIWB, thug appendix.
We're just making up more acronyms than humanly possible.
TAIWB. THUG.
No, man, no, it's SIW. It's strap in a waist.
I got my strap.
My strap in a waist, man.
Have you seen this fucking funniest ad I've seen all day? It was a guy has a gun company, and it's I'm gonna put this in gun channels right now. It's like you pull this piece of like leather strap, you pull it, and it pulls the gun up, out from like your thigh. It's so weird, dude.
What, like
There's this dude that used to do-
IFAK kits, like how some IFAK kits work, where it's like
Exactly.
you pulls the gun up.
Wait till you
That's
see
so
this
weird.
shit. But the guy's website has these like demonstration videos where he's like, he pulls this strap out. It's like a 12-inch fucking long strap of leather, and then it like yanks the gun out. It looks like it folds all over itself, and then the handle's sticking out. It is fucking nuts, dude.
Put it on the internal.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, but I'll put it right here in the chat. Watch this. It was called Coffin. Tactical coffin holster. I saw it on a blog and I was like, this is a joke, right?
I think I've heard of something like that, but I didn't see it.
Because it's fucked up because the guy's company's called like Coffin Tactical or something. Get your gun a coffin, but I'm thinking you're going to put yourself in a fucking coffin. Like this fucking holster.
It's just so, yeah, it's like so weird to combine those two concepts.
Coffin Tactical Case.
Incredibly unconventional and seems unsafe. But I mean, I figured if I do it, like, the other thing is, like, I know if I end up working for who I'm going to work for, I know my management, and I feel like they'd give me a pass on it. And I mean, if I shut the fuck up and they never see it, then it's not a problem. But it's like I don't feel like they would get on me about it unless it was like a serious problem, like if a customer ended up seeing it or something like that. Then I don't think anyone would go to bat for me. But
my company would fire me in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even blink.
Like, yeah, man, I just think that's fucking stupid.
People like convenience stores that carry, and that's opposed to by company policy, and then something happens and they need to draw and use the thing, and then it becomes known that they've got it, and then they get fired.
Yeah. I'd rather have my life than my job, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Right, judge by 12 and carry by 6.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Or judge by 1 and carry by 6 because you're damn store manager. It's not even a jury. Yeah, and I get that, but it's like, I mean, the idealist to me says, like, that's not how the system should be. Like, that shouldn't be the way it is.
But, like, somebody mentioned prisons, right? So it depends on the environment you're in when you're going to work. It really depends on your job, too. And
right, yeah, and like risk, yeah. Risk and harm, but it's like, you know, I'm a licensed carrier. Is that not worth something?
No.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it depends on the state. Some states you just have to show an address and $20 and you have a license. I mean, some training is even involved in some states with a carry permit. So, I don't know.
Right. Again, like that's the thing, and I just have a massive chip on my shoulder about the whole thing from every conceivable angle.
No, I got you, man. I mean, the Second Amendment carry, I mean, it is what it is. It's like everybody should have a right to protect themselves at all times. I mean, I get it. But as a private company and the owner of the land and the business, they have the right to dictate their policy, and especially if you're an employee of that company.
Now, didn't we already discuss this as far as private property about an hour ago?
Right.
Yeah, half an hour.
I mean, I don't mind rediscussing. It's just
I just think that the
you've already told us you don't like it. We've already discussed private property rights. What else have we not yet discussed?
Yeah, we can keep going because we're just rehashing it. So let's talk about that. Yeah, no. Out there. Is that a 380? And what is it?
Wait.
Piano.
Yeah, the Glock 42.
So what's the bullet though? What's that projectile going on?
That's a Lehigh. It looks like an Underwood with a Lehigh bullet, yeah.
With the plus P?
Wait, what grade? 90? What is that?
It's 90 grain standard for 380. But they make a 9mm load that's 90 grain as well, which is kind of peculiar.
Light and fast, huh?
Yeah. So.
But that breaks apart like a mother.
No, this does not. This is
wait, no, that's at full FMJ though, right? Is it
except that it has
F-shaped. Yeah.
It's got the
spins around
the cutouts.
as it goes in. To get that.
Okay.
Whoop.
So it keeps spinning. They will penetrate no matter what, basically. But like, I mean, it's been a while since I watched, like Mac did pretty comprehensive reviews of the various loads, but for me it's like, why carry that over a ball round? I don't.
Well, did you watch the test? Because the answer is in his video if you actually watch the whole thing.
It's 35 minutes long.
Right.
I watched it.
It's a very
And,
long video.
At the end, I was like, you know what? Why is he coming to this conclusion?
But it's like,
to me, it looked like
did,
HST did the best.
Oh, it was like penetration through barriers too. That's right. All rounds don't penetrate well through barriers or something. I don't remember.
There's two different videos. One which is just penetration tests, like you're saying, on different barriers. And then there was one which was just a review of this one, and then the Lehigh Defense version of the same round, just loaded to a different level.
They create bigger wound channels and bars too. That's right, something like that.
Yeah. So the reason.
So it's not just the ball round. It has the penetration of a ball round, but you get some kind of wound channel benefits as well.
Exactly.
You get some kind of benefits from JHPs as well. It's kind of interesting.
It was zipping through blocks of gel too. Though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Suffice it to say, I'm not going to sell off all my HST and buy that.
It's not going to do any worse than an FMJ. It can only possibly do better. So why not? If I'm going to use it to defend my life, I'm not going to be buying thousands of these rounds. So
I got to a point where I was like trying to justify buying only JHP and training with only JHP, but it's just like, goddamn, it's so much money.
Oh, exactly. Which is why most people buy what's called, FMJ for range ammo, and then buy a little bit more expensive stuff for day to day because it is costly.
My JHPs are way more expensive than range ammo, like a lot more, over double the price.
I mean, these are over $1 a round.
God.
Yeah. It sounds really $1 a round. Holy shit! I was just about to look it up. And then not only that, but like the Lehigh, like the Underwood loads and the Lehigh bullets go against a lot of what's been convention for a while is like the heaviest range you can get at X velocity, or at least with 9mm. I don't know about 40 and 45, but it's like a 9mm. It's like if you're not carrying 147 grain plus P's in your scrub, it's like.
Have you guys seen that Colin Noor video about the Glocks and the Hitler video? I don't know if it's old or what, but I just saw it today for the first time. It's pretty funny.
I'm going to just narrowcast to Z since it's easier in typing, but you guys might have ideas on how you load end block clips, but I cram 7 in there and then I put the 8th in like the middle as opposed to trying to go to an end because I find it easier to use the other rounds that are just sort of in there as like a funnel or whatever, like a shoehorn, to cram that 8th one in.
Huh?
End block clip that holds 8
end
rounds
blocks for an M1.
It holds 8 rounds, 2 like 4 and 4 in a kind of staggered arrangement, and it can be complicated until you figure it out the first time. And I'm just trying to explain to Z how I
have never had the privilege of shooting an M1, Jared, unfortunately. Anything World War II era, actually, shit.
It's worth doing.
Did they use Glock 19s in World War II?
No, the Germans only had 9mm back then.
Yeah.
We were using 45s.
Technically, the high power was a World War II gun, but mine is not World War II era. I want to be super semantic, but
I'd really like to have a high power, but they're so expensive, and I would never carry it. So.
You can shop around on like Gunbroker or like surplus places because there's a lot of like Israeli imports. I mean, they're gonna be beat to shit, but if you can hand pick one, you can get it for like $500.
And beat to shit guns have more personality anyway, right?
Yeah, but it's like you don't want to get something like that the Israelis wore out. Like there's like the rails are just decimated.
Oh jeez.
Barrel face. Yeah.
No Google Hangouts crashed on me, and I'm connected with the wrong account anyway. No, there it goes again. I don't know. I switched away from Chrome because it started sucking, and Firefox also sucks, so I don't know what to do. Heck with technology. I'll go back to the Stone Age.
Sounds like you have to get Windows 10 with the new Edge browser.
You need to shave that beard.
Hell no.
No, you don't. You gotta keep that beard. It's cold out there.
The beard is symbolic of the wall that I wish to erect between myself and the rest of society, you see.
Oh, okay.
So somebody
That's
mentioned,
some deep shit.
somebody mentioned doing beard carry, so maybe you could get one of those like
Beard
combs
carry.
or whatever that like chicks use to hold their hair back, and you could just comb it up under your like a little NAA up under your chin.
Yeah.
I
NAA.
suggested that to
If
a
I had
guy
some
at
kind
my
of
store.
linkage so I could set it off with my mouth, I could just be like, oh, yeah.
Just bump the trigger
It's
with
too
your
funny.
Adam's apple.
Oh, what do you want, Miss Kitty? She always comes to check
Oh my
out
God.
the Contanos Hangouts. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh
my
god.
cats just came up and sat on my lap too.
Oh my god.
For
I
coffee.
found the link. I'm going
Which
to
link?
send you the link. It's urbancarryholsters.com, but you got to see the video of the demo of how this thing works.
That 12-inch leather thing you're talking about.
Yeah, you yank this
That's
gigantic
funny.
belt
Aaron, I
strap.
think Aaron was talking about that earlier. That company at least.
Okay, I'm trying to find the video because this is fucking beyond weird. But
Oh yeah, I had a question. Like, do you have to enter for the daily patch giveaway, or do you just draw like based on members or what?
first of all, you have to.
Live shows. So since you brought it up today, you can win it. Just go over there and fill out the form with whatever you want. But normally we would have like a live show and then the host would do it or a guest or something. We haven't really got super established. I got my code signs up way of doing it. We just try to do one every day.
Where do I sign up to win one? Or whatever.
Sign up.
You just won.
Scroll down that page a little bit. There's the pictures of the patches and stuff that are available right now. They're current pictures right now. And then you scroll down past that, and there's a place where you can choose your first, second, and third choice. And then, like if it was a picture that's a few days old, there might be one missing or something. Somebody else already claimed it. So I asked for 3 choices
Okay,
and
got it.
your address.
Okay.
It's also a way just to get your address. Because then we'll know when you're at work. We'll figure something out. It'll be fun. Unless you're smart like me and just use a P.O. box, because I don't want any.
Oh wait, so I just put like today for the date or whatever.
Yeah,
Wait, what day
yeah,
is
that
it?
holster is garbage. I was thinking something totally different. But that's like, there's this guy, I think he's in Tucson. I don't think he's a friend of mine. Anyway, he makes this pager pal thing where it looks like a pager in your on your belt, and then you pull it up, and it turns into like a little pouch like that has a gun in it. So the gun is like way down on your thigh, like in your pants, down in your pants. I can't imagine how that's comfortable. And he's like, oh no, this is better because when you sit down, it's like up on your leg. So there's no way to draw it when you're sitting down, of course. And then when you stand up, you got to do that like whole procedure to get the damn gun out of your pants and hope that it doesn't go flipping onto the ground or something because there's nothing holding
Yeah,
it.
like I don't understand the philosophy behind that design at all. It's just like someone saw like, hey, IFAX have these like pull cords. Why can't I do this with a gun?
Well, I think it looks like a travel wallet. It looks like people that travel and then like shove their wallet down their pants, so it's harder to pickpocket. But
Yeah,
it's
yes.
definitely this is
So it's good for like gun retention and bad for everything else.
This is definitely two-handed draw. There's no way to get to this thing one-handed without that thing flopping out and then muzzling you in your fucking face. Like while it's flopping.
Where's the link, TV?
I put the link in the lobby chat. I'll do it again. It's like the first video. Just when you click on this video FAQs, there's like a few videos, but I just clicked on the first one. It's like 2 minutes long. But you pull it out, it like flips and flops out below your waistband, and then you have to use your like left hand
It happens to me sometimes.
to hold it. If you let go of that thing, it's gonna flop back down and point at your face. Dude, look at that.
There's a hammer sickle patch, really? Did you put the hammer sickle patch? That's kind of cool.
Oh my god, I got a bunch of videos. Which one am I clicking on? The third one?
Just the first one. The first one.
Oh, okay. What the fuck is that?
I can't wait for like a guy who's like die hard. This is the way he carries to come in one of these chats and start like arguing. Well, you don't know. Come on, man. Like this is the way to go.
This is the most gangster way to carry. And
Yeah. I mean, what scenario are you dreaming up where you need to like get at it with one hand?
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like this is crazy.
Then it's too late. If you have to get to it with one hand, then you already got the drop.
What if you've got your beer in one hand?
That's true. I always say that. If you have a beer baby.
So
What if you
That's a given, though.
What if you're holding the beer baby?
No, what if you just hold your beer? I mean, a beer is a terrible thing to waste, right? So
Yeah. Well, I have one question for this guy.
I'm
What
pretty
happens
sure-
when you let go of this thing? And then he's going to
I'm
be like, well, it
pretty
flops
sure-
over and shoots. It doesn't shoot you, but it just
Well, no,
muzzles your face.
I'm pretty sure in a lethal force encounter, you're obligated to finish the beer and then continue with the two-handed draw. I'm pretty sure that's standard operating procedure.
I'm
Or you
sure
can
in-
break the
From what
beer
I've read,
bottle
I think
across
that was
the
like
guy's face and
pretty
then
sure IUB states that.
I'm pretty sure this is how Instructor Zero carries.
Yeah, but remember, he's an entertainer. So
He's an entertainer, man.
He's a part of the
I'm sorry,
community.
I'm sorry. I'm
He's
sorry, I
not the
had to.
culture.
I'm sorry.
You're not with
I
the
just had to.
culture. You
listen.
Do you guys see the rhetoratory video that Instructor Zero did on?
I saw the retardatory. The retardatory story.
Well,
is that how he said it? Did he say, I did the retardatory video?
I am very elite, most elite, okay? With my country, we're very elite. I don't fuck around with hillbillies. I don't know.
I am
what
an
accent
educator.
This is bad. That accent was bad. Let me try again. Like Mario.
I would never guess he was Italian based on his accent.
He's
I
like-
thought he was from
Luigi.
from Scandinavia or something.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he is, but I'll tell you what.
He's Italian.
He's high speed, low drag, and he definitely doesn't talk to people like us. That's for sure. He doesn't train people like us. Like civilians, fat civilians, or skinny civilians. He's only training like fat or skinny high-speed operators. Luigi. This is tactical Luigi.
Because, like government or commercial security firms.
I put it
Unlike
for.
that does individual.
I saved the princess.
I saved the princess. Dude, does Instructor Zero have like a Luigi, like a skinny counterpart, where's green?
No.
Oh.
No, it's crazy. He's definitely.
I like Instructor Zero though. I ain't got a
Me
problem.
too.
Did you see what Dr. No posted in the gun channels? Cannoli carry?
Cannoli carry.
What's wrong with? Oh my
I'm surprised he doesn't carry a Beretta.
Hey, I carry a Beretta.
I would love to have a Beretta in rotation.
Beretta Bearcat?
No, it's just an old 92. It's one of the police surplus Italian ones with the heel release.
Dude, look at this, dude. Oh my god.
But it
That's
was
disgusting.
I put in for an every second matters patch. I kind of want to. Where can I get like a shirt? Actually, you want me to do that?
Every second matters
Christmas?
for the shirts.
Yeah.
You sure you're not on Amazon.com?
Are they?
No, you're talking about an Every Second Matters shirt?
Yeah.
Go to everysecondmatters.com. I think I got the links there. Or
Oh, there's like a whole website. Okay.
We only put the patches on the gun channels thing because I think pretty much everybody that deals with, well, everybody that created it is pretty much on gun channels. So everybody that is involved with it anymore seems like they're in gun channels. So I just put it in there.
Oh, can you buy straight from Spreadshirt? Sweet. Every like 75% of my shirts are from Spreadshirt. I print them on my own.
Let me see the link that you give me. The link that you found because I did make some shirts. It should be dead. Like the link should be dead because they came out shitty. Where like you could see the black square behind the lettering and it looked shitty on the black shirt.
Oh,
So
you didn't do a transparent background?
No, I did a transparent background and they're cheap. So make sure that whatever I did. I mean, I only have one image. It's a transparent background, so there's no possible way I'm going to send them one with a black background. Those don't exist. So
Like, they just fuck
anyway, they just did it their way, and whatever the ones we originally set up weren't like that because those I have and they're fine. Those new ones though, like I say, you shouldn't have the new link because I turned the shop off.
I just went to the website. I just went to the Every Second Matters website and then clicked the link for Spreadshirt. That's what I got.
Yeah, that's the one then. Mine would say gear.
That's good.
On it. Okay.
Okay,
And yeah,
yeah.
that's the good ones.
No, that's interesting though, because like pretty much all my
I have all my shirts printed on Spreadshirt, or most of them. I'm getting to that because I'm like made in USA, and I can get like my own designs printed on American Apparel shirts. And then I have a nice shirt and like custom design, and I'm super swag. No one can touch me.
And here I shop at the Goodwill.
I'm just wearing yoga pants this year. I think skinny jeans are played out. I'm just straight to the yoga pants.
That's disgusting.
Do you mind? Well, no, I guess you guys.
I got New Religion. I got my True Religion yoga pants. And my
Do you mind if I pirate the design and print it on my own shirt? Because I don't know if you get anything. It says you don't get any profit. I don't know if you get anything. Otherwise, I don't want to like.
It gets off on the power trip, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Just the
power.
So as long as I'm as long as I'm disseminating the message, it's fine. So I can have it on my own shirt.
Depends on who you talk to.
Yankee.
Nobody owns every second matters. So if you talk to Yankee, it's a black and white issue, and it should be black and white. I don't think everybody has the same.
Oh no, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep the colors and everything. I'm just gonna have it printed on a different style shirt. That's all.
Yankees gets upset if you politicize it. Don't politicize the Second Amendment issue. It shouldn't be politicized. Just wear.
But that was sort of the whole idea, is to just the logo is the thing. So yeah, put it wherever you want.
Okay.
Except on your except above your ass crack, because that's not cool. Like a tramp stamp.
I was gonna say, how am I gonna draw attention to my tramp stamp?
Well, it just depends on how much use that area gets, because that might be a good way to let a lot of people know, depending on.
Dude, that would be like, so wait, is it every number 2 matters? Like,
about the second? Yeah.
Every second matters.
Every second bowel movement. Every number 2 matters? Every one that I take in the morning after my coffee. Every second matters, dude. Every sloppy seconds matter. Everyone here has gotten sloppy seconds before, dude. It's not a big deal. Just don't politicize it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna have
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, what's up?
Oh my God, Edge is back, dude.
Edge is back. Edge is back. Edge
He's
is
got
back.
he's got that Nathan holster, but he just calls it a purse. It's just a gun purse.
Gun purse.
That's my business.
It's just a big leather purse. Put your gun in.
Freezing my ass off here.
Oh man.
You know, all you Southerners whining about the cold. You don't even know what real cold is.
40. It's 40.
It's freezing out here. It's freezing.
Well, here's the deal, Daniel, is when your balls are big, they get cold quick.
Then why are you so frickin' cold?
Because I got a pair of bowling balls on me.
Bowling balls?
I got a couple of squirrel peanuts.
Oh, who sent you to pick?
Chipmunk nuts.
Anyway.
So did he send you an Every Second Matters holster?
To me?
Yeah, or he sent you the Edge 2006 with the cock on there.
No, he sent me one. He sent me one. Is Nathan in the chat?
Yeah.
No.
He's not listening, and he won't listen. So we can talk as much shit as we want.
Well, he sent me a holster. I got it, and when I opened it, I used my knife to open the packet, and he put some padding around the sides, and I didn't like gouge, like stab the package.
I got the padding with some paper. It was just a paper, like if you took it and set it down on a piece of paper and then folded the paper over it, so not like wrinkled paper, but like just a piece of paper around it. So it wasn't like.
No, I got like some little plastic balloon packaging inside of it, or whatever. But when I cut down the side, the main, the middle of the package, the tape. Yeah, I put a scratch in the leather with my blade, and again, I'm not talking like some super. I didn't like gouge or dig into it. It just went right down right through the Every Second Matters little logo deal, this little slit, and I'm like, damn. And
now it's like Every Second Matters with like a slash through it.
Well,
so like being anti Every Second Matters.
Well, like let's just say you had stock, it's split in two. If you're a stock guy and you're buying stock, well, the thing is the holster quality as far as the
Can you hold that door a little further away?
His holster qualities.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
you up inside your nose.
Oh, you like that?
You
Okay,
got a
well,
little
the
Mexican booger in that motherfucker. There's a little illegal booger in your immigrant nose. Donald Trump says he's going to build a wall around your boogers.
All right.
You're not fold carrying, are you?
Fucked up.
Canola carry?
All the time. Anyway, the holster itself, like the shape of it, the way it holds is awesome. It's just the fine details that need to be worked out.
Yeah, when you turn the holster upside down, the gun falls on the ground, right? I mean, it's just the way it works.
So there's no retention.
It's like a satchel.
No,
It's like an Uncle Mike
the holster
of leather.
I got for a 1911, it really conceals well too, as an open carry holster. It's just the details to it, and I'm like, man, if you were to sell this to somebody, they'd send it back to you and they'd want their money back. You know?
If you can turn it upside down and the gun falls directly on the concrete, then it's not so good. If it's retaining the gun, then okay, maybe.
Well, if it's a thumb break, I wouldn't worry about it that much. But if it's
is it a thumb break? Because that's like cheating, dude. Like he's just like, oh, but put a thumb break on it, it'll retain it.
Yeah, that's something I noticed about his holsters is they're not like form fitted to the guns, or that's how they appear to me. It's like I don't know. I don't know if it's that big of a deal because I think he has a specific purpose in mind.
Yeah, no, he didn't. First of all, I don't own any guns. Second of all, I don't use a holster. That's for pussies. And then, shit, dude, I just told you I'm into this urban carry. You pull this fucking leather strap, the gun comes flopping out from your crotch, dude.
Well,
and it sweeps you in the face, then you grab it. So you can't grab it with two hands.
And then you throw the bullets, right?
I was talking to him about it pre-chat, and I was trying to tell him, before we went on live, about, the little deals. I told him, I go, yeah, it's a great holster function-wise. It's just I'm 1911 one I got, but as far as the details, if you're putting out like these are fine leather holsters, the details need to be improved.
Is it organic? Is it GMO?
What do you mean by features, though? You mean
the details, like when you're like
You mean, like, what do you mean by details?
Well, for instance, like the lining, the suede lining, and there's glue, between where it's being where it got pasted into the holster and it got sewn in as well. You can see like the excess glue that's inside the holster, like at the bridge where the leather meets, and then another thing is there's rough spots on the leather. The dye was weak. I asked for mahogany, and the dye's kind of weak on it. You can see like the light spots really coming out, and it's like, and again, I'm like, this is something he's gonna have to work through to perfect it, and he'll probably get definitely better at it. But the function test of the holster is good. It's a very nice holster, function wise. Like if you're like, I don't care what it's like, it's a beater anyway. I'm gonna wear it. I don't want it to look pretty. Then that's your holster. But if you're talking about, it's a leather, high-end craftsmanship leather, top.
I'm just more worried about, like, if you put a full-size 1911 in a leather holster and you turn it upside down, it should stay in there. And I don't care if you shake it a few times, it might fall out, but just turning it upside down, it's got to hold it in there without the thumb strap.
I mean, I honestly kind of question the whole like upside down test because there's very few instances where you're gonna find yourself upside down. Like if you're
there's very few instances you're gonna find yourself needing a gun or a holster. So that's why I carry this urban carry systems. Or my tomorrow I'll be carrying 1911 at the festival. No, seriously, the upside down test is not because you might be hanging from your feet like Luke Skywalker in that ice cave or whatever. It's because it's just you might hit the ground when someone punches you in the face, and you don't want that thing skipping and hopping across the street.
Right. No, I agree that there needs to be retention. I just don't know if it needs to be enough to hold the gun in while it's upside down.
Well, I mean,
I think
like the ballistic
that's a
gel
common
test,
baseline
like,
that people use.
Exactly.
I don't.
It's just to show some sort
The thing
of.
is with inertia. Let's say you're in where, like, again, you fall on your ass, flat on your ass, and you have that much force behind you to where you come to complete stop, and if that thing slides out of your holster and hits the pavement, there you go. That is a distinct possibility.
Oh yeah, right. I appreciate
But
that.
thumb
I
straps
think the retention needs to be there. But yeah, it's like you go thumb brake, or if you're not a fan of thumb brakes, you get something that's really friction fit. But like he doesn't make it with like a retention screw or something.
It's leather, so I mean,
Right.
most of these people don't do it. But I've seen leather ones with a retention thing.
Well, yeah, no, like all of Galco's lineup has like retention screws.
All right, who let Z in here? I heard this is like
No, I don't have a retention screw. I have two Galcos right here, leather ones. There's no retention
So,
screw.
he's not pricing them at like over $100 either. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
Right? Yeah, it's like $40, right?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, no. I'm honestly, I think
for a leather holster. Where are you going to get a holster for $40 made out of leather?
There are brands that
where are you going to get a $40
holster
for free?
I think that's about what I paid for a Bianchi holster. It's leather. It might have been
Yeah,
a
but
gift
you only charge him $40 for his holsters?
one at a time here. I think Nathan's onto something. Am I here?
Yeah, I mean, I just think I think he could refine some of the designs.
Well, Nathan's onto something. I mean, like I said, the 1911 design that he made, I think, is a solid design. It fits well. It holds tight to the hip. I mean, he just started though. He's gonna. It's
Right.
like unless you're like some freaking, Stradivarius of the holster making design, where you're just some genius that found this niche that you're blowing everybody away. But
certain things you're good at, like right from the jump, but it ain't holster making.
Well, and that's why you send a select amount out to get better at it. You don't start selling them immediately, and that's what I think he's done. Is so he can take time trying to perfect it.
Yeah.
I did give him. Like I said, before we went live on a chat, and I told him I was giving him some of my stuff, and again, I kind of felt like a dick because I'm like, send me a free holster, and I'm telling him honestly, only not to be a shithead, but to show him, obviously the comparisons of holsters I've dealt with in the past, and he wasn't dismissive about it, but he seemed to be that interested in my opinion. I was like, well, okay.
No one's really interested in your opinion.
No,
no. Chats, anyway.
Your mama is.
Burn. Sick burn, mate.
Anyway, but I mean, it just takes time. Like anything you get into, like Kydex people that make Kydex holsters, their fucking first run is usually pretty rough, and then they get better at it.
It's like Rock Island Arms, man. Like it's got to have a lifetime warranty because those 1911s for a few decades were like pieces of shit. Even the owner said that. Maybe
I hear.
Send it back if lifetime warranty.
James Yeager's going to be there at that Texas Fire Festival tomorrow.
What? Are you going to step to him and threaten and challenge him to a duel?
I'm going to punk him out, dude.
Are you going to challenge him to a duel?
Well, not like a gun duel, but like a glove slapping duel.
Yeah.
Or take the gloves off and slap each other in the face.
I hope you have a bad T-shirt that you.
I don't know, man. He might hand you a waiver and have you sign it, and then you're gonna have to go glove for glove.
He had that. He had that.
He's gonna have. I got backup. I got Murphy with me, so.
Oh, shit.
It's funny. I'm taking a class on like U.S. wars, and we're talking about private contractors now. My teacher brought up James Yeager.
Pre here or
wait, hold on. You're saying your teacher at regular school brought up Yeager?
Yeah. This isn't the same one I've been talking about. This is another teacher teaching a class on the U.S. wars.
But because of the whole you gotta start shooting people video or something else?
I think that's the one he referenced. I tried to explain his Yeager's entire lineage as best I could, and I mean personally, I'm kind of critical of that response too.
Kinda.
But I mean, his opinion was
why? What's wrong with it?
All right, okay. Show on the doll where they touched you.
Well, no, I don't know.
Dude, you didn't have your bags packed, homie? You have those bags packed?
I mean, they're packed anyway, dog.
Yeah, my shirts are packed.
30
homie.
plus 1.
I'm ready
But
for
no,
that trek.
Well,
Yeah,
no, there's definitely a camp of people who are like diehard, Jaeger fans, and it's just like I don't want to isolate anybody.
I like a Jägermeister.
Well, see, I'm going to talk to him tomorrow. Look, I'll take your class, but you're loading my mags. All right, let me tell you.
Don't worry. The people you're afraid of aren't here.
Yeah, I would
say.
Well, I don't know. I'm still fairly new to this place, so I don't want to offend anyone.
Everyone has an opinion of Jaeger.
I'll grab one of those bullets off your arm, those tattoo bullets, and put it in my gun.
The ones that are on the wrong side.
Yeah, it's over.
Urban carry, dude. Seriously.
Urban carry. This guy's fucking fucking perfect publicity. Urban carry, bro. He's got one wrapped around a spider coat right now.
Could you do urban carry small to back? Fucking, it'll look like you're digging in your ass, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, see,
my ass is itching. It's crazy.
I'm pretty sure Jaeger's staying on the compound there somewhere where he has a nice trailer or something set up for him. Or I'm 22 miles away, so we have to
He's gonna be
drive in the
shaking
morning.
hands, and if he's there, I'm sure he's gonna be shaking hands and taking photos, man. It's like I've seen him do that shit at like Blade Joe.
I thought it was interesting that he brought up Jaeger, and I kind of elaborated because he didn't even remember the context of the videos, and he was insistent that it was like last month. I'm like, no, dude, that was right after Sandy Hook, and I remember.
What does that have to do with fucking
out.
contracting? Is my question. Like,
Well,
seriously, YouTube celebrity at that point.
Technically, he was a contractor. He did go to Iraq for a year.
That was like 7 years. Like he made that video like 7 or 8 years later. So it's like. Let's talk about contractors
We're just talking about
overseas, and then he brings up Jaeger.
He's just talking about the extreme perceptions of contractors as either these just like straight knit, corporate soldiers versus.
If I was you, I would have been like, "Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this book called 13 Hours about Benghazi? There's a new movie coming out, directed by Michael Bay. That's contractors,
Starring Jim Halpert from The Office.
That's right. As a contractor.
The interesting part is when Reed Henrik shows up to the shoot and they meet each other again.
Or just stop to spend a few days in Chirac and you'll be fully trained.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games.
I've been like
Jaeger
reading up
punches you
about
in the
this
face.
like Jaeger Hendrix beef too, and there's like a whole.
I'll just go to the west side of Chicago.
Beef. It's like so stupid.
I'll just beef up my contracting resume by going to the west side of Chicago.
So you're gonna have to wait to give Jaeger your fan fiction you wrote about him.
Was it a slash fiction?
I wonder if I'm tall.
50 Shades of AIWB.
Hey, how tall is Jaeger?
Jaeger's like he's like a little taller than. How tall are you?
I don't know.
I'm 5'11".
Okay, so he's like 5'6", maybe.
Yeah. He's a little guy.
Who's can tell how tall
Is
somebody is?
he actually 5'6"?
Yeah, well, so is Napoleon, or whatever. So is my best friend, but I don't.
What about that guy from SOE, Pablo, Tactical Pablo?
I never met him.
I don't know.
He's like 5'1".
Oh, actually, I saw him at Blade Show. Yeah, he was small too. He was a short guy. He's not there anymore.
Short, he's small.
Yeah, it's like that song, Short People.
Tactical Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
What's the name of that guy who owns Tactical? Not Tactical Response, but the other one.
SOE.
Yeah, SOE.
John Willis.
Yeah, John Willis. The guy with personality to spare.
Customer service is there, man. I mean, it's everything I've ordered from them has been spot on, very good.
Everybody complains about the wait times, though. I mean, I never ordered from them. I was gonna get their multi-tool pouch, but I got something else instead.
I had to wait like a month for each time.
I'm always amazed when they show pictures of like the new facility. Like how many?
The second floor.
I don't know, just like the picture, whenever they're like shipping room where they've got all the boxes open, like on racks. I'm like, holy moly, they're doing a lot of orders with that many.
Dude, did you see the old facility? It was like on those videos. Oh my god, it was all those boxes were just everywhere. They were eating on top of the boxes because they had nowhere to eat lunch.
Well,
I mean, I was there. They have the room where they sewed, and then they had the shipping room, and then they had the room with inventory, and then his lizards and stuff, and snakes. So the sewing was done in a different building, and it was like, I don't know, 12-foot by 12-foot room, well, area of a room that was those open boxes like on end. But this is, I mean, that's like what they used to have was like, when I was there in 12, was like 2 shelves of the racks that they had in that last picture I saw. Like, it's just, they got to be 10 or 20 times larger as far as those boxes.
Did you see the new facility though he set up, where he basically got like a warehouse and cut it in half and made 2 floors?
Yeah, exactly. No, I've only seen pictures of like some of the progress. I don't watch everything that he does, but I'll see his stuff.
I don't either anymore, because I mean he does that breakfast thing every day, which I think is ridiculous. But nevertheless, I saw him and he's walking in there. Those beams, like you said,
every day is ridiculous. I don't understand. I can't do it.
No, making a video of it, yes. But okay. But when he's on the second floor, man, because as short as he is, his head's just like right under the beams at their tallest, where they crest, the tallest part of the building. And he's like, well, fuck it, it's what we got. I'm not going to pay to heat this building to, because, if you own, people I've talked to in the past, they own those big ass buildings that are 30 feet, 40 feet high, style buildings, and they're a bitch to keep warm or keep cool, with the cost of
an underfloor heating type of system would work well in a big building, because then, otherwise you're losing all your heat in the air up to the ceiling.
Mm-hmm. And that's what he did. And he's right under the tallest part of the steel beams, and like, damn, it's gonna be tight, dude.
$100 mystery order. They have $100.
I don't think Haas is gonna make the visit.
What visit?
To their facility and walk on the second floor.
You saw Haas USMC's video tonight? He had a message.
It was pretty good.
Research kids.
He said,
carry your gun, boy.
So I'm kind of late to the news because I had a long fucking drive over here. Shitty, slow drive.
We'll rehash it for you.
So they basically, these guys went in with, I like the way they say Kalashnikovs on AK-47s, and were shooting the people at this concert as well as coordinating bombs.
There was like 6, or there was like different locations all across the city.
All across
different
more
people.
than one incident.
More than eight people, they think, gunmen or
What'd you say about
bombmen.
Kalashnikovs?
They were on the news. They were calling them Kalashnikovs.
Well, that's what everybody was calling them. They didn't say AKs like they usually do. They were calling Kalashnikovs.
They're European people saying
Yeah,
it.
we're the only ones that calls them AK-47s. Everywhere else, everybody calls them Kalashnikovs.
But what was bothering me is they would say Kalashnikovs with like a fucking I in there. There's not even a fucking I in the word.
Right, yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
I'm sure Putin was on the phone like, say it right, or else.
Say it right, or I will come to your home with
Kalashnikovs. Start saying it right.
No, anyway, it was several attacks. A lot of people got hurt, 170 dead, they say, 200 injured, maybe 80 seriously, so it could be one of the worst terrorist attacks in their history.
Well,
and,
I mean,
highest death toll since World War II.
yeah, it's been it's been floating around 158 to 170 like all evening, depending.
I don't like using that democratic ideology of don't let a crisis go to waste, but at the same token, by the same token, this shows these people, the people that are like, oh well, look at Europe and they don't have these problems, and look at this, look at that, and with these issues with Islamist terrorists and so on and this and that, and say that the chickens can come to roost here as well with all the Syrian people we take in as well. It's something that cannot be overlooked, and these people that say that
the better example to make is not the specific threat of any individual group or anything, but instead to say, look, you thought you were civilized, but the world isn't. So to suggest that you have some bastion of peace where the rest of the world can be chaos is fucking ridiculous. It's expecting too much out of the world.
Hey, and I wouldn't even say, I really doubt it's fucking I doubt any of these people are refugees. Honestly, think about it. Like, why would you take time to like try to fucking smuggle yourself in as a refugee when you can just fucking get on a boat and fucking like hightail it across the fucking.
Well, they didn't let refugees bring a bunch of AKs and grenades and vests and shit.
No, all that shit came in by boat.
They call them sleeper cells.
They have thousands and thousands, like, of Algerian. All the Algerian people are refugees. Like, that's what they considered French. They have French citizenship, right? I mean,
I don't know about citizenship, but it's one of those
they're
things where
basically good to go. Yeah, they're good to go.
I mean,
and a lot of and I wouldn't say a lot, but that community has extremists in it.
Well, France has pissed off the Muslims with the whole burqa thing, where they banned burqas, and with a lot of Islamist people. I don't think it has anything to do with
This was specifically about Syria, dude. Like the terrorists tonight were mentioning while shooting people, like, what the fuck are you doing in Syria? Get the fuck out of Syria. This is for Syria.
I still think we need to wait for all the facts to come out, because it may very well have been that refugees smuggled the AKs in with their urban carry holster.
Why the fuck?
It doesn't really matter if they're refugees or not to me.
You realize like what kind of like microscope they're under? Even if they're maybe they ran across one border, one border here or there, they still have. They're getting shut down right now.
Well, I mean, it's like any country. I mean, just like with that whole thing that happened in Paris, about a year ago with that whole cartoon shit. They can get weapons in any country. It's just a matter of how much you can want to pay and how bad you want them. And it can happen in any country, in the States, Mexico. And there's not one country
I've known that Paris is violent ever since that documentary with John Travolta. So I knew Paris was ruthless.
Yeah, they have violence there for sure.
I mean, staying alive just killed it.
Dude, my opinion of gun control and incidents like this is there's no real play for these people, because they like doing the thing is like I said earlier, they like to say, we're going to protect you from yourselves. You have to have more background checks. You have to turn in your assault ban, your weapons. You have to. It's to us. It's to the citizenry. And when they do it to us, they're always saying this kind of attitude of like, we're going to protect you guys from yourselves. Look at the school shooting. Look at this American citizen. But when it's coming from an enemy, organized enemy like this, and it could be, they are the enemy. The gun control issue it's not effective, because you can't go to the American people and say, look what happened. We need to protect you from these terrorists, so we're going to take your guns away. It just doesn't work. It only works when it's like some white kid who goes to a school and shoots up a school. And then they're like, isn't that terrifying?
I'd like some prick to fucking nail down Pierce Morgan where he's at and ask him, so what the fuck?
I was in London, England, as well as Paris, France, as well as a couple other towns in France.
I knew you were a Frenchie.
Germany. Can I finish speaking, please? Back in the late 70s. And what they seem to have forgotten is that that was the home of all sorts of terrorists with bombs. The English were getting attacked by the IRA, dropping off bombs all over the place. The French had all sorts of communist groups infiltrating, planting bombs all over the place. And the Swiss and the Germans had their problems as well. But it's gotten very quiet since the 80s, and now there's like this mindset as if it never happened before. When in fact, it was happening not that long ago.
Yeah, let's not forget Munich. And
What did a blowjob cost back then, Dan, in France?
In French, that's called French kiss. They just do that for free.
Oh, they do it for free, okay.
But radical groups blowing up bombs is nothing new in Europe.
No, absolutely not.
Well, I mean, my sister was in Germany and late 80s, early 90s, and they were always told, like, be careful. They get warnings of, when you go out here, be aware of this and that. They usually don't fuck with the Americans for the most part, at least in Germany. But they had issues like you're talking about with civil unrest amongst the Turks and the Germans and so on.
Has anybody had a chance to see anything, or anybody question like why did it happen in Paris? I mean, I don't think France is a big position in Syria right now, are they? Is it just because France is a weak target and they?
Yeah,
because they're weak.
I think they're a weak target, and also they are helping in Syria.
They're not expecting any backlash from any of this. It's like, oh well.
Yeah,
It's a country that's also easy to penetrate.
They have a small role, but I think it has to do with their border. Like, look where they share borders and how easy it is. Like, London is an isolated island.
It seems like the path of least resistance.
But yeah.
Dano, did they use the French tickler objective? Is that how they inserted themselves?
The deep penetration.
The deep penetration was with the French tickler assault.
Too soon, guys. Too soon.
All I gotta say is Dano with that mustache in the '70s. He was a pimp.
They have an extremely large Muslim population, and I don't want to get called.
Germany, England, France. So. I mean, Europe in general is overpopulated with them. That's why
a lot of their ghettos there, the actual ghettos, like their housing project type ghettos, are full of Muslim people.
Well, dude, I mean,
living there. A lot of them are Algerians, and a lot of them aren't, and that's, I mean, so. I don't know. It's not. You're right. Like, they can blend in there. The radical extremists can blend in there and do their thing. I'm sure there's a network there too, a terrorist network.
Well, there's this one guy who did rants on YouTube, older English guy, and he sees these big rants, and he's pretty good. They weren't like stupid rants about fucking I hate Muslims or anything, but he's talking about he's from England and they've bent over backwards to accommodate these the Muslims and that have moved there to get a better life, but they're making so many demands on them. It's like he's saying, it's not we're England. This is England. Why are we turning this into the Middle East? You left the shithole you lived in for a reason. And yet now you come here, we have to to basically accommodate every fucking need that you want and take away from our culture to do so. And that's what a lot of people complain about in the United States as well. It's like you can't even celebrate Christmas anymore if you are a Christmas person or not, whatever floats your boat. You can't do anything because you're gonna offend somebody now because we have to accommodate to all these religions instead of people like, hey, if I move to fucking Iran or Iraq, I was a Christian or a Catholic, I would expect to absorb their culture and appreciate it.
Yeah, they would kill you in those countries.
They would fucking kill you. Yeah,
exactly.
We force it on each other. We live in a melting pot where we come here, we live here, and we stay here because we are friendly to all of that. So I mean, I guess I understand. I mean, it's kind of lame to have people pressure you to not do what you're comfortable with, but we don't have anything like the plight of a Christian in a country where they're like literally just killed, and then if anything, the only thing you say about it is like, congratulations, you killed a bunch of infidels.
I mean, we have an expectation of tolerance, which is what's a good thing that makes us different.
Well, I think there's some unnecessary marginalization in this country. But I mean,
but I mean, that's the thing is, you came to America because you wanted a better life. You wanted to get away from the thing where if you fucking fucked up at your job or said something wrong about the dictator, your fucking genitals are going to be chopped off or God knows what the fuck it is. And that's why you came here. And then now you're fucking telling us that we're not providing the lifestyle that suits you or accommodates you and your religion. I'm like, well, you're going to have to make some changes, my friend, because this is America.
There's a chart here of countries in Europe that have... It says, countries from which citizens or residents have reportedly gone to fight in Syria with ISIS. The number of people from Russia, 800. The number from France, 400. The number from Italy, 50. Then Germany has 200. Like, this is an old thing. I don't know, like from the Washington Post. Morocco, 1,500 people went to go fight with ISIS. Tunisia, 3,000.
And look where
shit
Morocco and Tunisia are in relation to France. They're like
and it's probably it's a hop, skip, and a jump through Spain to get to France. Plus, that whole network exists there. So out of France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Bosnia, Spain, America has 130 citizens that went to go fight with ISIS. It's fucking nuts. But Paris, not Paris, but France had hundreds of people. I don't think these people made this stuff up. Like, not made this stuff up, but like learned how to make these suicide bomb vests in like on YouTube. I think these people probably went to Syria at some point or went somewhere to train. That's how it usually works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't get that kind of a body count without training.
Yeah.
So Z posted something on Facebook a couple of days ago, and I think we talked about it a little bit with the concept that if, I forget what the numbers were, but if a gumball was like 1 million people, we take 1 million immigrant, whatever, we let 1 million people immigrate or whatever to the country, and that's the basis of the video, is to try to put that in perspective. So then they use these gumballs signifying 1 million people to show the populations and the population growth in the various big continents where we have that, Africa, South America, Asia, India, or whatever. And a number of people that we take in is insignificant to the amount of growth that just these countries are dealing with. So to put it in numbers, I think it was we take in like 1 million, and then they just because of whatever population growth, they grow 80 million. So in other words, there's the video is trying to illustrate that there's no possible way that we could, in this country or any country, could relieve the burden on these massively growing populations. So I guess looking at it from that perspective, is it so much that these people are like, hey, we're bored and we hate them, so let's go over there and fuck with them? Or is it they're literally busting at the seams and people are just leaking out because there's so many people growing in these dense population centers? In other words, are they intentionally like, hey, let's go fuck with the rest of the world? Or is it like, shit, we're overflowing here and people are just leaking out and they're assholes and they're being mean?
And what was it, $2 a day or something like that was the whole impetus of the thing, is that whether they were comparing parts of Asia or the Middle East or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't everybody in those countries, just the people making less than $2 a day or whatever. So that was like an indication of people that are dirt poor that are willing to go.
It's very intentional. I mean, I don't see how you could just like leave and be like, oh fuck it, let's go fuck some shit up. Like, these people are leaving in order to go fuck shit up.
You don't accidentally bring explosives.
That's true. It's not like, oh, we're going to bring bread and some olive oil, and some explosive vests and some AKs.
Yeah, this wasn't a YouTube video. That like the quote. This wasn't a spontaneous
I don't know. It
protest.
all depends on what kind of dinner party you're going to, I guess.
No, I got Grandma's china. I got Grandpa's tools, and then there's this chemical locker over here.
I mean, our immigrant populations in America, right? America is immigrants. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? But like my grandpa used to say, he was an Italian guy. He learned how to speak English. Like his parents never did learn how to speak English too well, and he would say that like he was very proud to like become an American and get become just assimilated into society. So like like the culture assimilated into American culture was a big thing for all the immigrants, like the Polish, the Irish, the whatever the fuck immigrant wave came over at the time. Their goal, most of them, was to assimilate into American society. Not to not learn English and stay in some neighborhood for the rest of like forever and just stay to themselves and just work and get money and
just exploit the economy.
Well, it's not even exploit. Just not really become a part of the culture. Like they'll just stick to themselves and that's it. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't a goal for them. And a lot of these cultures or I don't know what to say. Like a lot of them just don't want any part of American culture. They're just here really to get an education. Some of them go back home. Some of them are here just to work. But they'll at some point maybe their goal is to go back home or to send money home or whatever, but not really to quite become an American. Like in a way. I mean, like not to completely assimilate. This is like from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s and stuff. Nowadays, it's completely acceptable to be like, I want to take my driver's license photo with my burqa on. And if you have a problem with that, you're a fucking racist or something. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do this. Leave us alone. We're over here. We're going to stay this way. And that's cool, too. I mean, I don't know I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, that's the difference between America immigrants of the past and nowadays. I just feel like maybe now people are more into just coming here and staying in a pocket and just being like, why are you mad that we want to wear burqas? You know, or why are you mad that we want Sharia law over here?
I don't agree. I think
Yeah, it's always. I think it's always been that way, though.
Yeah,
I
my
think the only-
great grandmother didn't speak German or didn't speak English at all. She just spoke German for her entire. Even though she moved here, that she never learned to speak English. She just didn't care. And they
Did
lived.
she care for children? Of course, she wanted her children to learn English. No, I mean,
I
like,
don't-
there's whole pockets of like neighborhoods where no one's talking English. You know what I
The
mean?
thing
Like,
is, like anybody who retains anyone who retains any semblance of their past cultural heritage is technically not fully assimilated to America. If you identify yourself as an Irish American or Italian American, you're not really an American. There's that's still part of you, and and then it brings up all these complex questions of like, how can you reconcile your loyalty, your devotion to America, and also retain your heritage? That's like a big.
What is an American then? If you're going to say that, I mean, like,
Right.
I identify as an Appalachian American, and we've been here since 1750 or something like that, you know. And it's like we're way different than the quote unquote mainstream American culture here, you know. But we've been here the whole time. I don't think
I'm not even sure how it quite works. How about this though? When you come here, you go through the naturalization process. You can become a citizen, right? Like if you choose to, you can do all these things, and some people aren't even fucking bothered with that. Like some people don't even really care about becoming a citizen. Like they're just here with their green cards or whatever, or they're here, they've overstayed their visas or whatever they're doing here. If they're not quite concerned with becoming a citizen. And like, because even to become a citizen, don't you have to learn some history of America and like take a test
Yeah.
and shit? I'd probably fail this shit.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying,
remember when
there's a process.
My godfather was Iranian. He got naturalized like early 2000s, mid 2000s, something like that. But I mean, like, if I were to try to sincerely answer that question, like what it means to be an American, I think it involves, it involves adopting certain ideologies and adopting certain functional methods of working in this society with the
certain ideologies,
institutions.
like belief in liberty and freedom.
I was gonna say freedom.
In which case is the mainstream American culture really the American culture then? Because maybe not so many people are into that anymore.
Right. Well, that's the
You have a
trouble
good
with
point.
like defining freedom. It's like and defining like finding that line where it's like freedom as legitimate freedom or freedom as like trying to shift the power balance of persecution because you can be like, oh, my power structures, blah blah blah, and like these things are there, and I think the PC crowd really overstates it, and I think that they go about alleviating that the wrong way. But I mean, it's still part of the conversation, and it's such a fucking quagmire, to be honest with you. But I don't know, like this is something I struggle with, like pondering. Like this whole notion is like, how can you be truly American if like you still retain, your old world culture or your ways, or if
that's the cool thing about being an American, though. You can come here and you can believe in liberty, but you can still keep your cultural identity. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get to be who you want to be. You don't have to be, somebody's fucking butt monkey and act like you're not. You know? What I mean?
Well, but you still usually work within the parameters of society that you are now in. Isn't that correct?
Right.
Oh, yeah,
it's like where do we draw the line for that? Is it like learning the language and paying your taxes or whatever? Like, where's the real line? Or it's like
During your when you become a citizen, I just got a couple of friends out here and they've gone through the whole thing. Yes, you are actually required to know how to read and write English to be able to become a U.S. citizen.
Well,
It is
as a
part of the requirement.
South Floridian, I'm genuinely surprised by that because I know far too many people who do not demonstrate that.
There's a lot of people who don't give a fuck, dude.
they
They don't
actually
even care.
You know what I'm saying?
The best thing about
There's a
this
difference.
country, the best thing about this country is the variety of people. Whether it's like,
oh, I agree,
the German people in like in the upper, Midwest, or the Latino people down in like where you're from in Florida and throughout the Southwest. or the I don't know
the multitude of Asians that I have out here.
Yeah, the island, the people from our various islands, that we have throughout the South Pacific, the Native Americans where I'm at, like, that's what makes this country great. Every time this country's had to stand up and do something, it was a whole variety of people that went out to another part of the world and did that. It wasn't just a bunch of white Christians, and that's the
tried to
that's
make
part
it
about this
go of it somewhere else. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm down. That and I think Asian chicks are hot, so I'm not going to complain about any part of it.
I don't think anybody would refute the claim that Asian chicks are hot. I don't
Okay,
think
cool.
anybody has grounds for that.
So what have we learned tonight? Asian chicks are hot.
Well, I think we can all agree.
Yes.
Right. I think if there's one point of unanimity amongst this motley crew, it would be that like Asian chicks are pretty hot too.
Are we counting chicks from India in Asian chicks?
Well, technically that is Asian.
Technically, but I don't know. I mean, I think more of the like.
Show Archer?
Yes.
Archer? Yeah.
So I'm only in season 1, and in the middle of season 1, there's like the chick who's some kind of cop, and the Archer guy is dating her, kind of.
Is it the tall chick that wears the shoulder holster and the short skirts?
I believe so. And if that counts as an Asian chick, then I'm right there with all you.
I think that's Aisha Tyler.
That's Aisha Tyler, which is the voice, yeah.
And yeah, they draw her very nice. But you know what? In real life, she's actually pretty fucking hot.
She's pretty hot.
She's tall though. But
No,
I don't.
I'm saying
Tall
Archer.
is good.
I'm saying Archer, but I mean the TV show with the bow and arrow guy.
Oh, you mean
Oh, I thought you meant like Archer with John Benjamin.
I'm like, I swear Aisha Tyler's black, not Indian.
No,
she's black.
She's super hot, but it ain't her. It's the chick from what's the show about the bow and arrow guy?
Arrow, not Archer.
Arrow, sorry. So Arrow, season 1, the Arrow guy is dating a cop.
Yeah, I haven't seen the show, so I don't know.
All right, I'll grab a picture. Hold on, it's worth grabbing.
I mean, if you say she's hot though, G-Webs, you got eyes. I'd probably take your word for it.
I have a classmate who's Trinidadian, and she's like West Indian. She's like drop dead. Oh my god.
Bam. Yeah. Boom.
And she does like hip hop dancing, and it's just like.
You guys were talking about culture, and what I think is often they were just talking about. I was taking a piss, and I'd have a radio on in the bathroom. When I'm taking a piss, I hear the radio, right? And they were saying something about something that made me think that one of the things that we never get credit for, like we don't require that people acknowledge it enough, but these things that have changed the planet, the fucking planet, are because of the United States. We come here and a bunch of people got together, and first we wailed on the Indians and we learned a bunch of shit to appreciate that, and we can get into that because we didn't really wail on them, we just pushed them around, as opposed to other countries who would just destroy whoever was there and they wanted their shit. So we immediately started to push people around and change the dynamic of the world. Then we did things like ended slavery, and we did other things like the women's rights and all this shit, and we don't get credit for that. We're ready to sit on their ass and that's shoulders of the people that came before them and just accept that this is the way the world is. Not too long ago, like a generation or so ago, women didn't get to talk about shit, and that's the kind of shit that we don't ask for credit. We don't require acknowledgement of that credit, but that isn't because a bunch of white people said, hey, let's be better than everybody else and do this. It's because of the prodding of the instigation of change that develops in the melting pot that's the United States. So it's an experiment, and it isn't perfect, but it's generated every positive change on this fucking planet. And
the slavery thing's not true. We actually abolished slavery after Britain did.
What?
Britain abolished slavery before we did.
Oh, British, a little tiny town or a little tiny country that is the size of one of our states decided to change something after whatever. We're the country that stopped it. Fucking stopped it. We had a fucking war.
Even if they didn't they still have
and it was also incredibly
weren't they still doing fucked up shit in India and fucking all kinds of shit all over the world?
And then there was Jim Crow. I mean, it's
We brought it to the international, worldwide conversation, and then we're the ones to make change. Now, we didn't do it because we all sat around saying, "Oh yeah, let's just do it." We did it under protest, potentially, some people, and we did it, under having to fight for it from other people. So it didn't just happen. But I think the overall dynamic or the overall paradigm of this country is that we take everything and look at it all, and then we make changes where it suits everyone. And other countries don't.
I don't know. I think, with my understanding of world history, I think that global pressure played a role in that. That's not to say that.
Global pressure in what way started the Civil War?
No, he's right. We were getting a lot of pressure from other countries about our.
What other countries?
Still have Europe,
countries with slavery.
Europe, basically, and I'm not saying like
Europe, yeah.
I'm not saying that. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I'm not saying England telling us that they had abolished slavery quite I don't even know how many years earlier. I think it was couple hundred years earlier.
No,
1833.
it was only like 20 years. Yeah.
1833, and I'm reading about like the British Empire and how fucked up they were enslaving continents.
That's
like,
what I was going to.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is like they can tell us how much earlier they abolished slavery, but they're hypocriticals because they had a huge portion of the world under their thumb. And also, let's not forget about, with all the shit we've been having with gay rights and whatever, dude, they used to chemically castrate fucking thousands and thousands of gay people in England. So, they can, people can point fingers to our bloody history, but they better fucking know their own bloody history before they start pointing fingers at other countries.
I would still call it boastful to assume that, at least on the slavery issue, that we sort of spearheaded.
No, I don't think we resolved anything, but I'll say this much: we bled to resolve that issue, which is more than most countries.
Oh, this chick! Oh man, yeah.
If we're calling that,
so they beat us. They beat us by 32 years.
What have I seen her in? I've seen her in something. It was not a porno, regrettably. It was.
And I wouldn't say that they beat us because they still fucking had India and South Africa.
Oh, she's Shiva from the league. That's who. Yeah.
We're not talking about that anymore.
Yeah, she's.
They're fucked up. And France was no better, right? Didn't France have fucking shit all over the place? They were treating people like shit.
Just
Vietnam.
World history.
Ever heard of a place called Vietnam?
French Indonesia.
French Indochina.
Mm-hmm.
No, France still has colonies.
Seriously.
To this day. That's why they have the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah, but so do we. So does England. I mean, there are still colonies from the colonial.
We just kind of abandoned them and left them to their own civil wars and.
I mean, what?
Yeah, when's Puerto
Rico? I was
Rico?
looking at a map of like.
All that being said, though, I agree with your general sentiment, G-Webs. I just.
There were states in America that had no slavery way before England ever abolished it. You know what I'm saying? So all the way up. No, up north, like New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana. Although there were so many states in America that had nothing to do with slavery, in the 1800s before. Great Britain.
It seems nobody ever wants to talk about the existing slavery that's gone on in Africa for thousands of years, as if it never happened.
Oh, and every country, every continent like that has a ton of people, they still have it.
Well, I mean, based off of what we're taught, you would think that only the white man.
Oh yeah, no, that's the problem. Is we're like the whipping boy for everybody. We're like the punching bag, and since we don't have a interest in trying to, definitely from our top political people now, they want us to be persecuted so that we're ashamed of ourselves and we do whatever they tell us. But yeah, we just allow because we don't care. What do we care if France thinks we have slaves or something, or there thinks something wrong about us? It really doesn't matter. So that's the problem, is that we don't go around worrying about our rep. So we let people assume way too much shit about what happens here. We need a good United States Instagram account to go out international.
Yeah. Well, you can just say, look, are you on a computer using the internet with electricity?
That was
Then thank
that was Al
thank
Gore,
your
right?
local. No, I'm fucking with you. Al Gore was in Paris tonight, dude. He's doing a podcast from the Eiffel Tower. They said
From the on the internet that he invented.
he was like, "Global warming's the biggest threat to our security." Oops, gotta go. We're being evacuated here. Gotta go.
Bombs.
There's been bombs. I gotta go. Bye. He
BRB
said
bombs.
he got 5 hours into a 24-hour webcast. So
Now I recognize that chick. She was on True Blood.
Was she?
Yeah. Now I recognize her.
Wasn't she in Eureka? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, she.
No,
Yeah,
that's a
you're thinking the lady that played Lupo, right? That's not her.
Okay.
Look at this backwards ass
I think
shit.
she's prettier than the lady who played Lupo.
Oh no, Lupo was pretty fucking hot.
Well, yeah, man. Dripping that Beretta in the pilot.
Wrong day to
girl.
make that directive to their police.
Huh.
Excuse me?
This girl.
Earlier today, Norway disarmed their police because of the lack of terrorist attacks.
Well,
They might change their mind about that.
does this mean we're gonna get a lot of like surplus Norwegian Safariland drop leg rigs?
Oh man.
Does that guy have a VP9?
Nah, Ketch is going to buy them all.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's a VP9.
Hey man, and I know Ketch was trying to get it across, but and I know that PBR is somewhat familiar with the history of Finland. It's like, dude, Russia has been fucking with Finland for
Ever.
what, 1,000 years or something like that.
Yeah.
And Finland keeps kicking their asses.
I was gonna say the Finns are pretty good at killing
Yeah.
Russians,
Gangsters, like.
and I don't know that they've gotten any worse at killing Russians. But that's the thing that, like, the EU that he was talking about is, like, nobody gets it. It's like, no, Russia's gonna fuck with us again. It's gonna fucking happen.
They're going to pop out of the snow and kill all of them, and it'll be back to business as usual.
I think that's probably the biggest reason they have the right to own firearms or the ability is because of Russia. And in fact, a lot of Scandinavian countries where you can own firearms, I think that has more to do with it than, and the hunting. You know, they're hunting
Well,
culture.
Norway's pretty bad, but Sweden's pretty. I mean, they don't allow carry. Like I was saying this earlier, they don't allow carry, but they still, you know, it's still you can get licenses and you can have firearms for recreational use.
But Finland is one of the best in all of Europe for gun laws.
Yeah,
Next to
'cause they're-
like Switzerland. Switzerland, you're required to be
right.
armed.
You have to have an SG 550 or one of the.
No, I mean that's
brands,
not not carrying. I understand that, but for your government to require of you to have firearms in your household that are, what do they call it? Like at the ready or whatever. You know, well maintained and at the ready. Like it is required of their populace.
They have to be like locked in a safe or something. Some Swiss dude was like beefing with a friend of mine on Facebook.
They
you
don't
don't understand. Like, don't say that because it's different where we live. Like where we're from, we have to keep them locked at all times, and the ammo has to be separated and locked in
They
another container.
they don't even let you keep the ammunition at home anymore.
Yeah, it was something. They have one day a year where they all go shooting. Did you ever see that on video? It's awesome. They all go out and then shoot
I just
together.
like the one meme where I see the two Swiss chicks riding their bikes with their automatic rifles on their backs. It looks like a real nice summer day.
No, a friend of mine was saying something about that on Facebook. Like, made that argument about, you know, the Swiss having all these firearms and they don't have any crime and stuff. And then, soon, you didn't know that guy's from Switzerland. Now he's like yelling and screaming through Facebook comments, you know, like trolling you, like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, the ammo has to be locked in a separate container or whatever, and we don't get to carry them. Not like America, you savages think you're cowboys and all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Whoop, whoop.
Right. Goddamn right.
Yeehaw.
Anyway.
And the biggest
We're
irony.
we are a very unique place, you know, and I'm glad.
We are cowboys.
I mean, how the fuck are you going to explain to people in Alaska or Canada that they can't own fucking firearms anymore? You know what I mean? Like, there are parts of this country, or even like the Southwest or
That's what Bernie Sanders said, dude. He's like, you
don't
don't understand the problem. I live in the rural place. There's rural people in the rural communities.
No, man.
And you can't tell them that they can't have a gun in the rural communities.
You can't be like shooting animals and stuff, man. Animals have rights. Animals are people too.
Animals have the right to be tasty. That's
It's
about
like,
it.
you know,
If
when
we weren't
minutes count.
supposed to be- If we weren't supposed to eat animals, they wouldn't be made out of meat.
There you go.
When seconds count, like police are hours away in Alaska.
And
They're
that's
like,
and whether it's
they're like days away.
We have one cop on duty at a time in this whole county. One cop.
Yeah. You don't understand. The rural communities, they're not going to do it. She looked at, and then one of those assholes was like,
Longmire?
No, he's doing Bernie Sanders.
I was trying to do Bernie Sanders.
You did a great Bernie Sanders. Don't worry about it.
Trying to.
On Bernie Sanders during their debate when they were talking about guns for like a second.
Yeah, he's like, go the rural community. And anyway, they looked at him like you're on crack. Then one of them, the mayor.
Like, how could you have said that?
The mayor of Maryland was like, I mean, the governor of Maryland was like, you don't understand. You've never been to Eastern Maryland or something like, or Western. You know, like he tried to say that there's tons of rural communities in Maryland. So he was trying to say, and I got comprehensive gun control pass. And he was like, look, you don't live where I live. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bernie would kick his ass, by the
Rural
way.
communities in Maryland. Come on.
No, I'm sure there's some wooded areas. You know,
Trees in your yard? Oh, this is the forest.
It's the same fucking thing. Some asshat in France trying to tell some dudes in Finland that they can't own firearms. Like, who the fuck are you to tell us? Like, we're not even the same fucking culture, let alone speak the same language.
That's the problem with a centralized government. Everybody, local and state governments and the Fed should just fuck right off.
I said this earlier. Their laws are 3 rounds. They
If I
have
lived in a
3-round
rural
capacity.
area like where down where G-Webs lives, fuck, dude, I would. God damn, I mean, I would probably keep a rifle loaded. Where I live, I don't keep a rifle loaded because I don't fucking need to. I don't feel like I need to. But
I don't need to here, but I do it anyway because I can. And anybody that tells me that I can't can also go fuck off.
But like,
300 murders in Arizona last year, so I'm not in any fear. There's like 1 per day for this whole state, and when you put in
It's probably meth heads too. So I mean,
exactly. So I'm no fear at all. However,
Well, I'm just saying,
loaded
like-
rifle right here. Right.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying that the need and the like for one person in one part of the country to tell somebody else what they need in their part of the country is just fucking asinine.
Correct, for sure. Like when you guys go hiking, you don't think about carrying a AR with 30 rounds or an AK with 30 rounds. But I think it'd be foolish to go down south of Tucson hiking around, which we do all the time, just without anything. So, I mean, that definitely is something that's different here. Now I know that it's not like every day that happens, but I don't want to be the guy who's out there without an AR when a fucking drug train. I'm not worried about a drug train. I'm worried about the guys, what do they call them? Who rob the cartels will rob from each
stick up
other.
boys. Yeah, fuck that shit.
I don't want to be between a bunch of people fighting over cocaine or whatever the fuck they're driving up here.
It's probably meth.
See, and that's why my gun laws are so fucked up is, dude, we're the first spot for the invasion of the United States. We're the first line of fucking defense.
Bullshit.
Well, what you're going for you is nobody wants to ruin Hawaii, so they're just going to come in and like try to stab y'all or something so that they can keep Hawaii.
They'll enslave you.
Did you guys
You'll
see
have to
that?
wear your Aloha shirts and serve them foofy drinks. And
What was that missile thing that happened that spooked LA out? The Trident missile or something like that everyone thought was a UFO?
Found out.
No, I think it was a Trident.
Yeah.
And it was launched from a submarine.
Out of Catalina Island.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's the first.
Missile range.
Why the fuck would they be launching it over LA? That's what I want to know.
That's the question. That's
It's an intercontinental ballistic missile, isn't it? Like
No,
it goes.
it's a medium range. It's a medium range. It's not an intercontinental.
So where can that hit? Like
if you want to hit Oregon from San Diego.
Oh.
Not a
I don't
problem.
get it. I thought it was ICBM.
No, but still.
But that shit looked fucking crazy when it looked like a red dot in the sky, and then all of a sudden it like blew up like a spotlight, it was crazy looking, dude.
Yeah.
That's
We
awesome.
see them here from New Mexico all the time, and I thought I saw something that people were taking pictures of that thing in California out here.
So when those rockets get high enough, you can see them for fucking ever.
Yeah.
Well, I think that would be an invade. Like I expect to see that when they attack us. Like not to see actual like ships like little dinghies showing up with like
so unusual
troops
that it was an inbound launch, not an outbound launch, which is why the report started in California and then ended in Arizona because of the direction it was traveling.
Well, say what you want about Drudge, but Drudge Report that evening, I remember as I looked, it said something like military operations suspend all flights in Los Angeles. Like it was like the headline on Drudge Report, and then like a few hours later, it was like UFOs being spotted. Like it was that was the reason why they suspended all flights out of LAX.
Now,
like whatever those hours were.
I will say though that we are one of the most strategic defense positions on the planet here in Hawaii. We do have the Marines, we do have Army, we do have the Navy, we do have the Air Force, we do have Barking Sands missile range off of Kauai. I'm sure we have several other things that I am fully not aware of out here. So, I mean, there is a little bit of protection out here, but like if it was a full-scale like invasion type of thing, I don't know. It'd be immense.
They'd get their ass
Who can invade us though? Nobody can invade us right now.
No, right. There's no one's gonna try that shit.
Well,
I mean,
in that documentary Red Dawn, it was.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, it's gonna be the Russians and the Cubans. The Cubans are gonna paratroop into Colorado.
All right, but that was an actual all-out.
They're gonna keep blowing shit up, and we're gonna keep losing more and more of our freedoms because we're gonna freak out about it instead of like preserving our liberty, and then that's gonna do their job for them. They don't have to invade. They can just do that shit.
The World War III scenario where they come in mass and paratroop, that only works if Russia wants us and is willing to throw the resources in. But Russia, China, and whoever else might be big enough to attack us has no interest because they're not going to gain anything anymore. At least at this point, they're going to lose all their economy and stuff. So I don't think the world's so bad that anybody's willing to just say, fuck it, let's have a giant war. So I don't think we're going to see a conventional war like that with paratroopers and tanks and soldiers. But exactly, we're just going to see. Well, we already know that the communist agenda is to buy the rope from the capitalists and hang them with it. Like, let them sell us the rope. That's their whole thing, is to take it down from within.
I mean, cultural warfare is a real thing, and getting us to change our standards from within is one of the ways of fighting a war. Have us disarm ourselves.
Exactly. Mentally as well as physically.
Yes.
And that's, well, we're not going to let that happen.
Yeah, well, I would say I don't want to be crazy again, but like the Islamic radical extremist terrorist states and like theocratic nightmare lunatic states and stuff, once they get their hands on nuclear missiles, and at some point, if they want to, they're not going to really care about like disarming us from within or anything. They're just going to blow us the fuck up because they want to bring apart. They want Armageddon so that their version of the rapture will happen or whatever they call it with the 7D bomb and all this crazy shit.
I don't think they'll get like nuclear missiles or anything. I think they'll set off ground devices on the ground that they've snuck into the country.
Oh, true. That too. Like little dirty nukes.
And the effect of that won't be nearly as bad as like nuclear airbursts or some shit like that, you know. But I mean, that would still suck, you know what I'm saying?
Unless you happen to be.
Well, Pakistan is one of, I think, like even the president said the other day, like Pakistan has nukes, and they're constantly under threat of like civil war, and the civil war would break out between like the military people who had the coup like years ago or something, and then like the radicals that want the button. They just want to get their hands on the fucking button.
Pakistan and India, dude, over the Kashmir region.
Right. And they fucking hate each other.
They fucking hate each other for thousands of years.
And they both got nukes.
And they do. Yes, they do.
Yeah. But the Pakistanians that hate us with a passion and they're super extreme. That's the problem with religious extremists versus like communists. Was like maybe if the communists thought they could convert us or something at some point. I don't know. Like we would see the light, but
the thing is, like, the communists is still concerned about this.
Yeah, the religious people know that they really can't convert us. They just need to like decapitate us. You know what I mean? Like we're not going to be converted.
Well,
We're
the
just
communists
infidels.
they're concerned about this world and shaping this world to be the way they want it to be, whereas the religious extremists are all focused on pleasing this otherworldly deity and the afterlife and all that. Well, I don't know. I don't know if Muslims believe in heaven or
Well,
what.
it's like it's not even not even like just the extremists believe like they have to kill a certain amount of infidels before the what do they call it? The there's a whole fucking thing about it. Like they have to kill a certain amount of infidels and start a war that's like a world war, and then basically like their version of the rapture will happen. And
Everybody's going to heaven with all the
yeah, I
seven.
think it has to be like 3/4 of us or something like that. Like they have to kill so many people first. It's pretty good stuff.
So at least we got that going for us.
It's an awesome read, dude. It's good stuff.
Well,
not the seventh Imam. It's something else.
Fuck you, man.
Some crazy shit. Anyway, who cares? But I'm like, we won't get to that point. I don't think they're going to invade us. They can't invade us. Russia won't do this shit, Chad. It's all games, man. Like, there'll be so many proxy wars going on at once where, like, we're fighting the Chinese in some other place.
I want to believe that, and
They
it
just
probably. You just can't say that it won't happen. You can say that it's not probable to happen, but you can't say with 100% certainty that it won't.
What's going to happen when they invade, like if they invaded Japan or like they want to take back Taiwan and we agreed to protect Taiwan. Like we could have these like little proxy wars. It'll never be us versus them for real. It'll be like our troops shooting at their troops in another place. Like, you know, it could even happen in Iran because the Russians are in Iran to protect Iran, right? And like they're in Syria to protect Assad, the Iranians and the Russians, and the Chinese are in Iran too, building them fake-ass drones and stuff. And they have their military in Iran. I mean, it's just, if God forbid anything ever happened, even with this Iran nuke deal, like our president said, well, you know, this deal is fantastic, and if they violate it, well, we're going to have to do something about it. So we'll use force. But when we do use force, it's not just Iranians that are there. There's Russians, and I think there was Chinese there, like helping them with their technology for their drones. And remember when the drone crashed in Iran, or they shot it down, and then like a week later they built their own? They said they had like this like garbage-looking drone, looked like one of ours. They were saying, oh yeah, it's like all Chinese like scientists over there helping them re-engineer our stuff, like reverse engineering.
Would a Chinese drone be called a drone?
Maybe. It's made in China. It's good to go.
Did you read that thing from Polly Perrette?
Oh, she got attacked by a homeless chick? Or a homeless person? Crossing the street?
Kind of sad. She makes this like description of it, and then at the end her summary is like, we need more mental health, we need this, nothing like, you know.
Oh, she's gonna find homes for those.
Oh, what? She got attacked? Oh.
Dude, G-Webs, she's 46.
Yeah, I know, I was gonna say, that makes me feel young. That's awesome.
Mind blown. Yeah.
I'm younger than a hot chick. I like
You know what? I meant to ask you about that because I knew you were an NCIS fan or whatever, and it slipped my mind.
She's hot or what, but I like the other chicks upstairs from NCIS much more than her.
Well, the one that Stone Guy always is the Israeli chick.
Yeah.
I actually, my buddy, who's a ranger. He lives in Los Angeles. He they would shoot scenes on his college, and he talked to her a few times. And she's actually really cool.
Did he say anything to her like, I'm gonna kill you, repeat my name, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, and then punch her?
Well, no, he'd been back from Iraq for a while.
Turns out she doesn't like that at all.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the turn on. But I don't know, some people are into that shit, I guess.
The weirdest thing is that my buddy, like, I saw some pictures of him. He looks just like Sean Murray on the show, and he applied for like an NCIS position after he got out. So he basically became Sean Murray on NCIS. So his shit's real. I'm telling you. I don't know if he works with Mark Harmon though.
Are you serious? Why didn't Japan invade Hawaii?
They were going to.
Yeah, that was probably part of the plan.
Well, it was going to be the base to be able to attack the mainland was from here. If they would have been able to take Hawaii.
I think we still had enough forces to mobilize against their navy after Pearl Harbor. I mean,
No, the Battle of Midway was the battle they lost. They were going to take over Midway, and Midway would be their jumping off point to pummel Hawaii. I don't know if they planned on invading Hawaii. That is not completely known, but they, well, at least I don't know, but they were going to Midway to basically destroy the rest of the fleet and then use Midway as a point to get to Hawaii to
Oh, you mean after Pearl Harbor, they like booked to Midway to continue? They didn't go like Hawaii.
No, Midway was like.
It was, what do they call it? Island hopping or whatever, where you leapfrog. Leapfrog.
Midway was like months after. I don't remember how. 3 months after, or 6 months after. It was either 3 or 6 months.
it was like one of the early decisive battles of the.
No, we lost at the Coral Sea. We had lost at like a couple other places. We were still getting the shit kicked out of us, our people, or us in the Philippines. And Midway was like the turning point. But we had basically like. They didn't know we had cracked their code, and we also did a big fake out that they didn't know how like that we had to like put all of our shit like basically if we would have lost at Midway, we'd have been fucked because there would have been nothing on the ocean to stop them.
Was it Midway that somebody used a 1908 Springfield or a 1903 Springfield?
Midway was like an aerial battle. It was a naval battle.
I know,
It wasn't
but
a combat operation.
there was a couple of stories I've heard of the
Midway, the troops.
Somebody basically stood somewhere and was like taking out planes with like a fucking bolt action.
With an 03A3 or something. Holy shit!
You know what makes me
like Admiral or something? It's like a story. Like people are like, that was a necessary thing to have happened, kind of thing.
It wasn't until after Guadalcanal that we actually started arming. The Marines actually started getting Garands. So anything up after Guadalcanal, they would have had 1903s, including at the Battle of Midway.
Wow, and what a world of difference, huh?
Oh, they beat the Japanese with 1903s at
well, they didn't beat him with 1903s. They beat him with 1917s and machine guns and
Didn't the Marine Corps evaluate the Garand and decide that it didn't fare as well in harsh environments as the OT-3, so they kept the OT-3 or something?
I remember reading something to that effect. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I know the Army had them earlier than the Marines as usual, and it wasn't until
the Army was using them in Europe, and it was no big deal in the forest. When you get into those jungles and shit, that's when they were finding out.
We were using the Garand in Asia before we ever the Garand wasn't used in Europe till basically in '44.
Yeah, until we started hitting like Italy and France.
When we invaded,
they were fielding them. Yeah, they were fielding them in like
Indonesia, in North Africa, and Asia before. And Asia would have been the first place they were fielded, or the Asian conflict, or Pacific conflict.
All the islands and stuff. Yeah, they had them in.
I live on an island, and mine seems to work pretty good.
You know what wigs me out is like
how many Japs have you dropped with yours?
Excuse me?
How many Japs have you dropped with yours?
Oh.
I date Asian chicks. I don't shoot them.
Oh, okay, so none.
Yeah.
What were we about to say?
Something's dropping, but it ain't bodies.
You know what wigs me out is like the Japanese used to be the fiercest people in the world. Not that long ago. I mean, they were fucking, like badass, right? And then I guess like all of the badass genes got taken out of the gene pool or something.
No,
suicide.
Not really, man. You go over
now
there.
They're kind of like just buying women's panties out of vending machines.
No, the Japanese have 3 faces. The one what is it? It's the one you show public, the one you have for yourself, and then the one that no one ever sees.
That's the one when you're kicking people's asses or something.
To
Well,
be
that's
honest
kind
with
of
you, there's a big you don't want that badass face to come back because those are the people that deny the like atrocities in China. You know,
and Korea and all of that stuff.
You don't want
that can never happen.
Yeah, you don't want the deniers and the militaristic weirdos. I'm not saying all Japanese people are like that, but
are you saying that they were like?
There's a lot of denial, World War II denial going on in Japan right now, and it's coming from like a.
Are you saying that they were badasses in World War II?
No, they've been badasses since the inception of their country, or before then, because they weren't even a country right away.
Right, but you're saying that like their like legacy of badassery includes the Second World War, right?
I mean,
they're an island the size of California that took us on, and
smaller.
Tough, right? So
they certainly got their asses handed to them, you know. But
right,
like
that was
I guess what I'm talking about is the fighting spirit. You know what I'm saying? It's like
well, it's funny because I read a book on like American perception of the Japanese for the U.S. at War class, and there's a weird dichotomy in terms of like American perception of the Japanese. You have these people who like see them as supermen and these like cogs in this evil machine that can take on anything with their massive cockroach-like numbers. But then you also have American propaganda where they're seen as like infantile, weak children, and Americans are there to like bully them into submission. It's just kind of weird. Where it's like, how can they be Superman and little bitches at the same time?
That went both ways though. If you ever seen any of the Japanese propaganda about the U.S., we're like noodly okies, like plowing fields and fucking like blumbling around, and like so like we were surprised what we saw when we first fought them face to face, and they likewise were surprised what they saw. They also thought we were going to rape and eat their children.
Right. They were going to rape and eat our children too. That's the scary part too, is that like the propagandists engender this image of the opponent in their fighting forces, and then what they end up doing is acting incredibly savage toward them, and so it reinforces the notion. And so you have people boiling the skin off of Japanese skulls and sending them home, or like sending ears home. And it's
I don't know if there's people doing that or if it happened. That's difference between like everyone did it and there's a pile of Japanese skulls in Wisconsin and all over the rest of the country there ain't. So it might have happened, but it didn't happen on a regular basis, for crying out fucking loud. But have you heard of the concept?
It happened fairly regularly.
I wouldn't go. What the fuck are you saying? Fairly regularly? No, that did not happen fairly regularly.
I don't know about skulls.
At least that's the impression that the book gave me. I'm not saying every American household had a skull, but
I don't know about skulls, but pulling gold teeth was
it's like normal. Teeth, ears, and skulls. I think the skulls weren't as common just because of procedure.
I don't know about the teeth or the ears, but I know gold teeth.
Do that. There's a concept, though, if you listen to Grossman, Lieutenant Colonel Grossman, who talks about killing. He did the research on it. In the summary of his synopsis of his why he did this research on killing, he talks about how there's a progression over time, at least in our country, and I imagine paralleled in other countries, but when you have humans, all creatures are designed not to kill themselves, right? When the whole concept of antlers on a deer or teeth or tusks, they're used against, antlers are used against antlers for mating rituals, but antlers are used against the side of a wolf to kill it when it's necessary. So deers don't go up to each other and ram each other's guts out, even though they could, because they don't have a will. It's not nature to have species kill themselves off. So if you go to man, we're the same way. And people that started to study this, the war colleges and whoever does this stuff, figured out that people aren't necessarily interested in killing each other. However, when you're kind of forced to, you stand in line and you do your thing. And you go all the way up to dying for it. But they found Civil War muskets with like 100, however many balls you can shove into it, because the guys never pulled the trigger. They would just keep going through the motions. So that concept, they've studied and then adjusted their ways of training our troops, at least, and I suspect this is true of other troops. So in the Civil War, they saw something, and then in World War I they saw stuff, and they changed the ways that they train their troops, and they also changed the way that they're indoctrinated. So they figured out, I forget now because I'm trying to recall it all, but in one war, like the Civil War, they figured out that we weren't really all that interested in killing each other because it was brother versus brother kind of thing. Then they got to like World War I, and it was fucked up, right? Mustard gas and all the horrible shit in World War I. Pretty much the whole world was like, whoa, war can get pretty horrible. Let's not let it get that way again. War to end all wars and everything. Then we get to World War II, and then Korea, and then Nam and stuff. So as our knowledge of how to train our troops progressed, we figured out that if you foam your guys at the mouth so that they hate their enemy, if the whole like, I don't want to say all the derogatory shit that we used to call the Japs back in the day, but there was a lot of derogatory shit we would call the Japs because we were, that concept is to make your enemy evil. Like you hate them, you want to kill them, but what they figured out is then people go too far. So you might be getting some, I mean, I'm not going to say not a bunch of horrible shit happened in war, but that's a part of it. And one of the reasons you're seeing that propaganda that's demonizing the other side is that was a legitimate like thought process back in the day. Like, we need to rally these millions of people against those millions of people, and there's no way each individual person is ever going to get mad at each individual person, so we'll demonize. And you got to also incorporate, hopefully your school is doing this, but you got to incorporate how communication is done. When there's only newspapers, which is a one-way communication, when there's only radio, right, you only have certain ways to try to move a country's orientation or their opinion. So they have to go to these base root things. We're way more sophisticated now. So we don't try to demonize our enemies anymore. I mean, the Marines do. The Marines have to. They have to do some fucking horrible shit. They pretty much demonize their enemies, at least bird's eye view. But in the Army, we didn't fucking get all ravaged up about the Russians during the Cold War. They figured out that wasn't effective in the grand scheme of things. So you can't just go back to World War II and go, oh, look at how they look at how this propaganda was, and then leave that as a blanket to the rest of every other society, the rest of our societies over time, and after things, if we're allowed to learn and change and develop. So I don't want to call us a bunch of assholes just because of what somebody did in World War II.
Right, and I didn't want to give the impression that that's what I've been taught. That was one of the overtones for that particular section of the class, like the Second World War and the Pacific Theater in general. And we've alluded to that in some other at least modern media depictions of the wars, but not necessarily the perception of the wars themselves. But it wasn't it wasn't a major overarching theme or something. It's like it's in that sense that it's like we like America bad, like we demonize everybody so we can kill them. It's like that was not one of the things that was part of the curriculum.
From everything I've read,
it was something that required mentioning in the Pacific Theater, because I mean that's pretty fucking gruesome, like boiling skin off somebody's skull.
Well, I'm sure things like that happen. I'm not gonna say.
But they did that's the other thing too. It's like they did fuck up shit to us, man. The Japs were cutting dudes' dicks off and shit. Like it's just disgusting.
I'm not gonna say stuff like that didn't happen, but I'm gonna assume that probably was the exception. From everything I've read, and I've read a lot about the Pacific Theater, they had to train with the initial group of Marines and soldiers that went to the Pacific. There wasn't a lot known, but the later soldiers that started coming in around 43, 44 had the propaganda that the civilians were being fed back in. They go to the movies and see the bucktooth Coke bottle glass Japanese soldier, and the Marines had to basically the front line Marines, the infantry Marines and the Army infantry had to train that out. They had to get that idea of the Japanese soldier being some pushover, because that was a bad misconception. That was just propaganda. And the same thing happened with the Japanese versus the Americans. They had to. Well, some of them were never taught that that was a misconception, and they were just killed because they thought we were a bunch of idiots and they could just like storm us in some bonsai attack, and the fucking emperor would, with his almighty whatever, would protect them from our bullets, which is obvious bullshit because we mowed them down in the thousands at places like Saipan.
Right, like 20-to-1 kill death ratios.
So there was propaganda and there were misconceptions, but like from what I've read, like I haven't read a book about an infantry soldier that didn't have to gain a respect, even like unwillingly, against their enemy, because after fighting them you can't not build some kind of respect for your enemy. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll fucking get killed because you'll do something stupid. And a lot of the really weird, I've heard of guys pulling gold teeth. That I've read that in a lot of books. That's not a thing. That's a thing that happens.
Well, you have to.
There's definite souvenir like hoarding and stuff, but as far as some of the crazy shit, a lot of that stuff was being like they were like rear echelon soldiers that didn't have some fucking radio operator in the rear, like doesn't have
They're just trying to be badasses.
Yeah, he has that misconception in his mind. He has had nothing to like shake that misconception. He's got a lot of time on his hands, so what else is he gonna do? He's not up there in the front like getting shot at, getting fucked with. So
yeah, and I think it's important to understand the context around the happenings, but they did happen.
My grandfather has a story about I think he was in Burma. I want to say he was in Burma, and like there were natives that would headhunt Japanese. Like they brought back their old tradition of headhunting, which had been made illegal by the British, and like they brought it back just to fuck with the Japanese because the Japanese were so brutal to them. So they brought back their old ways of being brutal back to them.
The other thing to the effect of like the outright hatred of the Japanese is that it's like the whole race aspect and like the disparity between the Japanese and the Germans and the Europeans. It's like there was always this notion of like the good German, or just like the noble patriot who fights for his country, not as a Nazi, but just as like a German army regular who's just doing it just to serve his country, or just because he's fulfilling his duty or obligation or whatever. But it's like for Japs, it's like they're all just like robotic Supermen with cockroach-like numbers that are trying to kill us. And that again plays into the snowballing of hatred and disgust and like vulgar, brutal behavior between the combatants.
It's easy to demonize the other side when they're different from you, whether it's religion or race. That makes it even easier.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just some fucked up shit, though. War's hell.
So pie, I like pie.
I certainly do like pie.
Pie.
How about them Arasakas?
I almost bought an old Type 99 for $50 one time, but I didn't because didn't think I'd be able to find ammunition for it.
I saw a Type 38 in a gun store once. But,
Good condition 99 or 38 is like $500 or $600 now.
I don't remember what they were asking.
One of these those things used to be as common as the Mosin Nagant. One of these days, the Mosin Nagant is going to go the same way as the Arasaka.
Yeah, but it'll
be a long time though. They made lots of them.
I guess the 7.62 x 54R is still in active service too. So,
but this is what'll happen. It won't be just any Mosin Nagant. It's like it's not just any Arasaka. It's like if you have a clean Arasaka with a full mum and all matching parts with all the bells and whistles still attached to it, then it's worth like $700-800. But if you have a last ditch blown out like pipe tied to a piece of wood with the mum grout off, then it's like worth like $200 or something.
Oh yeah.
It'll be the same with Mosins.
I think the Mosins are pretty future-proofed surplus rifles, though, because there's like millions of them, and the ammo is still commonly available. The only thing that would affect it would be some kind of like import ban.
I want to get one of those. What do they call it? The M38. That's the Mosin I want.
There's
like the carbines.
The ones from the Winter War that they took the barrels off of. They're hex receivers, but they rebarreled them.
M39.
Yeah, M39s. That's it, not 38s.
The 38 is a carbine, and the 39 is any receiver. They built them out of hex or round. I have both. It can be either or.
They shoot pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And the M39 doesn't have like a straight stock. It has like kind of a semi-pistol grip, huh?
No, it's got a full pistol grip. Well, not a full, but yeah, like for
They call it, like when it curves off like that, it's called semi-pistol grip.
Nice guns, and the cool thing about those is when they're built on the hex receivers, they're often antiques, and you can buy them without an FFL.
Yeah, you can get a CNR.
Like their CNR.
They're not even CNR. Like if they're built on a receiver from like 1896 or something, you can just buy them. They're an antique.
I don't know about that. Because one of mine is an 18.
Like a legitimate legitimate 1891 Mosin.
Yeah, you can if you take the stock off underneath of the tang, the original date of the receiver is stamped underneath.
Right. Yeah, and if it's before it's before 1898, it's not classified as a firearm.
Right.
I don't know. One of mine is really the receiver.
Those would be worth a lot of money, though. I think.
Nah, you can buy them for like $400 on Gunbroker all day.
The 39.
I think so.
It wouldn't be no, not a 39. It would be that's like World War II production. You need to get a Mosin Nagant made.
But they still built them on the antique receivers though, so wouldn't they still be considered?
Oh, so like the receiver. So if you had an M39 built on an 1898 receiver,
exactly,
that's genius.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
One of mine is here.
All right, that's going to the top of my wish list.
It's not true.
Man, I want to buy one and then make it into an Obrez. Oh.
One of mine's
Can
on
you do that?
one of mine's on an 18-something receiver, and it's not considered an antique.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember what year stamped on it. They don't. They go off the cert.
I guess they go off the date
They go off
stamped
the receiver serial number. Not
It might be and it might be like the Arsenal rebuild date or something like that too. But it's like if you could find like an 1890 like a nugget from like 1894, you get it with it wouldn't be a firearm, so you could saw the barrel down or do whatever the hell you want to it. Make a legit Obrez.
The Popo would probably.
So
Probably
you
still
would saw down a gun that's worth thousands of dollars because I'm gonna say like if you have an original receiver, anything that like in that